anomaly. That is the conclusion of the paper. That is what I explained to people for years. You've now got another paper where they think they can try to figure out some other anomaly based on gravitational inputs and then say, Witsit knows this is what it's really about and is lying to mislead people.
Let us know that so yes, I am saying you are lying. No, I am not saying you are lying about the perturbation or what is said about the perturbation in the paper. What you are lying about by exclusion is not explaining to people that tides are gravitationally induced. That is the lie that I am.
That's a totally different point from a different paper that isn't the one that I invoked.
Well, show us the paper that you invoked.
Sure,
and we will
sure, I will in just a second,
man. We will see that they will have a tidal curve, and they will be noting a deviation from the tidal curve. And so again, you will be stuck with the fact that the paper you cite is attributing tides to gravitation. And you will again be stuck with the fact, no, this is not a deflection because you have falsely characterized what I have been saying. I never said that you lied about what was said about the perturbation. That was never out of my those
That's
words.
Not what I said. You said. That's not what I said. You said.
Yes, you did. You said.
All right, multiple people just messaged me and said you said it, Tony. So you think I'm in here for no reason, bro?
Multiple people. So you weren't in the room. You're going.
I don't need to be in the room. I know that people didn't message me and lie about how you were leading the room to believe that I was misleading people, omitting the fact that it explains it is a gravitational effect, and then claiming the opposite. That is untrue.
My claim was, and I don't know who I don't. So you're now saying that I'm lying, but the people who misunderstood what I said told you the truth.
Well, it seems very obvious. It seems very obvious when you're sitting here building your entire premise on a paper that isn't the one that I have invoked.
Well, let's see the contents. Let's see the contents of the paper you invoked.
Okay, Tony. I'll grab it in a second. I'll grab it in a second.
I don't understand why you can't talk and grab the paper at the same time.
Because I actually am doing something.
You claim to be IQ 165.
I've never said that number. Hey, man.
You never. So why don't you just give me the name of the paper and I can find it?
I don't know the name of the paper off the top of my head, man. I'll grab it for you in a second. But this is the problem, bro. Okay? You're not engaging with what I'm saying. The conclusion of the paper that I've shown on stream and read through many, many times, that the person I've been debating live has pulled up and screen shared for the audience and read in live time many times. It specifically concludes by saying that based on and it's a grabometer that is, of course, insulated. It's a vacuum-sealed chamber. It's then within a building, and whenever there was thunderstorm activity, okay, and it was actually not subject to the mass of the clouds, it wasn't easily predictable. When there was thunderstorm activity, the grabometer readings fluctuated, showing a relationship.
Gravimeter. It is a gravimeter.
That's gonna get you out of it. Showing a relationship between the readings and the thunderstorm, and that they couldn't figure out what the answer is because they accounted for all possible gravitational inputs and it did not explain the anomaly.
Okay. Great. Bring up the paper and we can see whether or not it has a tidal curve in it. Because that's my claim. My claim is that you've read a paper in which there is a deviation from a tidal curve and you have not communicated to anyone that tides are gravitationally induced.
First of all, just so you understand, right? I don't believe in your model, but that wasn't the point of me invoking the paper. The whole point is that even within the paradigm reifying gravity, right, and then the different causal mechanisms or whatever, they still couldn't explain it. What a coincidence What a
The
coincidence that
authors,
what a coincidence that the
one
what a
sentence.
coincidence what a coincidence that it changes when there's a thunderstorm, which is of course electrostatic in nature. And of course, we don't expect the changes to be significant because the primary effect itself is almost negligible. So, like the
So
fact you keep saying,
really, lightning is
I
almost
don't
negligible.
I don't tell people no, what? I don't tell people about tides being caused by gravity because I don't believe that. Your tidal theory has all kinds of problems.
But then if you reject the accuracy of the instruments, if you fundamentally reject the accuracy of the instruments used in the experiment, then you can't use the results of the experiment. If you're saying they used this instrument that is fundamentally inaccurate and it detected this deviation, you don't get to use that as an observation to buttress your argument.
When did I say it was
This
fundamentally inaccurate?
when you said that you don't accept that tidal curves are real. The instrument registers tidal curves. You're saying that they don't occur. Therefore, in order to register tidal curves that are entirely fallacious in your paradigm, you have to say that the instrument is just fundamentally inaccurate.
Is
And
this
I
from
given
don't
another
that
have to
debate?
say that.
Is this
I
given
from a
don't
and
have to.
debate?
given and given
Or
that
is
the
this a
perturbation
video?
and given that the perturbation is much smaller in magnitude than the tidal curve, if the instrument is so inaccurate that it is registering a fallacious signal that is much bigger than the perturbation you're registering it, you can have no faith that that perturbation is in fact real. In
Let me ask
Okay,
you
order
a
so
for
question. Let me ask you a question. Did you watch one of Witsit's old debates or YouTube videos and that's how you brought this up?
no,
Then
no, he
what
just then
happened?
found another paper, and then I think this is the one Witch is talking about. Let me wait till he's not in the room and teach everyone about how he lied about it, even though it
When
wasn't the
did
paper he
you
was talking.
when did you even bring
okay,
up this topic?
when
Back
is
in the way
this?
back in the day, I would bring this up regularly, and I would show a paper that showed that whenever there was thunderstorm activity, that the actual readings, it's a little bitty BB inside of a vacuum sealed chamber. They would drop it over and over. They use interferometry to measure it. So it's an interferometric grabometer, and it would show anomalies. And the conclusion of the paper was, yo, we tried to account for every possible gravitational input, and it doesn't correlate directly with the anomalies. So this alone, gravity alone, is not a sufficient explanation. That's the conclusion of the paper.
Did you
So
bring up this topic
I
yesterday?
No, no, it's
so
been years. It's been years.
So why are
so
you
I
bringing up old points, Tony? You're like, what happened?
somebody asked me a question about sort of that there was a discussion about tides, right, and the sources of tides and whether or not they were gravitational. And I introduced the data that tides are gravitational and that we measure them on gravimeters. And in order to buttress my case, I introduced this paper which shows, and because it's relevant to claims that Witsit made in the past, I introduced it, and I noted the presence of the tidal curve, and I noted that if Witsit has read this literature as he has repeatedly claimed that he has, then he knows that there are tidal curves measured by gravimeters. He has no understanding whatsoever of how the gravimeter involve dropping anything. So I don't know where he's getting that. And if he doesn't understand the fundamentals of how the instrument operates, these instruments are superconducting gravimeters. So they're supercooled. They support a niobium ball on a magnetic field. If there is any acceleration experienced by the ball, it will induce a current in the superconducting coils, which will force it back to its position. By measuring the current induced in the coil and recording it, we can reconstruct the accelerations that have been applied to the ball. This allows us to very precisely reconstruct the accelerations applied to the ball over time, the gravitational accelerations applied to the ball over time. That's how superconducting gravimeters work. Because they rely on electrical impulses traveling through traveling through a superconductor, it is possible in the form of their operation that that lightning strikes or such like, even though we take precautions to remove those, they could have an effect. So even
Non
given the
sequitur.
fact
Is that
that
not
is
even the
not
kind not even the kind I
that
was
is not
using? Are there absolute
um,
gravimeters that use interferometry?
there are
The answer is yes. Yes,
mm,
they use Michelson interferometers. They use a laser and a beam splitter. They drop the object. It's a little bitty ball, and then it actually
that
uses interferometry. This is the
okay,
fact. I'm sorry if you didn't know they use interference measurements with an interferometer and absolute gravimeters, but you know.
that's an FG5X, right? And that certainly isn't what's happening in
And your
the
relevant
F.
paper that I didn't invoke.
Yeah,
Yeah, there's a
okay.
lot of papers on topics. You might not have seen that one,
So
you
you're
know?
claiming that these are FG5X. Of, uh, you're claiming that they're using a drop gravimeter.
I think so. Yeah, it's been years since I looked at it though.
I did find a
Okay.
paper on how gravity is affected by thunderstorms. Was that the question? Or
The
like,
question, the question ultimately is no. That's not the question. The question is, do gravimeters measure tidal curves? And
How
the
did okay?
answer is
That's
yes.
not.
And the answer is yes. That yes, they do. That was the point that I
did
was
Witsit
making.
say gravimeters don't measure tidal curves?
No.
Witsit has never
Oh, okay.
Witsit has never explained to Witsit has explained has tried explaining to people that there are deviations during thunderstorms, which nobody is denying. Though all of the ones that I've seen are explained by mass redistributions. But and so I'm interested to see Witsit's citation here. But
Okay.
the fundamental point is that if Witsit has read this literature, then it is incumbent upon him to say that the instruments are registering a tidal curve.
Did he mention gravimeters ever with the thunderstorm?
Yes, he did.
Yes, yes. There's gravimeters that
Okay.
show, yeah, but it wasn't the conclusion of the paper, and this is all I ever even showed people was, yo, look, there's a relationship here, and look, the conclusion is that gravity alone isn't a sufficient explanation, that there must be something else. That's literally the conclusion of the paper.
Yes, and I can concede that that is true because there can be electromechanical effects, or I can or
Oh, great. That's great.
we
Cool.
can look at the subsequent literature to see whether or not a gravitational explanation was eventually found, or we can just say that the authors got it wrong and there was some flaw in their experimental setup. All of those are possibilities apart from what you're suggesting. But the central thing is that gravimeters register a tidal curve. And if you are accepting the perturbations they detect as real things and presenting them as real things, then you must also accept that the tidal curves that they detect are also real things. You don't get to assert that the perturbation is real, but the tidal curve isn't.
I don't have to
Is
believe
that a
any of your reified causal claims.
that's what I
Do
was
you
gonna
not
ask.
comprehend that? Do you understand how fallacious all your reasoning is? Like, first you say, "Oh, well, he didn't account for
Where's
this
this
in this other
paper?
technique."
Where's your
Bro,
paper?
no one cares how mad you get, bro. No one cares, bro.
Right, let's just look. I think it's a cause.
Okay,
Is that the cause or the effect of the thing, PhD Tony?
um, Taylor, you're going
Is
to have to clarify your question a little
is
bit.
is the tidal waves, is that like what's causing the weight change, or is that just like an effect of whatever's happening? So maybe the electromagnetic, if that's what's happening with the thunderstorm, that could then affect how gravimeters are read like in response, but it's not like the gravity causing the actual effect.
So
Is that a cause and effect?
the tidal curve is the default background. That's what, based on our models of gravity, based on our models of the gravitational influence of the various celestial bodies, that's what the gravitational effect due to tides should be. And we see that in our observations. So the idea that we are reifying a model is nonsense. We are taking observations. We are taking observations,
It's just
and the
you talking the
observation.
whole time, Tony. And then I go to talk and you just
No,
take
no,
it
no,
over
no,
again.
no. You don't get to just interrupt because I'm
I'm
about to.
saying, but you do though. But you do though.
Okay. So we are not reifying anything. Making observations and we are comparing them to a model to see if the model is valid. That is not reifying anything.
Okay, let me explain something to everyone. I had not even looked into any of the hyperspecific aspects of what he just claimed, that all the celestial bodies account for the waves. I bet $1,000 that his statement that it matches exactly what we expect is a total lie. $1,000. Haven't even looked into it because this is what
When did I
always
use the
happens.
word? When did
$1,000,
I
Tony.
use
Do you
the
want to
word
take a
exact?
$1,000 bet?
When did I use the term exact?
Oh well, you just said it's exactly. You said exactly what we expect.
I don't think so.
Because what will
But
actually happen, guaranteed, when we look into it, is there will be tons of anomalies with the alleged gravitational perturbations in the relationships with the bodies. And then what they'll do is they'll just say there must be other variables. And then they'll suddenly go pick different things to say, oh, the anomaly must be because of this or this, or it could be because of this or this. Like even with the fundamental claim of like gravitational waves based on celestial objects and celestial input, it requires entire corrections the entire time. So it's like the way that the way that you talk about being misleading, the way that you present these things to the audience is as if it is so accurate that it's like clearly validating your model. And in every single example that you bring up, that's not what happens at all.
okay, so you've looked at the Abramov and Konashov paper. I noticed that I'm the only one showing observational data in this discussion. So you can
Because
see
you were misrepresenting me
you,
without me being
you
here.
can you can see the instrument readings which contain noise, and you can see the tidal curve which is smooth, and you can see that there is good agreement between the tidal curve and the instrument readings despite the presence of noise.
Do you even have $1,000, Witsit, or do you need a crowdfund for that shit?
That was pretty funny.
What is y'all's issue? Like, okay, so Witsit only came in here because PhD Tony was saying that he was misrepresenting something.
Yes,
And I guess
my claim is
I
this.
mean, so he's just come and defend himself, Tony. I think he would do the same thing if somebody was talking about you. And like, with all due respect, like he didn't bring up this topic. So how are you? We just got to be fair here and be reasonable and respectful
Okay,
and kind.
okay,
I don't know. It's okay. I mean, I'm just saying, just think about it like that, and we should definitely try to like have some respect for one another as a fellow man.
okay.
That's all I'm gonna
So,
say.
all right.
But
So
that's not
Witsit,
necessary to come in and be rude like that either. Yeah.
Witsit has conceded my
This dude
point.
waits till I'm not around and just misrepresents me obsessively.
Yeah, I'm not sure
No,
what
Witsit.
y'all want of him. I mean, I would come and defend myself too.
Okay, so let's step back sequence of events. What I said was Witsit omits to mention that the good agreement between gravimeter readings and the tidal curve when he discusses this. He has conceded that he does not mention the good agreement between gravimeter readings and the tidal curve. So my accusation is completely correct. He does not mention this. And I regard this as lying by omission.
I'm sure in any topic, you're not going to read every single paper. If he's just talking about the conclusions of one paper, and then you can't just say, oh, he's lying by omission because he didn't read every paper, because there's dozens upon hundreds of papers on any given topic. I can't read every paper on every topic. You can't just say that. I mean, what do you want?
So, but
Tony,
no,
you should hold yourself to the same standard that you are holding everyone else to. You're fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, Tony, I
okay.
wouldn't expect you to read every paper either,
Okay, but that's
Kinda
not
like
my
that
claim.
one the other day,
Taylor,
but you
Taylor,
can go
that's
ahead
not
and
my
respond.
claim.
Go ahead.
Taylor, that's not my claim. My claim is not that he should have read this paper. My claim is that in the paper that he's about to show us, there will be a tidal curve in the gravimetric data.
That would make it even
If
worse for you. That would make it even worse for you because they say that it doesn't account for.
No.
Okay, I got stuff to do. I got stuff to do.
Sense.
I literally rather almost just jump into traffic than listen to Tony just
Oh,
bloviate and never let me speak. So you know,
okay, but
stop
you
lying
said you
about
would.
me. Maybe stop lying about me if I'm not here, Tony. How
You
about you
said
learn that lesson?
you said you would
I got
provide the
stuff to do. I'm
paper,
not
and
listening
you
to you
haven't.
talk down
It's
to me,
okay,
dude, and
Witsit, you go
interrupt me
ahead.
every time I speak.
Okay, so you said you would provide the paper, and now that's just a falsehood.
He
You're
is
not going to
busy. He
provide
didn't
the
bring
paper?
up this topic though. Like, I think you can go back to whatever video you're watching and maybe find it. But he's probably busy today. He wasn't even expecting to come in here. Like, he was just coming to defend himself. So I wouldn't expect him to have the paper on hand, especially if he's driving right now.
Did
That's
he
not
Been
not?
fair.
almost a year, and we haven't gotten the telemetry data. So get in line. Maybe in a year you'll get the paper.
It's
Did
fine.
he
I mean,
not?
he didn't. I mean, you can only expect the best from people. I'm not saying he's like perfect or I think everything's perfect, but still, like, he's just coming to defend himself. That doesn't mean to attack him. You know.
But he conceded that what's so he said he doesn't mention the tidal curve because he doesn't believe it's true. But pretending that the tidal curve isn't there is again. So he's aware of the tidal curve. He is just deliberately not telling people about it. And
But I
he
don't think the
admitted.
tidal curve even makes the issue, though. I don't think the tidal curve that's just like a side effect of kind of the effect that's happening during thumberstorms. But just because he doesn't mention something, he didn't lie in what he stated. You're just saying that he left something out that he might not have even known or thought to say to talk about.
So any detailed observation. So he claims to have a paper that shows deviations from the expected values during a thunderstorm. In that data set must include a tidal curve, right?
He didn't claim that today.
Well, yes, he did. He did claim that he has a paper that presents a data set in which during a thunderstorm there is a perturbation, and that they couldn't explain the perturbation using any gravitational input that they could come up with.
Tony,
I don't think he said that.
before Austin entered today, you said that he was purposefully hiding information. So can you please present the time or the video where you got this idea that he was purposefully hiding information?
Okay.
That isn't like bloviate and talk more about it. So you say there's a video of him talking about a paper. Please post that video and we can all look at it together and see if you're right.
You're mischaracterizing what I claimed, and you're mischaracterizing my argument, and you're just trying to prevent me from presenting my argument.
That's okay, so that's wrong. You said that he was purposefully hiding an aspect of the study that he was talking about. When did he do that? Before he came in today, you were saying that. So please show us when he did that before he entered the chat today.
Witsit asked him directly, and he said it wasn't from a video. That's what I heard.
Before he entered the chat today, Tony claimed that he did a thing. Please show us where he did the thing.
Okay, I will.
Thank you.
But it's going to take time.
Okay, and I'm not gonna sea lion you and say, "Oh, look, now you're not gonna show us the paper." Like that's what you did to Austin. So if you can get that for us, so we can look at it, great. Thank you.
Yeah, take your time, bro. It's fine. It's totally fine.
And just to clarify, did Witsit during this discussion concede that he does not accept tidal curves and therefore he doesn't mention curves?
I don't think he said that. I think that he was just saying that the gravitational thing cannot explain the whole phenomena, which was what the paper stated. And I think you agreed to that, but I don't think he's denying tidal curves or whatever. He just said it wouldn't help you anyway, and it's just like a side thing. You could also mention a lot of other points with the topic that he might have left out, but it's not relevant to mention every detail.
Hang on, Taylor. He definitely did.
Okay, well, I don't know if he said that. Maybe we can go back to the timestamp where he did. I don't know.
It's an obfuscation tactic. Tony, just get back to work, all right? Go get that video or whatever.
Please.
Not please.
You have a computer, right? You have a computer, Tony? You got this.
Yeah, get back to work.
No, I can talk and do this at the same time, but thank you for your
All right, get it done. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, just like the other day, I don't know if you recall that paper that I gave you about the boundless universe, but there was a gentleman who actually did the math on it, so there were some issues. But I wouldn't expect you to know every paper that exists on every topic. Whenever you're saying it hasn't been disproven, this physicist actually did some math and said that it has like no hope for this theory. But I wouldn't expect you to read that paper when making that claim that it hasn't been debunked yet. So I mean, we got to be have good faith with other people, what they might have encountered.
There was a point that I wanted to raise with you about that paper you were citing, because there was a phrase in there, in its original form. Do you remember saying that? That the Hartle-Hawking hypothesis in its original form fails in these ways.
Okay. Were you not? I thought the book that you were citing was the original form.
I didn't cite a book. I
The Boundless Universe by Stephen Hawking.
The Hartle-Hawking hypothesis is not from a book, but yes, Hawking's The Brief History of Time does discuss his boundaryless universe hypothesis. So I was citing that book. But when somebody says that in its original form something is invalid, that suggests that the hypothesis can be adjusted in order to overcome these shortcomings. And indeed, this is often how hypotheses are refined. It's exactly the same as sort of the refinement of gravity into general relativity. Once you become aware of problems, you go, okay, then I need to adjust things. Obviously, this isn't working. So I just want to put emphasis on the fact that the criticisms of the hypothesis in its original form doesn't necessarily invalidate the hypothesis. All they're suggesting is that you need to fix these problems, and that it is conceivable that can be done.
Right, definitely. I don't disagree.
Yeah. Okay. So my claim that Hartle-Hawking hasn't been falsified. To falsify a hypothesis would be to say, okay, here's the fundamental element of this hypothesis. Taking that, it just can't work. And here are the reasons why. It's just inconsistent with the data. Sorry, go on.
I was just going to say, has the Hartle-Hawking and has it been officially reformed? Because with your statement, the Hartle-Hawking hasn't been debunked. I mean, it's kind of debatable whether it has or hasn't, if this paper is true, because its original form technically has. Now you can refine it. I don't know if it's been officially refined or whatnot, but the whole point of bringing this up was that you can't expect everyone to see every piece of literature. Apparently the paper Witsit cited wasn't the one that you had, so maybe he hadn't come into contact with that. So we can't just assume that someone's technically lying. You see what I mean?
But yes, and that would be true, except that the paper he is referring to will have a gravitational time series in it.
How do you know if you don't have it?
Because that's the observational data set that he's arguing from. He's arguing that. All right, I'll try and.
I would love to see any of these papers that you keep stating. I'd love to see them.
Okay, I dropped one at 18 past the hour.
Is that his paper though?
No, but it is a paper analyzing a similar phenomenon.
Okay, but if we say he's lying, which is kind of the whole point in a way that we're talking about this, then we should try to find his paper.
Okay, I'm going to try and find his paper, and I'm working on that. Witsit's claim is, this paper describes a gravitational time series during a thunderstorm. During the thunderstorm, there is an unexplained signal that they tried to explain gravitationally and failed to do so. That is Witsit's summary of the paper. Based on Witsit's summary, the paper contains a gravitational time series. If it contains a gravitational time series, that gravitational time series will exhibit a tidal curve. So Witsit, by his own argument, has read a paper in which there is a tidal curve and has omitted to mention the fact to his followers at any point. He insists that tides are not gravitational, despite having read papers in which there are gravimetric tidal curves.
How do you know that that's mentioned in that paper, or a relevant point if we don't have the paper?
Yeah, dude, you keep repeating yourself over and over. Can you just get it? It's really frustrating when you keep bloviating.
He's trying to sell a story, and he doesn't want to back it up, but then he was complaining that Austin wouldn't back up his claim even though he was walking in traffic. So, Tony, please substantiate your claim. Thank you.
Fair enough.
Until then, I think that, I just want to make a comment from earlier. I think that we should be respectful, give people the benefit of the doubt. Don't automatically assume bad faith, with one another. I think that's something that we maybe can all work on. I think that's a strong claim to say someone's lying. Like I don't say that very lightly, and I rarely accuse people of doing that at all because you never know someone's intentions, what they're thinking at the time, if they're like intentionally hiding, lying, or if they're just stating like, what they recall or the overview of something of a paper, for example, in this case. But yeah, I think that we should all kind of be more hesitant to just say that about one another because that could be like bearing false witness in a sense. So that's all I was going to say.
Okay. I find it frustrating that I have technical understanding of gravitational time series. Witsit's claim is about gravitational time series, and I'm being accused of just making up a story.
No, I'm saying you're storytelling because you say stuff like he intentionally lied to mislead his audience. That is storytelling. And then obviously we can't validate that until we see the thing that you're talking about. So we just want to see the thing that you're talking about. So you say like, oh, he's got a paper. He's got to show me while he's walking in traffic. Well, why can't you just provide the thing that you're talking about before he like responds to it? Like it's absurd. You put this burden on someone else. Where is it?
I did.
Where is it?
At 18 past the hour,
Thank you.
shared a paper.
The paper? Dude, that paper, he said that wasn't what he said that he wasn't referencing that paper. Okay, that's also, you said that Austin read a paper, and maybe it's in a video or in a debate, wherever. He said that he misrepresented something and hid something and he lied to people. So now please substantiate that claim. You sending a paper in the chat does not substantiate your claim that he lied. That's why it's so frustrating. So please just go back to work, and until then, we can talk about something else. Until you provide your claims evidence.
Well, you cut out to me, so I was spared a lot of your ranting.
Yeah, man. You claim he lied about it.
How about we just stop engaging with Tony until Tony becomes a normal man? He has a normal conversation. We don't have to just listen to him ramble on. Thank you.
A good one, bud.
Yeah, anyway, Tony, you claimed he lied about a thing. Prove it. That's it. Do it. Stop talking about it. Stop crafting a story about it. Prove it.
I wish I had sound like that.
We've been sitting here for an hour. If he was lying about you, Noah, and he said you said a thing, I would say the same thing.
Okay. Did he not say that he would be able to get the paper in a little bit?
Doesn't sound like you're typing looking for a paper, Tony. It's kind of weird.
It doesn't sound like finding the claim that you said he lied about, Tony.
Well,
I thought it was a video.
You must have.
I don't know what it is. He hasn't said what it is, Rustin. He just said Austin misled people and lied about this information, and he won't tell us where.
Great hearing. You must have great hearing to know that I'm not doing what I am actually doing.
I know you're yapping.
Yes, even if you like, we may not agree, but at least you try to provide evidence or provide something.
I just said I thought it was a video. I thought it was a video, not a paper, is all I was saying. Chill out.
It was a video referencing a paper in particular.
Yeah, so basically the claim is that Austin's reading a paper, and the claim that Tony's making is that he's purposefully leaving out something to mislead his audience. So we just want to see where he's doing this. I don't know if it's in a video or if it was in a debate. I don't know where he's doing this because Tony hasn't shown us. That's why I said I don't know if it's in a video or he said he's went over this paper on several streams. Tony said he found the paper, but it's not the same paper. So we're looking for Austin claiming the thing that Tony is claiming he's lying about. We're doing this for an hour.
I understand. That's why I said when he said provide us the paper, I don't hear you looking for the paper. I was saying I thought it was a video that he was supposed to be looking for. Just correcting it. If it's a paper, then it's a paper. But I thought that it was a video.
It's a paper from a video, Austin.
That was Tony. That's Tony asking Austin to provide the correct paper, right? But we just want him to So Tony made that claim first. Austin came in and said, "No, I wasn't talking about that paper. I was talking about a different paper."
You guys don't need to keep repeating it. I understand. He needs to find the video of Austin lying, right? Because that was the claim. So the paper at this point is irrelevant. Well, it's not irrelevant, but it should still be posted. But the claim was from a video. So that's all I was saying. We can move on. Whatever. You don't need to keep going over it and over it and over it. It's fine.
Yeah, I have a question for you guys. Not for now. I don't want to.
Rusted Soul, can you hear me? Well, whoever it was that keeps parroting the, questioning Witsit whenever he tries to make a bet and call these dishonest people out by putting money where their mouth is, and then someone chimes in and says, "Do you even have that money to bet, or do you need to crowdfund it?" Like, that's such a slimy, underhanded.
What's even slimier is asking the community for $10,000 and then turning around and gambling with
All
it.
right,
That's
please
slimy.
don't interrupt me real quick.
Don't
I
give a
wasn't
fuck.
finished. Wow, that's good. So you're showing your true colors. It was a
My true,
slimy. So will you admit that it's slimy to do that?
I'll admit that my true colors are I call out fucking scammers and grifters, and if you don't like it, then go cry about it to your mom.
Oh, you call out scammers and grifters. He's not a scammer or grifter. If you could, come up with an instance where he is scammed or grifted.
I
you know,
literally just did the
You just
$10,000 from a few
told.
months ago, and then he says he wants to gamble $10,000 or $1,000. Okay, wow. Like, really? Where have you been? Living under a fucking rock for the past
Hold on.
couple
So
years?
he crowdfunded $10,000. How is that scamming or grifting?
I guess you didn't hear about the dragon's blood or the, be a part of my fasting group for $333 a month. Have you been living under a rock, bro? Like, where have you been?
Yeah, I guess I missed that he didn't follow through with what he said. Is that your claim?
Yeah, he didn't.
Yeah.
There's lots of people that still don't have their merchandise from him that they purchased at 1,000% markup.
I'm pretty sure if that was true, we'd hear a lot more
Well, we've been hearing
from
about it.
these people.
You just stay in your little circle of people who kiss his ass, so you don't hear about it. Clearly, maybe you should do
I'm
some
on here.
research.
I'm on
Maybe
here
you
all the
should do
time.
some
Who's the
research.
person that didn't get their merchandise? Who was that?
There's tons. Even on his own stream, he's like addressed it on his streams. Like, oh, my bad. I'll get that out to you. Okay, it's been months and months and months. Like, dude, there was somebody that donated $250 to him for
Now let's get
telemetry
some
data
names.
that he never even. Am I allowed to finish? You asked me for proof, and then I start naming it off, and now you want to cut me off? Is that what's
You
happening?
didn't name any names.
Oh, yeah, I don't remember their names. Go watch Witsit's stream. It's on his fucking stream where he addresses it.
Okay,
Like,
so
come
no
on.
specificity. There's no
Oh, okay.
cases
Yeah,
of like
I
people
need to
coming
have.
after. If
Okay, if
someone
I
ripped
knew that I
someone
needed
off,
to come in, if I knew that I needed to come in here with names and that I was gonna have this debate with you, then yeah, I'll totally come with fucking receipts, bro. I'll make a whole fucking video. I've been doing mad videos of receipts of people saying, contacting me about times that they donated money that they didn't get what they were supposed to get. So yeah, bro, if you want to go watch those videos, cool. If not, I can comprise them for you in a little packaged fucking bow of bullshit that's been coming out of his mouth for 2 fucking years. So if
okay,
you want to
first,
think that
oh my
he's
God.
legit, that's fine.
Okay,
But I don't believe it.
I wasn't the one that interrupted you before. Okay. Second, it's not just for me. If he's actually doing this, then yeah, he should be called out and shunned, and it should be blasted on all these different servers. Okay. My intuition would say this is not actually the case. That is why I haven't seen any videos, because I'm not trying to be under a rock. I'm not trying to be in any echo chambers. I'm trying to search for the truth. So until I see that video, like to
Okay.
say you're going to bring it to me is
Yeah,
I
I'll
don't know.
send it to you. I'll send it directly to you, bro. I'll send you all the
No, you
stuff that I've
shouldn't
done
just
so
send it to
far.
me. You're not getting my point. You shouldn't just send it to me. You should blast it
Dude,
everywhere
I've
if
been
that is the
blasting it
case.
on my channel for literally a year. I've been
You
blasting
just
it.
said you had to make it. You
Yeah,
said
I
you
can
had.
compile all of the videos that I've made. There's been many videos. There was
Oh,
one guy
dear
that gave him
Lord.
$250 for the telemetry data that Witsit just the other day said he was going to drop like a couple of a month ago. Now, a couple days ago, he was like, I'll do it tonight. And that was like 4 nights ago. So it still
Okay.
hasn't dropped the telemetry data. And that guy
He
donated
didn't say he
$250.
would.
Let me finish. Then he donated $250 for the telemetry data. Then he messaged Witsit and said, hey, like obviously you can't drop the telemetry data. That's fine. I know you. He knows for a fact because he's in the little whatever that community is, Telegram community, that he got way over what he needed for that. So he asked for the money back to donate to the people in South Carolina or North Carolina, whatever it was. It was during the time of like the flooding shit. And Witsit couldn't even fucking respond back to him. Like, didn't even respond to him. And he sent him several emails about it. I have all of the fucking receipts that I posted on my channel already, but I said that I would compile all of the videos for you into one video because maybe you're too lazy to go through and watch all the videos. I have a lot of videos. I don't blame you for not seeing all of them. I get it. I cover different shit. But I'm just saying that, like, if you want me to, I will do that for you because clearly, like, you're completely unaware of the grifting.
You
Okay,
probably
can I
should. You
respond,
probably
please?
should. Go and do that so we don't have to hear you cry about it. Go compile all your evidence to the best of your
Dude,
ability.
you ask me about it and then you say I'm fucking crying
No,
about
I
it
didn't
because
ask you
I'm
That's
about it.
not
defending myself?
that's
Come on, bro.
not me. That's not me. I am different. I did not just say that.
Okay, well, whoever,
Okay,
like, I
please,
can't
can I
find the
respond?
videos right now. I'm literally driving, so I can't find all this shit right now. But if you want to go ahead and send me a DM, whoever wants the video, I'll fucking send it to them. Whatever, DM me and I'll fucking DM it back.
No.
It's
If
in the
you're
chat.
making these grand
Yeah,
claims,
she's mad.
like this is very important for the sake, like if you have these videos, you shouldn't just send them like to people in their
Dude, I
DMs.
posted them on my channel. I've been
Okay,
posting them
can
for
you
a
calm
year.
down, please?
Well, dude, you're saying, oh, you shouldn't just send
Stop
them in DMs.
crying.
You
Don't
Why do we have
just
to
posted
hear
it
post
this?
it.
everywhere. I have
Why are you
posted it.
interrupting me?
Just because
Don't
people
just
don't.
post it. Can I talk? Please don't just post it on your channel. Post it on these servers where people, that's how you get the word out.
I
You're
do.
talking about me being in an echo
I
chamber.
do. I
Okay,
do.
I've
So
never
don't make
seen any.
claims. Okay, well then
Oh,
don't make claims. Why don't
Lord.
you go look? It's Google my fucking name in the chat and see how many times I posted stuff. I posted lots of my videos in here before. So,
Okay,
you know,
my second request would just be when he makes a bet or challenges someone to make a bet, would you please not just like make a slimy remark
no,
and
no.
kind of
I'm
say,
not
wait,
gonna censor
I just
myself.
asked.
And I'm
I
just
didn't
answering.
say
You
to
don't even have to
censor.
finish
Don't
it.
interrupt. You said not to
Please,
interrupt. Just
thank
so
you. I'm not asking you to censor and not speak up, but will you like instead of making a slimy remark for the sake of those people that have been ripped off, can you kind of just call him out on those things, like so that he
No,
has to answer for it instead of just ignoring and being and so the audience doesn't even know. You know what I mean?
no,
yeah, like wait till they're
I'm not going
done.
to do
Like
that. Let me
next time
respond,
he's in
Taylor.
here.
Am I allowed to respond? He's directly talking to me. Can I just respond to him really quick? The reason why I won't do that is because the second that I start talking, I get muted. Doesn't matter what I'm saying. I wouldn't have even been able to get a nice sentence out. So I have to make slimy little remarks just to get them out, just to make the point. Like, I see you. I see what you're doing. You're trying to bet money and at the same time ask everybody else for money. That's fucking shady. And I shouldn't have to censor shit about it.
So, like,
Okay.
I think that maybe muted because, like, if you're interjecting or something. But look, next time he's in here, just bring it up to him so he can actually, like, defend himself instead of, like, if he's
So
in
you
the
think I
middle of
haven't?
a
I guess
conversation.
you've been living under a rock too, because I have, and it's all on my channel. All the times that I've confronted him about this shit. So, like, whatever. You guys are new to the party. It's cool. I got it. But like, it's been talked about, and you think he's just gonna be like all nice to me about it? No, he calls me names. He's rude as fuck. He says it doesn't happen, and then I have the receipts to show it has happened. And he fucking, whatever. We shouldn't even be talking about him
Okay.
because he's not here.
No one's directly talking
Exactly.
about him.
So,
Like, so
point
we're
of
talking
moderation.
about your actions real quick.
Excuse me.
So,
Can I moderate for just a second here?
yes, sir.
I'll allow, I guess, your Geo did make me a mod here. And, if you got receipts, that's cool or whatever, but it's just, we can move on to something much better here. And I think you just need to do better.
No, but we have to get to the bottom of this because this is a huge topic in this server, and the truth needs to
Let's
be.
wait till he's here.
Witsit's in here a lot, okay? The guy was just in here. And it's like to have the topic be about him and about this. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you, you're like totally toxic and you say a lot of stuff I don't like. And I try to be unbiased, but you make it really hard. So I just like the receipts and move on to something else, please, because it's just attacking his character and it's, call me biased or whatever. It's still not a good topic, right? Yeah, I don't want to stay on the topic, but I do want to make the point. I don't think that I've been under a rock. Like, I've been on different servers, I've been listening. So for me not to hear anything about this except from you, it raises a lot of red flags. All right. So it may or may not be true. So that was my only gripe, and it sounded like a slimy remark. So I get what you're saying. That was a good point about getting muted. But yeah, I think we should get to the bottom of this as truth seekers.
I just wanted to say, like, we don't have to talk about Witsit, but we could talk about the Antarctica trip.
That's the same thing, kind of.
Yep. Antarctica blew up flat Earth.
Let's go ahead and get back to it.
Artificial environment.
For instance, ultrasound is used for determining the shape of the baby, right? This is the same. This is the same.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that, brother Tony.
Okay, now Witsit, were you gonna say something?
Brother, you're not
Yeah,
inside.
it's not about this topic though. I'm checking Rusted for all the stuff she's lied about. So if you guys want to wrap this up, then we'll do it
I
because
don't know if it's gonna be wrapped up at all. I don't think there's any chance of that happening.
Point of order. First,
See?
you said you were going to provide a citation to the
okay,
paper.
I just got done eating with family. Tony. Out of the long list of things in my life, placating to you is not on the list. Okay, so I told you I'll grab it. I don't have to do it in any time frame whatsoever. Okay, so I just got
Yes,
through
you
eating with
did.
family.
Yes, you did.
No, I
You
don't.
said
No,
you
I
would
don't.
do it
No.
soon.
Hey,
Well, he
Tony,
didn't bring
Tony,
up the topic.
I know,
He didn't bring the topic.
Tony, you've been in this channel for what, 3 days? You think you run it now? You think it's your server now?
You said you would do it soon. You said that.
Okay, cool. I'll do it soon.
Okay. What time frame?
Sometime tonight.
Just look, you brought up the topic though. He didn't bring it up, like, you know what I mean? So just give him some time.
Okay, I just want a commitment that it will be done.
No, that's not what happened. You just told me I had to do it before I'm allowed to talk. You don't run this server, dude.
He brought up the video.
You gotta take a number.
I think he got it because he found the video. Tony found the video.
When we were going to have access to this.
Doesn't like he. Okay.
No, I said I wanted to talk about something, and you said you need to do this right now. So I'm just gonna let you, Tony. You don't run me, bro. So stop,
Okay,
dude.
but apparently it's okay.
Every time I've jumped, it's just Tony talking super slow over and
Is the
over. I don't
moderator
care.
going to do anything? I mean, he's
Dude.
being
No.
harassed.
Yeah, and we also know this isn't your server
this is
either.
not gonna
So how about
happen.
you
Let
shut
him
up for a little
talk.
bit, little
Yo,
cunt,
let's let
and
Witsit
actually
in.
let the
Let's let
people
Witsit
talk
in.
about
Hold on,
Angel.
guys. Guys, hold on a second. Hold on. Let's let Witsit and Rusted hash this out. Okay, everyone else take 5.
Okay, so this has happened before. It's almost always when I'm not in here. Conveniently, you have such damning proof I'm such a liar and such a thief and such a grifter that you only come off your mic when I'm not in here, unless you want to make some little stupid jab to just derail a conversation. But I'll just remind, don't interrupt
You
me,
weren't in
dude.
here
Shut up.
when I
Don't
called you
interrupt
out.
me.
You
Don't
weren't in
interrupt
here.
me. Don't
Well,
interrupt
you're
me.
lying. I mean,
See, this
right
is
off
all
the
you can
bat,
do.
you're lying.
Is what
But
and watch. She's gonna have to run me the whole time. She's about to get completely exposed, dude.
Can I add some context? I'm sorry.
No, please.
Just I had asked her when you weren't here, so it wasn't like she just spoke up just to attack you when you weren't here. I asked her, or I just advised her on not throwing a slimy jab, and then that's why this whole subject got brought
Yeah,
up.
yeah,
So
I'm aware of that. And then she went on a whole thing about it, right? So this is what she won't let you guys know is she's done this multiple times before, and then I find out about it, and then I called her out about it, and she's like, "No, I have proof. I have so many receipts. I make videos, bro. You don't even watch my videos, bro." And I'm like, "Okay, let's go through whatever your alleged proof is." She's like, "Okay, cool. I have a whole list and everything." And we went one by one down her list. All of it was disproven, dude. Every single one of them ended up being like, "Oh, well, I thought it was like that. Oh, well, I just assumed it was like that. Oh, maybe I misheard. Oh, I'll go check on it." Every single one of them. And you didn't show any integrity to stop doing it. What did you do? You wait a few months and then pretend your whole original list was still true? You have no integrity
okay,
whatsoever.
and this list
Did what I
was
just say happened? Yes or
this
no?
list
Did what I just say happened? Yes or no?
No, it didn't. Not at all. Because what you're talking about, my list that we discussed was about Antarctica. It had nothing to do with your
It
financial
was
issues.
not.
You
That's a
have
lie.
quite a few. What? Are you
No,
serious? Go back and listen.
okay, I'll tell you the stuff that you said
Our
on your list,
debates were
buddy. It was
purely
about
about
grifting.
Antarctica. Were they
No,
not?
no.
They weren't.
No,
Okay.
so I'll give you examples. Right, you had a whole big story about how I was grifting because of the blends that I sold, and then you had a
Yeah,
whole
yeah.
big
Oh,
story.
yeah.
Stop
That was
interrupting me, dude.
that was
You're such
Blob's
a
story
oh,
after. That was Blob's side of things. That
Just let
wasn't
him
mine.
finish.
And
Go ahead.
oh my
it
God.
wasn't. It wasn't Blob's side of the story. It was you slandering me, then
No,
me
I
calling
agree
you
with
out.
him.
You stop.
But that was
This
Blob's
is what I'm saying.
findings for sure.
Dude,
So I'm
buddy,
giving
you
credit
just
where it's due.
you just rambled on and on unchecked slandering me. So why do you need to censor me now? You got all the receipts, right?
Okay,
You got all
my
the
bad.
receipts,
Go
right?
ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, you
Keep
got all the
going.
receipts,
Keep
Rusted.
going.
You got
Everybody
all
that was
okay.
Anybody that's heard it live knows how full of shit you are. So just go ahead and keep exposing yourself.
Okay. Bet $500 that what I'm about to say is like you went through a whole
Once
list
again,
of
I don't ask strangers
Let him
for money on
talk.
the internet. So you want to bet $500 of somebody else's money? Cool story.
Yeah, see, and you would never do it because you're lying. And this was recorded, and people even cut it out to expose you.
No,
So
I won't bet you $500 because I don't gamble. I guess I'm a better Christian than you are, and I'm not even a Christian.
This is not like Christian. Okay,
yeah.
let's just let
Being
him
a Christian
talk.
is totally slandering people incessantly. So
Yeah, you're
what
supposed to
actually
bring him in
happened?
private as a Christian.
She's not a Christian. What actually happened,
Slandering.
right? Was that she
I'm
had
not
a
a Christian. I
list
never
of
claimed to be a Christian.
she had. Okay, so and this is because she knows what I'm saying is true, so she's trying to prevent me from being able to say it. So the whole list had nothing to do with Antarctica. It was all about the accusation that I'm a grifter and that I steal money from people. And you went down your list of proof of that,
That's a
and you're just like,
lie.
oh well, these
Because I
lands you
went
made up.
through. Go ahead and listen to it.
You
People that have
Every
weird
time I
motives.
go
overspeaking
to
him.
say it, you censor me. Okay, so one of the things was the whole thing with the blends. You went on and on about what I did with the blends. Then you claimed that I was offering therapy with Kai. Kai and I were offering therapy, and that we weren't really actually doing it for people. And then you made all kinds of lies about the other the life reset thing, which wasn't even predominantly me. You made all kinds of lies about that. You made multiple lies about me taking money from people, and we went through the whole list of them. For example, the whole list of the stuff with the blends. And every single one of the claims on your list was disproven. And what you did one by one was say, "Oh, well, I guess I must have misremembered, or I could have swore I heard this. Oh, I thought it was this." Right? You claim I offered therapy to people. That never even happened. When did I offer? When did I get people to pay me for therapy with Kai? When did I do that? You have 3 videos claiming I did that. Say something.
Oh, sorry. I was my earbuds.
No, keep the same
tangled.
energy that you had earlier. You came in super hot. Keep
Dude,
the
I
same energy.
literally
He's
my
confronting
earbuds
you
just.
now.
Dude, I couldn't hear the last like 10 seconds of what he said because my fucking earbuds came out. So sorry. Hold on a second. Jesus Christ. Like can't even take 10 seconds.
He said, when did he offer therapy? That's what he asked.
Yeah, when did
Well, he
Kai and
deleted
I
his videos
offer
for the
couples
proof,
therapy?
but I think it's a good thing that I got it recorded and put it on my channel. Not all of it, but some of it, parts of it, of him and her sitting there. Like, why did you delete all of those videos also, by the way? Like, why? Like, you deleted your video about... No, the proof. It's funny how you're asking for the proof, but you deleted the proof, bro. Like, you fucking... And I recorded some of it, so I do have some of it. But, I mean, I can...
Dude,
anybody can go... Hold on. Are you
You're
guys gonna,
such
like...
a liar, dude.
Well, no, okay, so you're allowed to interrupt me now. As soon as I start responding, you're like, you're such a liar. But if I call you a liar, I'm like...
Well, you're
oh my
not
God, you're
responding.
interrupting.
Actually,
Well, let
you're
me go one
rambling
by
on
one.
about
Here we
something
go.
else.
So, your RV. I did bring up your
Did
RV.
I offer couples therapy with Kai? Yes or no?
Yes, you did.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You're a liar. Kai and I have never said, "Hey,
All right.
guys,
That's
we'll
the thing that
give
you're the
you
most
couples
concerned about.
therapy. Come
Is
pay
couples
us
therapy.
money."
You both sat
No.
there.
See, this is what's going to
It
happen
is
with
her. It
every
is
one
her
of the
turn
lies.
now.
She's going to...
It is her
Thank
turn
you.
now.
Thank
I'm just
you.
saying. She's
She's
literally said.
avoiding the
She
actual
literally said
accusation,
she
though.
recorded
She's trying to
it. So
change the
either.
subject to something else.
But you're doing a lot of talking. You should say, "Oh, you have video? Go ahead, give it."
Yeah, and it's on my channel.
No, she doesn't,
Anybody
though.
that wants to go. I do,
But if she
though.
doesn't, dare her to give it. That's the type of shit I do when I'm
Okay,
telling the
let's
truth.
live stream the video up in the top.
Okay, yeah.
No, this is the problem. She's already
I'm
trying to
literally
deflect to
driving
the
right now, so
RV.
I can
This is
talk.
why I'm
But
interrupting. She's
if
trying
you
to
want to
deflect to
schedule,
another claim.
if you want to schedule another debate, and I can come in with all my receipts, I'm perfectly fine with doing that. But right now I'm driving, so I can't share screen and do all the shit that you want to do.
What's the name of the video? What's the name of the video?
Stream the video.
It was from like a year ago. Go look on the live stream. There's like probably Witsit Griffsit maybe. I can't remember the specific one. Like I said, it was a fucking year ago. So let me
Right.
stop
So
driving.
in your
Go home,
video,
and
you make the
why is it that
accusation.
you're doing the thing that you were accusing Tony of doing, where you're like, oh, to prove your stuff right now when I'm like literally driving. I didn't plan this. We didn't plan to have a conversation. This isn't if you want to plan a fucking debate, a conversation
I don't need to
about
plan
this,
anything.
then let's do it.
You
Then
just slandered me. You just
can't
ran on and on
ambush me
slandering me
while
for
I'm
the
driving
third
and then go,
time.
oh, you don't have the proof, so you're fucking full of
Ambush
shit.
you?
Dude, literally,
You
like,
are the one that just went on and on
Dude, all of this
Slander
all started because
me.
of one
This is the
comment.
4th or
Because of
5th time
one
that you've
comment.
done it.
You said, no, this is my turn now to talk now, okay? This all started because of one comment, okay? I was supposedly slimy because I said something about you don't even have the $1,000 or are you gonna crowdfund this $1,000? So that's what this started from. So somebody else asked me a bunch of questions about it, said he'd never heard of it. This is all new to him. So I started explaining it to him. I got accused of saying of not having receipts, whatever. I have it all on my channel. Just go look through my channel, dude. Like somebody go look. The conversation between me and Witsit was the TFE debate with Blob and QOP. So we all had a little part in it. Blob's part was about the the blends. I did also back that up and I did my own separate little short, I think, on the blends. So I'm not saying that I didn't like back
You
him up
see
on
what
that,
I'm
but that
saying?
wasn't even my finding. So I'm just giving
She's
credit
avoiding
where
the
it's due.
actual
So
point.
are you gonna let me fucking finish, dude? Like this is so rude that like
No,
you asked me all
you're
this
just
stuff.
trying to avoid the point.
No, the point is that you just said that
Did
this whole
I
conversation. Let me,
offer
dude.
couples
How is this
counseling
okay?
with
How am I
Kai?
not allowed to talk? You are so exposing yourself right now, bro. Like this is ridiculous. Let me fucking finish my sentence. The debate that we had,
Yeah,
the
please
points,
ramble
the
on
20
avoiding the
minute,
question,
the
please.
20-minute video that I did was not
Yeah,
about your financials. It was about TFE. And at the end, we talked about your financials. That's when Blob came in and started talking about his blends and how you're upselling them by 1,000% and you're ripping off your people. And I back him up 100%. He was totally right. You're charging $33 and $333 for a fucking to be a part of some camp, and then like $1,000 for the tier 3 level 3 of it. Like dude, we have it all on video. Like it's literally all there. If you look under, it was about a year ago, TFE debate, whatever.
This is all she does every time.
I'll try to mediate.
No,
All
I'm
right.
gonna defend myself.
No,
No,
yeah,
I
you
got
got it.
you.
No, what's it? I got the video streamed up. I can go to any one of your videos.
No, what I
Rusted.
want to do is address her lies. Okay, this is what she
No,
does
but
every
you
time.
just said, wait, no, let me finish.
Oh,
You just said, no,
whoa,
you just said that
whoa,
the whole debate was
oh,
about your
whoa,
financial situation, which it
whoa.
was not. It was about TFE. So at
Okay,
least
What
I
concede
products
that
never
it
did
said
wasn't.
that.
people get? Is
I
there
never
any
said that.
products I paid for and didn't get? That would be
All right.
grifting or
Yes.
scamming.
Go look at Witsit's. I don't remember which stream it
Nope,
was. Maybe it was
nope.
a couple streams ago, and he addressed real time, and I even clipped it and put it in a short
Dude, okay,
about people
I'm going
not
to
Wait, let her finish.
officially leave the server. If this
people
person
not
gets to slander me and I don't get to respond, this is the
Yeah, go
5th
ahead
time the
with
Well
it.
then,
person's done it.
well then maybe you
I
should go,
mean,
bro.
mediate.
Maybe
Okay,
you should
okay,
go.
this is the problem. What she wants to do is ramble on about everything in the world because what happened last time? She's talking about, I
You
said it was
on
asked
your
her
just
if
own
about,
channel.
you
oh
offer
my
couples
God,
therapy, and
dude.
All
she
right.
said
All right.
Okay, just
yes.
let Witsit talk. Like,
No,
whatever.
you asked her if you did couples therapy with Kai. She literally said yes.
Okay,
Slam her
so
on
for the
that, or
record,
don't do nothing else.
okay,
Damn.
but Eli, what'd she do instead? Rambled on about a bunch of other bullshit so we can't
You
actually hold her to that
So
lie. And
tell
now
her
she
that
wants to
I'm willing to hold
interrupt
it.
me
Yo, get the
again.
video. Get that clip
I'm
that you
I'm
talking about,
Okay,
Shorty. That's
and
it.
I'm on it.
Rusted, so just to clarify, you are claiming that Kai and I offered couples counseling and charged
No,
people for it,
no,
correct?
I not charge people.
Oh,
You guys gave
oh.
free advice to people because you guys were such a fucking that's not what I said you were charging people for though. I didn't say that you charge people. You gave away a
No,
lot
no,
of
in the
fucking
video
bullshit
it says
advice
we
and you did
offered
videos
couples
together
counseling.
and you okay, no, you guys gave advice like fucking crazy. Like you guys
Oh,
had
so we were
whatever.
on a stream
Whatever
and
you
we
want to call
talked
it, dude.
about relationships for like 10 minutes. Okay, so that's a
For 10
lie.
minutes?
Okay, so
No, there was
next one.
you deleted all the evidence. So the only evidence that
I
I
didn't
have is the
delete
stuff that I
anything.
clipped.
It's
You did
unlisted.
too.
It's unlisted.
Okay. All right. Well,
I
then
didn't
make
delete
it listed again.
anything. It
But
didn't.
okay,
Did he
are
Okay,
you
charge
gonna
or not?
dude, Gio,
are
why
you
is this
gonna
person allowed to
concede?
do this?
No,
This
I never
person
said that
just
he
now
charged
slandered me
for
when I wasn't in here, and now she
dude.
won't let me call her out for lying. Okay,
Okay.
this is what
Okay.
actually happened. Rusted, shut up. This is what actually happened. The last time you did this, I called you out in front of everybody, right? You did the same bullshit you're doing right now. And
Who?
then just
When?
fling together a
When did
whole
you
bunch of
call me out? When?
stop
Bro, all
No, tell me
right.
interrupting
when.
me.
All right,
You just
yep.
you
She
did the
muted
whole
now
thing where
for a
you just
second. Go
you
ahead.
go to your
Go back and forth.
whole entire story as a
Oh,
sorry,
you cut out. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I gotta go. you stream together all these claims at once because once I finally got you to, let's go through it one by one. And you said, okay, cool. I have a list of all the times you've grifted people and all the stuff you've done. Then we went through the whole list and you got disproven by all of them. And then at the end, I said, do you not feel bad at all that you've gone around and made all these videos and made all these claims, swearing up and down? You have all the proof and all the receipts, and every single thing you said was a lie. For example, with the blends, I've already exposed that. I said, no, there's a specific proprietary blend that Dragon's Blends does. They offered me to help sell the products. It helps me fasting. I said, yo, this helps me fasting a ton. It helps me fast way longer than I normally can. If you don't want to buy the blends, then here's how you can try to get the same effect for free. You can use water, sea salt, and lemon. That's a free alternative, and you can still be a part of the community fast. But the actual blends themselves have activated charcoal and a certain balance of it so that it gets the toxins. For me, I love it. And yes, you would be supporting the channel by buying the blends. That is the exact opposite of grifting. You don't even know what the word means. You went around claiming I was offering couples counseling and charging people for it, that it was therapy, and Kai and I were giving, and you actually said that she was claiming she was a therapist and that we were offering couples counseling. Complete and total lie. That never happened. Then
you were diagnosing people left and right with psychology names, and somebody had actually said that she was a therapist, and if she's not a therapist,
somebody
or
had
she
said,
wasn't, went to school for therapists. Maybe she wasn't a therapist. Maybe she went to school for it. I don't know.
The video up.
Okay,
I got it right.
So,
I got it up right now. We
so
can just objectively look at it.
So somebody
which video do you have up right now?
The one that you said that.
Wait.
The TFE debate. So can you just
No. The one. No.
That's what he's talking about. The only conversation that
she's freaking out. She's freaking out.
Freaking out. There's consequences.
No, when he's talking about the list of stuff that I had, that was from the TFE debate. There's
just
no
relax
other
for a second, please. We're gonna go through this
video. That's not the one that he's talking about. That's not the one that he said. The list. Where's the list?
I have the transcript. Seriously. All right, you're gonna get muted, dude. All right, I have the video up right now. Okay.
Yes, it says, lie.
Right here, and then we're gonna just go through it.
Well, let me address the other thing she just said real fast. So
her being a
the reason, because I like someone. Yeah. Look. She just said, "Oh, I think This is what always happens with all of her stories. She says with such conviction and swears up and down. The videos are on my channel. I have the receipts, guys. You can just go look for yourself on the channel with the videos. It's just her baselessly lying, just saying things. And then whenever we get down to it, it's stuff like what she just said. Oh, well, I'm pretty sure someone told me she was a therapist or that she went to school for that. So if she didn't, then okay, sorry, I might be wrong about that one. And then she says that about every single one of the claims. And then I expose her. And then she waits till I'm not in here and she says them all again.
Okay.
What is this one about?
I have great difficulty with what's happening here. Gio, a participant in the discussion and a supporter of Witsit, has muted the person who is being accused. Now, I agree that it needs to be the case that Witsit gets to lay out his grievances and complaints about what happened. But it also needs to be the case that Rusted gets to respond and doesn't.
Bro, Witsit speaking, Tony. We're not trying to hear you right now.
Okay.
So just go on mute. Rusted, just go on mute, Tony. Tony, just go on mute.
Okay. The other accusation. Oh, thank you, Tony. Yeah, we didn't have you unmuted and unmuted because you incessantly tried to censor me and make sure the room doesn't get to hear that you're a liar. That's what actually happened, of course, right? Let's avoid that part of it. So the other thing you said was that
like 2 months
What
ago.
is this whole thing about?
What was that for?
This is where we start. This is where we just randomly start to play. This is where we.
Okay.
Okay. This is why she was muted, Tony. Okay. So first of all, you lied claiming that me and Kai offered couples counseling and made a big point about you found the fact that we had some issues in our relationship. What a bunch of hypocrites. They're charging people for therapy, and she's a therapist, and they can even handle their own stuff. I never
said that you charged anybody for therapy. That's a lie.
Oh yeah, you did. Oh yeah, you did. Oh yeah, you did. Stop interrupting, dude. You see what I'm saying? Every time I talk, it's every time I talk.
Well, we gotta hear her.
Hold on. Everyone stop right now.
No, we don't.
Hold on.
No, we don't.
Stop.
Well, then we don't have to hear what she said, he said, or he said, she said. Like,
I got the video up right here.
Oh, unless Austin's not in the room to
That's
defend
what
himself.
I'm saying. Let's get to the video.
She can go unchecked.
I'm
she
on
can
it.
go unchecked as long as Austin's not in here, right? She can go unchecked and lie, slander me, as long as Wit's not in.
Did that happen? Is that true?
Yes.
Right here.
Yes, it just
right
happened tonight.
Watch Beast.
I mean,
watch his stream.
I got the stream up, guys.
Okay.
All right. So now
Let's
that the
go.
stream is up, what are you?
Let's all listen.
I guess the girl. What are we supposed
Right
to be
here.
listening for?
That's not
All
even
right.
the list of stuff that Witsit was just talking about. So you don't even have the right video up.
Hold on. Before you freak out, because you just say it right here in the transcript. I'm just gonna let people listen to it.
Can you turn the volume up anyway? Because it's low.
Let me try.
Wait, pause it. That's a lie. That's a total lie. You just made that up. She didn't file anything. You lied. Okay, next.
I'm just reading. I'm literally reading.
Oh, really? Where does it say that she put
Hold on,
an
wait.
order on me? Where does it say she put an order on
It
me?
says in there, but I can't read it right now. I'm
No, it
driving,
doesn't.
but
No, it doesn't.
okay.
She didn't. She didn't. It wasn't up to her at all. It had nothing to do with her putting anything on me. That's a lie. You made that up. This is what you do: is you look for any piece of information and you just add stuff to it to make up a narrative, and then I start checking
So
you
you
on it, and
didn't
you're like,
spit on her, and she didn't put it, or okay.
no, yeah, good try. Yeah, and then what happens is you're like, oh,
That's
well, I'm
what it
pretty
says.
sure, or I assumed, or someone told me, or I think I remember, and you never come with the receipts, but then you come back when I'm not in the room, you say all the lies again and claim you have receipts.
It's funny that you
Why
want to
are you
harp
talking about people's personal life like this?
Because
This is so gross.
this person
Yeah,
is
they're the ones talking. This was how old ago?
That's
Like
not
you're
cool.
talking about this right now, and
No, you
like,
did it
so you don't want
tonight,
to talk
dude.
about the money part.
Rusted.
Like you want to talk about everything but the money part. Okay,
Let's
let's
talk
keep
about-
talking about your
all of
personal
it.
life.
No, we're gonna
Witsit,
go
All
why
right,
did
both of you
why
real
did
quick.
you ask for $10,000?
Okay,
Hold on.
Wait on that one.
Hold on,
guys,
Tony. Hold on.
guys.
No one. Let's just listen to the video. Can we just do that, please? All right, because she's about
No,
to say
no, actually,
exactly. No, Tony,
step
just
before
relax,
that.
dude.
There's a step before that. Okay.
No, you're gonna get muted, dude.
Austin,
We're
you
gonna-
want us to play
Shut
the
up,
movie,
Tony.
Austin?
All right, please, can we just listen to this video? Because this is straight up what she says right here. Right here.
Okay.
Bam.
Okay, so what'd she just say? She just said she's a therapist and I'm saying I'm a life coach. And if this is how it's going on, people should be careful with the
talks
kind
like
of
one.
businesses they're getting into. You sit here and accuse us.
The reason why I said businesses is because you've said over and over on all of your streams that you have multiple businesses. You've offered life coaching. The level 1 was,
Yeah, but
I
you were
forget,
wrong,
100 and
and it
something
was your
dollars.
job to relay information correctly. And speaking loosely with your mouth, that was incorrect. What I'm
Yeah, you thought
saying
she's a
is,
therapist.
when you said all of that, and then said businesses, and now, no, I'm not going to
He
shut
does
the
have
fuck up.
businesses. That's
No,
from
I'm
his
not
own
gonna.
words.
Yeah, that's a red herring, though. That's besides the
Witsit
point.
says he has
You
businesses.
said,
He has
all
a
right.
life coach.
Now we can mute her.
This is what she does, bro.
Now we
Because
can
she's
mute her.
freaking out.
So the point is, you just said that you didn't say that he was doing counseling or whatever it is for money, that you didn't specifically say that. Right here, you did say that. Because you lumped in what you were talking about. The context was coaching and relationship advice. And if these are the businesses, so if you fucked up, then fix your lie.
Correct. And this is even worse. Is she's saying that she's a therapist. So clearly the context of what she's telling people is Kai's a therapist. I claim to be a
Am I
life
allowed to
coach
respond
and that
to
we're
that guy
offering.
screaming at me, or am I just going to be muted every time you guys address me so I can't even respond?
No, you're just going to dishonestly pretend that you want to talk to him.
Let me respond, please. Am I allowed to respond? Okay. So the life coaching, yes, you did charge for life coaching. That's on your own fucking. Hold on, sorry. That's on your own videos that you advertise level 1, level 2, level 3 of life coaching. That was true. The couples
Pause right there.
therapy,
Pause right
you
there.
did not. Couples, no. I'm not pausing. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, yeah.
So,
what are you
no,
going to
let
do
me
about
finish.
it? What are you
How
going to
is
do
that?
about it?
All right, just let. Okay.
She's right. I remember that clearly. I've seen that same exact thing.
Oh, well,
You ask people for so
you
much
remember
money.
it clearly.
To donate money, man.
Guys,
I mean,
guys, we just
No, we're gonna have this resolved.
The issue is she's stringing together a bunch of the lies. I said pause right there because I'm trying to address each of the lies, because what will happen is it'll turn into a 3-hour conversation where every time she speaks, she puts 12 lies in there at once. It's to avoid being held accountable for the fact she's making shit up and slandering me repeatedly for over a year now. So I never said that I was a life coach. I was part of something called Life Reset with a guy that's an actual therapist. All of the therapy, all of the life coaching aspects of it, the actual therapy was just him. I never claimed to be a therapist or offer therapy in any way. I worked with him. His name is Stephen Dragon. He's a literal therapist. He's a literal therapist, and that's on the Life Reset, which totally bombed. There's the claim that I was claiming to be a life coach and a therapist, and that Kai is a therapist, and that we're offering relationship advice, and we have businesses based on couples counseling, is such a lie, bro. You just made it up. And then when it comes down to it, what does she say? Oh, well, I'm pretty sure someone told me that she was a therapist, and I'm pretty sure she went to school for that. Both of which are just lies. So your big standard of evidence here is I'm pretty sure someone told me that. So is that the standard you go about before going online and publicly slandering people? Is just I'm pretty sure someone told me that one time.
That Stephen Dragon thing did cost money. I remember.
I never said it didn't cost money, dude.
Well, that's what I'm hearing is going on.
No, the accusation is that I am stealing money from people. This accusation is that Kai and I were offering to do couples counseling to people and charging them money because she's a therapist, but really behind the scenes, we had all this relationships issues. And people should just be aware of what they're getting into before they're giving these people money in their businesses for therapy when they can't even handle their own stuff. We didn't offer anything. We didn't offer any couples counseling, any therapy. She's not a therapist. She had nothing to do with any of that.
But
It's just a lie.
That's what's being referenced is the Stephen Dragon thing that you were a part of.
She says that Kai's a therapist and that we were offering relationship advice, and before people get involved and give us their money for these businesses, then they should be aware they don't even have their own stuff figured out. So you shouldn't be taking relationship advice from them. Okay, she's not a therapist. We weren't offering couples therapy. I'm not going to keep saying it over and over. It's just a lie. It's just a lie. Okay, and it's not even the biggest lie. It's just everything she says is a lie. Okay, so then with the blends, I just completely debunked that. She claims markup of 1,000%. Dude, this is such a goofy thing to say.
You guys.
Well, she was allowed to do it completely unchecked when I wasn't in here, though. So all of a sudden, the live stream didn't have the standard of not personally talking about people, not slandering, not being drama when I'm not in here to defend myself. And Russ has been doing this for a year.
So, Gio, I'm glad you're here. I would like to go through the lies one by one. We just went through the first one. She clearly says her being a therapist. No, I'm not. What am I lying about? Her being a therapist and, being a life coaching. Yeah, okay, red herring. Stop it. Anyway, so we just addressed the first one. So what's the second one? You said the blends?
Okay, so
it was supposed to be about money. It was supposed to be about money. The whole thing started because I said, you don't even have $1,000. You have to crowdfund for that $1,000 that you're betting Tony for. That's how it all started. So how did it go to all of this, which I already talked with you about this. And I said, oh, you know what? She's not a therapist. My bad. This is an old conversation that we had. And I said, but you were offering life coaching. You did give advice on your channel. Yeah, you didn't charge for it. But I mean, if you want to keep harping on this, that's fine. But the whole point of this was to be about your money issue, about $10,000. What did you said you were going to, you told everybody numerous times that you were going to talk about why you needed the $10,000 and you never told us. So here's your chance.
Another lie. Okay, now.
Yeah, you did. I have clips.
There she goes. What was that one word in right then? And it was my turn to say what the thing was, and she just repeats the stuff she said when I wasn't in the room.
I was muted the whole time.
There we go again.
You were in the room when I said it. You were in the room. You
me every time I go to talk.
You responded to me. When I said it, you responded to me. How is it that you were in the room?
Just let the person go on and on about me.
You were in the room. I said it to you. I said it to you earlier. I said, you don't even have $1,000. How am I talking about you if you responded to me and you weren't
When am I
there?
going to get to respond to you?
Okay.
Can I respond to you now?
Guys,
No,
we
Tony.
need a more formal structure.
So,
We need a more formal
oh my
structure.
God. Every time it's my turn to show that he's lying, everyone wants to help make sure I don't get to do it.
Well, actually, I mean,
no,
Tony,
that's not what I want.
Tony, it's
Tony,
okay.
I want-
Your input is correct. All right, we need formal structure. Can we just have Rusted Soul and the mods and Witsit just have a back and
not
forth?
be Ashley, please.
Yeah, I'm a mod in here, brother. Please stop slandering me too. I don't lie. So
Okay. Can I speak, please? So, like, this is the only reason this came up. Normally, I take the high road with this. She's been doing this for a year. People are always slandering me. Every time I'm in here and someone gets brought up that's not in here, quickly it's interjected. We try not to talk about people when they're not in here, but when it's about Witsit, you can go on for 20 minutes and talk about his personal life, his relationship, and call him a thief and a grifter and a
I
slanderer
didn't
and a
talk about your
creation.
personal life.
Stop
That's a lie.
interrupting
Because that's
me.
a lie. You're lying right now, saying
Dude,
that I talked about your personal life
such a joke.
earlier, and I didn't.
Yeah. So Gio,
I told her to bring receipts or to
who's
stop.
What
Hold on,
is
bro.
that
Your
noise?
mic, Amphibious, Amphibious, your mic is.
Oh, yeah. Amphibious, your mic is gone. You sound like you're far away.
Can I please finish what I'm saying real quick? Can I please finish
Well, when you paused, I thought that was like
I didn't
you
pause, I
got a
interrupted
lot
her.
to say.
Yeah, because I'm being lied about and it's happening over and
I
over
know,
and
but
over.
if you say less of that and more of the items, I'd be more.
I'm trying to, but I keep getting interrupted. So she talks for 3 straight minutes. I get 10 seconds and I get interrupted. Okay, so this claim that she just said, I don't know why it's all about this. Yeah, you're right. I heard you slandering me. We went through the list. You claimed that I was upselling the blends and grifting people and basically stealing money. You don't seem to know what the word grifting means. We actually went through the definition with you and you just keep saying it anyway. There's nothing stealing about selling a product that you put together with a proprietary blend isn't stealing from people because you can look at the ingredients on the back and be like, hey, if I go find the cheapest, poorest quality of all this stuff individually and I buy it in bulk and then I mix it myself, it would be way cheaper. Look, he's stealing from people. It's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. Okay. And I actually said, hey guys, here's how you can do it for free and still be a part of the community fast. I explained that to you. You said, oh, okay. And then you just keep saying it anyway. The other thing, and the reason this is coming back up is because once I exposed that, no, Kai's not a therapist. No, we didn't offer anything. That's a lie. You said, oh, my bad. Someone told me that. Okay. And then you kept the video up and you keep on alluding to the same lies. That's the point. If you had any integrity, you would take the video down because it's blatantly a lie. But of course, you're not going to do that, right? Because it's the only time your channel gets views. So
I
then
don't
if we go
take
to the
videos
next,
down like you do.
Wait, why wouldn't
you just leave the lies up.
Hold on, wait, real quick. Hold on, Tony. 1 second. Why wouldn't you take this video down? It's clearly not true. You said she's being a therapist.
Why would I take the video down when I talked to Witsit about it afterwards and apologized and said, oh, I guess I thought she was a therapist. My bad. And now he just wants to talk about that instead of the actual topic, which
So
was
why
him
isn't the
asking
video
for $10,000. Why should it be down? Why?
Because it's not true.
The one little part of it of them, and I didn't even say that they charge for couples therapy. I said they really shouldn't be giving advice. That I didn't say that they charge for couples therapy. He charged for life
it's
coaching.
not true.
No, it's not. Okay, whatever, dude. I
thought you
eat my
said that
videos
earlier.
up.
Anyway, let's talk about
make
the money.
videos.
She keeps acting like I'm trying to avoid the
when
money.
I'm wrong, I say that I'm wrong, and I did already tell him I was wrong, and he said that earlier as well. So why
And
should
then you just keep saying it when I'm not around and you leave up the
I think
videos.
I did,
Anyway,
actually. I'm pretty sure I brought it up in one of my other videos after that. I'm pretty sure I did. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I just talked to him. It was a year ago. But once
Dude,
again,
believe it or not,
everyone
the
wants to talk over me
accusation
when it's
that
when I'm
I'm stealing
responding.
from people is a serious accusation. And one time I was in here like a week ago, and she's like, "Oh yeah, that's why haven't you sued me then, Witsit? Why haven't you sued
Yeah,
me
and I
then?
talked
Because you
to
know,
you.
immediately interrupting me again. It's because you know you can't sue me because
You
what
said
I'm
I
saying
talk
is true.
about you.
Dude, look at this.
You
Look at this
said I
person,
talk
dude.
about you.
How is it
You said I
allowed?
don't talk. You said I talk about you when you're not here. The 2 times that I've talked
You're
about you,
clearly
you
just
were
trying to
here.
prevent me from getting to expose you to the audience. That's why you censor
Dude,
me every
expose
time.
away. I don't give a fuck. I'm not asking anybody for money.
Just
This
shut
doesn't
up.
affect my pocketbook.
Can I? Okay, we need to step back.
It's all right. Tony, please stop.
We need to. No,
Tony, take 5, dude. Tony, take 5, man. Just let the mods and Witsit and Rustin still handle this, please.
Okay, so she's like, why haven't you sued me then? Witsit? It's because what I'm saying is true. And I said, no, I was like, actually, I could sue you, right? For slander and
didn't.
defamation. I literally did. It's recorded. I said,
I know. I have it. I can send it to you.
She's immediately interrupting me again, dude.
Please, guys, let's go one at a time.
Rustic,
Come on, man.
But muting her makes it look like bias. Rustic, can you just not interrupt? I don't know, man. This live stream is really not for this. If you guys need to hash this out, I guess we can to some extent. This is just.
I agree.
Wrong.
But this is
I
why I
agree.
was trying to. This is
But-
why I
oh,
was
yeah, but
trying to.
Gio, you
This
see
is
the
why.
issue.
This is why I was trying to
All
get
right, I'm
into.
not gonna talk about.
All right, well,
You
I
guys
did
win.
start
She gets
first.
this live.
I did start first.
Every fucking
I
time
did
I
start
try to
first.
talk.
You're not gonna say, okay, I guess I can't talk. I'm gonna go, and then
Well,
try to
do
do
you
it
remember
again.
what happened? She
I already
told me
started
that-
first,
okay,
bro.
Gio,
You can't cry about me. I'm going to start first before they're gonna mute me. I literally asked, "Hey, Gio, can I ask you a question?" Like 5 minutes ago, and I'm still trying to ask the question.
This is such a joke, dude.
So I don't know.
Yeah.
I said, "Hey, can I ask a question?" 5 minutes ago. You still were talking, so I let you talk. I'm still trying to ask the question, even though she's interrupting you. What the fuck does that have to do with me?
Oh,
and the rest of the room?
man, come on.
Yeah, because Gio's trying to stop the conversation. Y'all understand that, right?
I
I'm
didn't
trying
say
to
I
help
was
him
trying
get.
to stop it. I didn't say that. Some order needs to be had. I think
Okay.
does Rustin and Witsit should go back and forth without interrupting. Maybe no one else should jump in. Is that what we do?
That's kind of that doesn't. That's
Yeah,
kind
does
of.
everyone
You
else
need
go
to
on
set the
mute?
stage of what's
If you're
going to
not
be
a
talked
mod,
about.
if you're not a mod and you're not Witsit and Rusted, go on mute.
Well, before that, I fucking asked Gio a question. Can I do that or not?
Later. Do it later.
No,
All right,
let's
you wanna
do it right
I'll be
now.
right-
Yeah.
So is this the airing the dirty laundry between two people episode of?
Campbell, seriously, I can
As soon as I can do it respectfully,
Go
I'll
ahead,
do it.
ask
Go
your
for it.
question.
I'm just saying. Witsit basically is saying she's coming in here talking shit. I wasn't here, or I'd have been like, nah, you did do that. I don't know. So this whole thing right now, it started supposedly because she was talking shit. But we're not talking about that. So that's garbage, right? So then we're going to this list of things that Witsit wants to expose her for continuously, parading around to different places, including this place. So she's saying, no, all I did directly was talk about TFE. All the other stuff I commented on, but that was other people that I do talk to. That's what their position was. So we're trying to figure out what's what. I just cleared it up.
If I was actually able to speak for more than 10 seconds, I'd clear it all up. The only reason that the list came up was because I said, yo, this is a reoccurring problem. So much so that back in the day, I had to say, you know what? Okay, let's go through all the stuff you're accusing me of grifting and stealing and lying one by one. She's like, okay, perfect. I have a whole list I wrote out and everything in front of the whole room. She went through the whole list one by one. She got exposed for all of them. I only set the stage to point out why I felt the need to come back in here and address it.
When did
Because
that happen?
dude, stop interrupting me. Not
Dude, can
even
we just
30
do this?
minutes ago.
Can we just do this, Rusted? So you don't get muted. Can you just not interrupt? Let him go until he's done, and then you can respond. Can we just do that?
Yeah, he's just been talking forever and ever. I just want to know when this happened because I don't remember having a list of,
I have it up.
what he's talking about.
It's right here, dude.
That was the
He told me
TFE.
that earlier.
This is why in
Yeah.
court cases they have, objections.
This is
and
why, yeah.
This is why courts are
what
very
I
complex. Yeah.
what I
this is what-
suggested earlier was that because he's like telling me, oh, drop this, drop that. And I said, how about we plan a debate and I bring all of my receipts all in a video and we talk about it when I'm prepared.
got
Because
the
I was
mic taken
driving
from
this whole
me and
time
just
and I
dropped
was
and
saying we
again.
shouldn't be. And who's talking over who now? Is somebody
I
going to
got
fucking mute Witsit ever?
interrupted, dude.
You've been talking longer than Witsit.
Like, this is what happens. I get interrupted by Rusted. Then Gio says, hey, maybe don't interrupt. And then Rusted starts going back and forth with Gio and then goes on her monologue again. And that's happened 7 times. And at the end of it, I've still never even got to speak at all. That's all
All right,
that's
well,
happening.
Yeah, no. If we don't have a more complex court case, if this is really what you guys want to do, then if we don't have that structure, then why doesn't everyone else stay muted? Witsit, go as long as you need. Rusted, you can then go for as long as you need. Go back and forth for a bit. Is the best we can do for right now. Just don't interrupt Witsit. Please let him say his full thing. Go ahead.
And Gio, can I make a suggestion? Any color commentary, you just get muted for temporarily.
For right now, yes. Anyone else?
For
who
right
jumps
now.
in? Yeah.
Anyone who jumps in, you get. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay.
No
all right,
one
bro.
interrupt Witsit. Rusted, just don't interrupt him because then if you get muted, it makes it look biased. And the problem here is that people, it's like if you're straw man, remember we talked about if there's a straw man, then you could interrupt and say straw man. That's what's happening. So you guys are saying things that you feel like each other didn't say. So that's why this would need a really complex court environment where there can be all the objections and I don't know.
Yeah, people can use the text chat if they want to comment.
There's more important things in this world to be discussing than all of this. But if you guys need to hash it out, I mean, let's just complete it.
Yeah, why is anyone worried about anyone else's money? First off,
this is all twisted to be this involved.
Okay.
I don't know.
There's no
yo, seriously, shut.
All right.
All right, now Issa got muted. Sorry, Issa. Dude, come on.
Did we? I thought we just agreed no color commentary for the time being.
Just let Witsit talk.
All right. Fine.
Okay,
Just
so this is
go ahead uninterrupted, please. Nobody interrupt. Issa, just hold off for a sec. Say your
Just real
point.
quick, Issa. I love you, brother, but just real quick, we just gotta
Oh,
resolve
all good.
this.
All good.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Thank
Okay,
you.
so the issue is, if anyone actually knows me, they know I rarely even respond to most of the stuff said about me. Okay, I try not to do this. I try not to do it in here. I try not to do it in general. This is a reoccurring situation by specifically this person, QOP, and sometimes the Blop guy, and this person's obsessed. Her whole channel's about it. I tried to let it go. Okay, in the past, eventually I said, you know what? You're claiming that I'm lying. You're claiming that I'm stealing money from people, that you have proof. You're going up and throwing stuff up about my family on the internet, which resulted in my address being doxxed and me receiving all kinds of death threats and pictures of my kids and crazy stuff. Because, that's my real life. Okay, so now I eventually confront you and say, okay, let's go through these lies, these claims about how I'm stealing money and a grifter. First of all, do you know what grifting means? That I don't actually believe something and I'm swindling people and lying to them to steal money from them. You said yes. I said, okay, let's go through them. Good. I have a whole list written down. We went through the list. You got disproven with all of it. The same thing that happened just then with the therapist thing is what happened with the whole list. Oh, well, someone told me that. Oh, well, I kind of assumed that. Well, I could have swore I heard it. I'll have to look for it. Every time you just made it up. What actually happened was you just made all of it up. You found some little piece of information and you built a whole story out of your own mind, and then you put it out there as some definitive fact slandering me. I only brought that part up because it has already been addressed, because I'm explaining why this is unacceptable, in my opinion, that she's allowed to now do it again. And it's always when I'm not in the room. I have multiple people messaging me, so I go back and listen, and sure enough, it's just Rusted just spewing tons of lies about me, claiming that I steal money from people. And she didn't say anything about $10,000. What she said was that the telemetry data from Antarctica, someone donated money for the telemetry extraction program, which is true, and that then I couldn't release it, but I got way more than I needed for that. So then the guy reached out to me and asked if he could have the money back so he could donate it to people in Carolina, and I just ignored it. Okay, so what happened was I said, yo, you guys are telling me to extract the telemetry data from the GoPro, right? The only program I see that actually does that costs like $300. I don't have $300 to spend on that. Not to mention, I already know everyone's just going to claim it's fake anyway. Okay, so then some people donated money for it. I went and purchased it. It was impossible to release the data without it showing my address. I then went and told everyone that, including the people that gave me money. I went and said it in the public group. Dude, I'm sorry. I'm trying to work with people behind the scenes to see if there's a way to pull that part of the data out without it being like noticeably manipulated, because that's just going to make everyone feed the conspiracy was all fake and it's all whatever. It's all like not real telemetry data, because I wasn't going to dox my family. I have children that are under the age of 3, you psychopaths. So when you say stuff like this and then I receive literal in-depth death threats and pictures of my children and pictures of my house that aren't online, like someone actually took it in person. Yeah, it's actually a very serious situation. Okay, this is why I have to address it. So I didn't get way more than I needed. No idea where you got that from, but I went and told everyone, yo, I can't release it right now. So then you brought this up because you've recently said, now that you've moved, can't you show it? I said, yeah, sure, I will be able to do that when I get a chance. I've been super busy. And then you just now started lying again. He said he was going to send it that night right then. He promised he was going to send it right then, and then he didn't. That's not true. I said, I might can get around to it tonight. I'll try to do it tonight. I didn't have time. I didn't do it. I forgot about it later. I was busy. So whatever. So that's just another lie. So all of these are lies, claiming that I'm stealing money, the $10,000. That's a super private, hypersensitive situation. There's probably 10 people in here that know all the details. You sure as hell will never know them. Okay? Never. They know the details. I literally cannot publicly talk about it right now, dude. And I never claimed, hey, I'm going to tell you guys exactly what that money was for. That's a narrative that you and other people that lie made up. What I said was, there's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes. I'm hoping to be able to give you guys more clarity and tell you what's been going on here soon. I never said, hey, exactly why I reached out and said, yo, I need you guys to help me out. I'm going to tell you exactly what that was for. I never would have said that because I know I literally can't do that. Literally can't do that. And it really doesn't take Sherlock Holmes to put together what that means. There's only a few things that could mean. Okay, but I don't care. People that actually support me when I say, yo, I'm going through something, I actually need help and I can't talk about it, it's hypersensitive. The people that actually donate to that, they actually trust me. It's the people like Rusted Soul who would never actually help me in that situation that got so much to say about it. Okay, this is why I actually have beef with it, dude. I don't steal money from anybody. The only thing that happened with the blends, because Taylor said, well, to claim that he's stealing, I mean, if someone was actually they were paying for products and not getting it, then you could say he was swindling or stealing or something. She's like, yeah, He did do that. I have a video of him admitting it. Now, you have a video of me saying, whoa, there was an issue with the GoDaddy ordering system. It turns out that some of them were marked as fulfilled but weren't, because I've gotten multiple messages that have said I never got my order, even though it said it was fulfilled. So if that happened to you, please reach out to me with your order number. We'll make sure you get it. And then guess what I did? I sent all those people double, like the bigger sizes and free ones, because they didn't get it whenever they originally ordered it, just because of a glitch in the system. I sent them extra stuff, money out of my pocket. I sent it to them for free to make up for it and covered all the shipping because of a glitch in the system. Nothing to do with stealing people's money. It's a total lie. But you keep going around claiming that basically I was pretending to sell products and people were paying for them, but then they never got them and I just kept their money. That never happened. I never stole money from anybody. So stop saying it. It's all a lie. And stop saying stuff that's a lie about my family. How about you just stop being obsessed with me and obsessed with my personal life and stop slandering me in general? Go do something else. And if you had any integrity, like I told you last time, once I went through and took the time to have to now publicly talk about personal stuff that shouldn't even be talked about because you keep doing it, once I show you that what you said's untrue, it actually has implications that's resulting in the harassment of me and my family, and you now know it's not true, you now have responsibility to correct the record and take that stuff down because it's a lie, and instead you just keep leaving it up and saying it anyway every time I'm not around. So the last thing I'll say, my issue here is that we always try to make a point that we don't talk about people when they're not here, even when it's like an argument, because they may be misrepresented. But when it comes to Witsit, people can talk about incredibly egregious, slanderous claims about his personal life and that he steals money and all this crazy BS when he's not here. Somehow that's acceptable? How is that acceptable? So now I have to come back in the room and correct the record. That's what happened. Okay.
Yeah, Rusty, did you want to respond? I mean, can I?
Yeah. Oh,
Why
go
do
ahead.
you want? Why do you want to go after people in such a personal way? I mean, is it that you feel like you want to show truth that someone's?
Well, that's assuming everything he said is the proper context. Just
No,
let her
I
respond.
know, but like, I mean, it's.
Can you
Just
let me
let her
respond
respond.
first?
Yeah, let her
Thank you.
respond. It's more of a psychological inquiry why you have such a desire to do this to people. But just go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I have whatever. You can psychoanalyze me along with the wannabe therapists over there, and mark me as a schizophrenic. He said he called us anti-truthers. He called us every. I mean, I have a list of them on my channel from a year ago. Like, oh, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get all of the clips together because my words really don't mean shit. But his words contradicting all of the stuff he just said is what needs to be exposed, and that's what I'm about to do. So first of all, if I was the one who doxed you, then how come when Beasticles pulled up the video was all of your information blacked out, including your name, including your address, including everything? And if you were already doxed, then why was it that releasing the telemetry data would have doxed you? If you were already doxed, then why didn't you just release the telemetry data? That makes no sense. So let's see, the 10K you did say, and there are live streams, which you'll probably go and take down after this, where you said, I know I really need the 10K and I know it's crazy and I'll tell you all really soon, maybe my next stream. You've said that like at least 2 of the streams you said you were going to tell us why you needed the 10K, but you're just not going to get into it right now. That was a thing, and I think I even have a short of it on my channel. Let's see, the blends. Those were, I mean, you just explained it yourself. Like you did obviously have issues, so that wasn't a lie saying that there were people complaining about not getting their stuff. But yeah, as far as people still not receiving them, I don't know, but that was off of your channel that I got that. It wasn't like I just pulled that out of my ass. The way more money part, so that was from somebody in your Telegram who donated you $250. He showed me the messages. I posted them on my channel between you and him, and he was saying that that he gave you about a month to respond before he actually wanted to even send me the email about it. And said, I emailed him a couple of times. I was trying to, understand and realize where the situation he's in. But I know for a fact from other people in the Telegram that he got way more than $250. But I gave him the $250 that he needed to get it, and I asked for it back to then go donate it to the North or South Carolina. That was when all the flooding stuff was happening. So he was like, if he's not going to use it and he got extra money for it, I want that money back to donate it somewhere else. And that he didn't even respond to him about it. And that's what, like, you know, he was like, as a Christian, that's messed up. He should have at least responded to me, especially because I've donated to him regularly for years. And now, you know, he's just not responding. So that wasn't just me making stuff up. I even have that on my channel, the emails back and forth from this guy. And he said, yeah, please go ahead and expose this because I'm now mad at him about it or whatever. So, you know, most of the stuff, people reach out to me and tell me their firsthand stories and show, you know, messages like like showing that. And as far as my entire channel being all about him, it's not all about him. Like my very first videos from 8-9 years ago was of me being a flat earth person going around talking to people. And then as far as, you know, I took like a 5-year break or whatever, but then I came back and did videos on East Palestine and got my own test results from the East Palestine stuff because I'm only like 17 miles from there. You know, like he doxes himself as far as, you know, saying where he lives and all that shit and giving his full, like, I don't know, like I had nothing to do with people finding out where you live. Like people were already passing that stuff around, all of your reports, your police reports from being arrested like numerous times. That had already been gone around from what's his name, McToon and other people. So that wasn't like just from me. But okay, whatever you want to tell yourself. Sorry, I have to take a drink of water. What was the other thing that you said? Basically, hold on, I'm almost done. Oh yeah, with what Gio was saying about how I just attack people. So yeah, like I was doing stuff about East Palestine. I started doing stuff on TFE. Then me and Witsit had a conversation in TFE. I posted that conversation that we had, and then there was a debate plan between it, which is where the list of stuff came in. That was all about TFE. I don't think anything on my list had to do with financial stuff, but I did agree that he was being, you know, I probably did some shorts on the side that were like exposing him talking on his own stream about, you know, selling his blends or about whatever it was that, you know, was going on at the time. And I mean, I don't see, but for me, I leave all my videos up. And if I'm wrong about something, I'll make a video usually and say, hey, I was wrong about this, blah, blah, blah. But like, you know, for that, like, okay, if you want me to make a video that says I was wrong, Kai is not a therapist, okay, but she sure talked like a therapist. And she, I mean, anybody that's heard her during that time come in and diagnose us like she was a therapist, she sure as fuck sounded like one to me. And then, you know, with all of your live streams that you took down with you and her telling people how to be in a good, healthy relationship. And that sounds like relationship advice to me. And then when you had the life coaching stuff, I didn't realize that you weren't doing the way that you made it sound to me was that you were helping life coaching people through this program. Like maybe he trained you, maybe whatever. That's how it came off to me. So if that was wrong, then I apologize. Okay. And then as far as attacking people, I mean, take it for what you want. Like, go watch my videos. If you think I'm just, you know, doing nothing and attacking people, that's fine. But I'm keeping it real. This is what, you know, I see things. I say, hey, this is bullshit. I don't see a lot of other people bringing this stuff up. I think it should be brought to light. And I don't see anything wrong with my videos or what I'm doing or exposing. And it's not just him. Like I've exposed Dell and William and who else have I talked about in there? Other people that to me are gatekeepers that are keeping the conversation from moving forward because they're spewing lies and bullshit. And, you know, you can do your own research and watch my videos for yourself and, you know, whatever. I'm done.
Okay. I want to respond to. Okay, real fast. Okay, so the doxing thing, right? What did I actually? This is the problem with stuff like this, right? She twists what I say and it makes it sound like, oh, what she's saying is reasonable. She's like, oh, well, no, you were. She said that you were. Toon already put it out. That's a lie. But Toon put it out after your video. He used your video to do it. He didn't put it out before you. And the point is that when that came out, you blurred it. But then what people did was rip it, get the address, send the address around. Because that happened in October of 2023. Okay. I only started receiving all the death threats based on the address when you brought all this attention to it. And what actually started from was this crazy I swear I know for a fact they were in a studio and out in Antarctica and he's a gatekeeper, Freemasonic agent. They weren't actually there. I can prove it. So then you just had to come up with anything you could and you went all the way into my personal life. Then you put that out and then people then went and found that and ripped the address and started giving me all kinds of threats. That's what happened. So I said that led to me being doxxed and getting death threats, even pictures of my children, pictures of my house where my children live. Okay, like
So then,
yeah,
so then why didn't you release the telemetry data then?
Doc,
If you were already
into
doxxed.
Wait, whoa. Hold on.
I'm about to address it. Yeah. So the telemetry data, if I then put it out, I'm now bringing way more attention to my address specifically. If I'm hoping that I'm trying to minimize that damage while I'm receiving death threats, right? It's limited right now to people that are going to get it and then find it unblurred. If I'm now going to say, hey, everybody, look, here's my address, it's going to 1,000 exit. That's why. Duh. Like, let's use like common sense. But the problem is, people don't actually think about other people as humans. It's just what can get them clicks. Okay, you again lied about me saying I'd explain the 10K. I never said I need this money and I'm going to tell you exactly what I need the money for. In fact, I said the opposite. I said I'm going to try to update you guys. I think I'll be able to here soon. And the people that know the stuff that's actually been going on, they'd understand why I really have been trying to and thinking I could, and then I can't. I literally just can't. I never said I'm going to explain exactly what it's for. I would have never said that because what it was for, I couldn't explain. Okay. I literally couldn't and I still can't. And when I can, I will. And I said this, even made it clear to people and made it sufficiently vague in the description of the fund. And when I explained it, that, yo, I'm not able to say what this is for. That's what it says in the description. I said, I'm going to try to update you guys on what's been going on. I should be able to let you guys know what's been going on. In general, yes, I've said this many times, more than twice, because I keep wanting to, because people keep asking me, and I haven't been able to. And I still can't. I'm getting closer, pretty close. Okay. So, and then the conversation with the list was not, yes, when it started, it was like you three all had your thing to say, and Blob had his thing about the blends, and then QOP had his things about some video. I swear the sun was cropped in or whatever. And then you had your Antarctica stuff too. Later in the conversation, once each one of your claims got debunked, you just spiraled into personal attacks and all the lies about me grifting and stuff. Then that conversation started. And you said, I have a whole list of things you've done to steal from people and all this grifting, right? And then we went through your list. You said, oh, it's good to have a whole list. So later on, you went through your list and we debunked the whole thing, right? And then just like always, it always turns into, oh, well, someone told me she was a therapist. You're telling people that we're offering couples counseling never happened. The point is that it's just a bunch of lies to paint me as this person that's intentionally being deceptive to steal money from people and lying to them. And also with the other guy, right? I get tons of messages, dude. I didn't receive way more than needed. His donation alone didn't pay for it, first of all, okay? Second of all, I just spent the money directly on the telemetry thing. And then the same way I announced that I had to, if you guys really think we should get that, I can't afford to spend $300 on that right now, right? Because I already know that people aren't going to believe it anyway. And Antarctica already broke me, right? So like, if you guys really want that, if you guys want to all chip in, then I will buy it and rip the data and pull it. And I said that in my public Telegram group. And then I then went and updated everyone at the same location and said, yo, here's the situation with the telemetry. And I'm working with a couple other people trying to figure out if we can pull it. I fully updated everybody publicly in the same place I notified everybody that I couldn't get the telemetry data unless people wanted to help buy the program. So if he's saying he never updated me, never told me anything, well, I mean, dude, I put it in the same place I told everyone. I don't even know exactly who it is. All I know is when the people sent the money, said it was for this. I then covered it out of my account, right? Once there was enough for it. That's what happened. And so then it's like you come back around once I'm like, yo, I'm trying to figure out if I can release this without my address being on it. If you then come back around and like, send me the money back. So then what does that mean? I'm now paying for it out of pocket when I said I can't afford it. That was the whole point. So to run this narrative that I'm saying, oh, he gave me the money, but I didn't actually spend it on that, but I'm just keeping and ignoring it and stealing it from him when he could donate to other people is a total lie, bro. It's a total lie. So again, everything that you say sounds good when you create a narrative that omits all the actual context and the actual truth of what happened. So like, this is the summary. I am a believer. I would not be stealing money from people. I think that's incredibly evil and dangerous. In fact, the way I live my life, if I don't consider myself in a good place with the creator, I'm literally like afraid to be in that position because my life is so like faith-based in terms of income and how I do anything. So I literally would never be doing that. I would expect to then lose everything, have nothing, and be totally screwed. Okay, I'm not stealing money from anyone. I've tried to go above and beyond any glitches like the system messing up, which I even showed proof of the system messing up, right? And sent it to the people that didn't get it. I then took money out of my own pocket and sent them like 2-3 extra blends and covered the shipping and said my bad. And in the future, dude, I'll give it to you for exactly what I get it for if you want more. I went out of my way to make it up because the system messed up. Okay. So it's I don't appreciate it, bro. I don't appreciate it. And this is the thing. You know how much if I dove into your life, I guarantee you I could find stuff, bro. But I don't do stuff like that. And you could say you put yourself out there. Okay, yeah, I put myself out there. Then just at least be honest if you're gonna say something. Okay, anyway, I guess this is the main issue I have, bro. Is like it's like you're supposed to be on my side. Meaning, like, you're supposed to be, if you actually knew that I've been debanked and I've been censored and I've been kicked off all these things, I get all these death threats, you see all these people attacking me for years from the other side, right? And then it's the truthers that are attacking me within the places that I try to come hang out as if it's family. That's when I have an issue. That's when I come in and I get pissed off and I'm like, correcting the record. You don't see me going on McToon's channel and correcting the record. I expect that from McToon's channel. That's what it's for. That's not what EA is supposed to be for. So I have an issue when you're in the room for an hour and a half. I'm there. Once I leave, right? And I do get that you took the jab, someone called you out, whatever. So anyway, that's my take. I just explained all those things though. So like if you actually this is what I said to you last time. I thought we had cleared this up the last time. And I'm like, okay, I can kind of see where if like in your mind, I'm actually a gatekeeper, I'm an agent, so everything is deceptive and everything's a conspiracy, and you're putting pieces together, and then people are telling you what they think might be the case, and you're like, okay, and you're taking it, everything you can, like you're Sherlock Holmes, and you're exposing me. I can maybe see where you may actually believe there could have been some truth to these narratives. That once I show you the evidence, or I actually answer your questions, explain the context, all that, to then continue doing it anyway and just pretending that didn't happen and leaving up all the lies, I think totally lacks integrity. I think there's no excuse for that. And certainly not publicly saying it over and over as if I've been running from it and you have all the proof and I just am scared of it. It's just, yeah, just poor integrity. So whatever. I feel like I had to clarify, or I had to defend myself. And again, I will just say this: you guys should at least consider real life implications on people. You realize that I have children, two little girls that are under the age of 3. Can you imagine getting pictures from like the corner of your house that have like the time step of 1 a.m.? That's not like the person had to actually go to my house to take the picture. The picture doesn't exist anywhere else. Pictures of my children, all this stuff, right? Like you're dealing with someone's real life. So like, dude, bro, like this isn't just some internet game. Like it's like someone's real life that you're continually messing with, and you laugh about it, you mock it, you think it's funny. It's not funny, bro. So please stop. That's what I would like for you to do.
If it's not a game, then why are you gambling online now? Like, is it very Christian to be gambling, betting $1,000 with somebody, and then you said $500 to me later? Like, if you have $500 or $1,000, shouldn't you be putting that towards your family and all the stuff that you're raising all this money for? Shouldn't you not be? I mean, is that Christian? Like, I don't know. I mean, I'm not a Christian, so I thought that Christians weren't into gambling.
Is that
Okay,
any of
that's
your
what's
fucking
up.
business? Is that any of your
I've
fucking business?
just so
Okay,
people know,
well,
I've
okay, let
never
me finish. I have a
lost.
lot of.
Let me
Wait, I
answer your
still have.
question. Let me answer your
Thank
question.
you.
I've never lost any bets. I only offer bets when I know for a 100% fact that the person is either just completely wrong or lying. But it's just a point that I'm not going to sit here for 30 minutes while you're lying. I'll just be like, okay, then cool. Then you would easily take the $1,000 bet, right? Because you're not lying, right? And then no one ever takes it because they are lying.
Okay. So, and as far as when you said I should be on your side, we're grown-ups. You should be on your own side. Everybody should stand for what they believe in and what they stand for. And nobody, just because you're a flat earther, I'm a flat earther, doesn't mean that I need to agree with everything that you say and all of the stuff that you do. And as far as how much, you said that you get your stuff for cost, how much do you pay for the blends that you're selling? Just curious.
I paid like 60 to 65% of what it is. Now I pay like 80, but I don't have to personally fulfill it now.
Okay, so did the company go under, or what happened with all that?
Did you not just hear what I said? Like, but now I don't have to fulfill it. So it's just a different, and that shouldn't matter. In what
I'm just
world are you entitled
you
to any business I
because
run?
you advertise for it over and over
Think about
again on
how
your channel, and that's what
overtly
this is about.
transparent. Yeah, but dude, think about how overtly transparent I was to even answer that question, dude. I mean, you think you can just go up to people and be like, "What's your profit margin? Tell us that." But how does that work? That's not how it works, bro. Like, I just the problem with that whole thing is so goofy, just because you've never run a business, I guess, because that's just an insane
Well,
question to ask publicly. But I just answered it. I'm that transparent. That's why it's so annoying that you sit here and act like I'm trying to steal from people. And do you not get the issue with how you lied about that? Do you not feel the reason, like the responsibility to walk that back? Because
to walk what back?
I felt bad that people might not get to be in the community fast. Originally, it was going to be, hey, if you buy a blend, then we're going to do a community fast and have a group, blah, blah, blah. And we changed it to where everyone can be in there for free. And here's how you can, if you can't buy the blend, here's what kind of works as well as the blend, but is super cheap. It's basically free. It's just fresh lemon juice with certain sea salts and the water. So how is that what you said, which is that where I'm stealing money from people and I'm grifting people and I'm forcing them to do it to participate?
So did you do that after a bunch of people were calling you out and complaining about it though, or did you do that from the get-go?
Yeah, from the beginning. From the beginning,
No.
I explained. Yeah. Oh yeah. Go read even in
It's
the
okay. I'm gonna
Telegram
come
group.
back with receipts because neither one of our words means shit. What
In the
matters is your
Telegram
words
groups,
compared to
we
with your other
explained it
words.
in the
So I'll just
Telegram
come
group.
back
This
with a
is
video.
irrelevant.
There's
So,
no
Where this
point
guy makes money online? Doesn't matter.
because
and
he's
think about how goofy that
saying
is. It's
he's
like if I
asking
sell
for
a blend,
charity. He's
think about this.
asking for charity. Every one of his live streams, he's asking for money. He needs a backpack. He needs this. He needs that. He
So
needs all this stuff all the
I
time.
need a
So
backpack.
if you're, and then he's sitting here saying,
Donate.
"Oh, I bet you
People
$1,000."
don't donate if
Hey,
they
why
don't
is
want
this chick?
to.
Why
Hold
is
on,
this
hold on,
chick
hold on.
allowed? What
Hold
is
on.
going on?
No
Like I
color
thought this.
commentary. Who was that? Who was that? Just mute
That
yourself,
wasn't
please.
me. That wasn't
Okay,
me.
mute yourself, please. Hold on, real quick, please.
Well, you're
Yeah, I mean,
asking questions. So I'm trying to answer your question
yeah,
to
no,
me, it's beneficial
it's
if I
okay for
actually answer your
you.
question.
No, I agree. And I'm okay with you answering. What I'm not okay with is randos jumping in,
Yeah, sure.
yelling at me, telling me to stop. Like, I've already made the videos. They're a year old. Like, if you want me to take them down or want me to
I really
make,
don't care. I really don't
I'm
care.
already gonna make a video explaining all of this so that you can see, your words versus your words now versus your words from your live streams, because I'm not pulling this out of my ass, and anybody who's listened to your streams knows that I'm not. So there's no sense in us going back and forth anymore. I just need to come back with the receipts. It's a waste of our time
But
to sit
Rustin,
here
what
and
you're
go
about
back
to
and forth.
do, is you're going to go to my stream, and if you find something you think is sufficiently vague enough that it could be taken the way you're spinning it, you're going to put that there. And even
Well,
if I
that's up to
clarify
the
it,
person. That's up to the person to
even if
decide.
even if I clarify it 30 seconds later, you won't put it's the same thing McToon does. But to tell you the truth, I don't care, because like anyone that's being honest, they can just look into it. They know they can see in this conversation alone that the way you've painted all of this stuff isn't actually how it is. I want to ask you a question about it though. Do you not see how goofy it is if the guy has a proprietary blend and then he like personally sources this stuff from the highest grade that he can get, which he actually does that. I actually verified that. That's the only reason I even work with him. Same with Shazandu, which is his other company. All those are the best ingredients that can possibly be gotten, which are more expensive. If he gets that high grade ingredients, then puts a certain proprietary blend where he worked for years to figure out the perfect balance, right? To then take that perfectly help with fasting for certain things like the activated charcoal when you detoxify, blah, 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 right? When you're fasting. And then he sells those blends and I try them. He sends them to me to try them, and they helped me significantly with my fasting. I felt way better. I wasn't even hungry, blah, blah, blah. If he then says, yo, let's try to show other people about these blends, and let's even try to encourage people to get healthy and do community fast or whatever, and then you can get a cut if anyone gets the blends. If we do that, and then I openly say, yo, obviously you're helping support me if you buy the blends, right? And I give my honest opinion about it. How is that any different than any other business in the world? It's so goofy to then go to Amazon to look up the ingredients, find the cheapest version of those, the poorest quality, cheapest version of the ingredients you can find, and then bulk how cheap you can get them, and then say, look, you can make it yourself for this much. You could do that
Like
with every
$10
product. You could do that with
versus
every product.
$90. It's a
Dude,
pretty big markup, dude.
Stop interrupting. You can do this with any product that exists, and you're going and getting the poorest quality ever.
Okay, well, just like you're allowed to do your little sales pitch, I'm allowed to critique the sales pitch and say, you could do this and get it for $10.
or you could not take the poison, because I don't think that any of that actually helps anything. But whatever. It's up to you.
That's
It's
way
up to
different
the
than claiming
it's up
I'm
to
a
the
grifter,
consumer.
though, Rusted.
Okay, well, grifting also, I mean, like okay, you don't want to talk about the $10,000. That's fine. There was plenty of other examples of times where you've asked for money for things that you didn't deliver on. So, I mean, it is what it is. Like,
Bro,
I don't
plenty of
care.
other things. There's all the
Yeah, it's
receipts
okay.
and plenty of things, but
Dude,
I
I
can
mean,
never
every
actually
single
show
one
the
of your
receipts.
streams, you're asking for money, and that's fine if you want to do that. But don't be mad that somebody is saying, "Hey, this is kind of shady. He's asking for money all the time. I don't trust this guy. I don't trust him." Sorry, I'm allowed to say that too. Just like you're allowed to say what you're
That's not
saying
what you said, bro.
and you're trying to pitch stuff to people. I'm allowed to say, "Hey, I think this guy's a grifter. Hey, watch out. Hold on to your wallets." That's all I'm saying. And if you don't want to hear it, you don't have to hear it, bro. Like,
You know
it's
what's
cool.
you know what I think it really is like the
And it
people
would.
that make content, but the people don't watch. Like, Joe, is every person that makes any content online and gets donations, are they all grifters?
Do you do that, Russell? Have
No,
you
I
ever
don't.
done
If I
Is
did do that,
anybody
then
that
why
receives
would I?
donations online a grifter? Answer my question. Like, anyway, so it's like all the people that make any
No.
content where people
No,
because
it's
that's
you have to
actually a
sell.
job, right? That's actually a
Yeah,
job,
if
right?
you're no, if people want to donate, that's donations. That's one thing. That's completely whatever. Like, I don't care if you want to ask for money, but when you ask for money for telemetry data and then you don't deliver on it, or you ask money for
Oh my
whatever
God.
it is and then you don't deliver on it, that's what TFE, or not TFE, that's what FE Core and all those people were getting busted for 10 years ago.
And why didn't I give the
Was
telemetry
raising
data,
money for
Rusty?
stuff. Was
Why
raising
didn't I
money
give the telemetry data?
they were raising money for stuff that they weren't following through on. So that's my problem. It's always been my problem with them. I don't care if you want to ask for money and people want to donate. It's their money to donate. I don't give a fuck. But
No, you
it
clearly
shouldn't.
do, though.
But
You clearly do.
okay, well, just like you care that I'm saying, hey, don't, like, because maybe I'm affecting your book somehow. I don't know. I don't
No. It's
know.
just that you're lying about it, Rustin. I'm
Okay,
asking
all
you a
right.
question.
Well,
Why
then,
did I not
if
release
I'm
the
a
telemetry
liar,
data?
you shouldn't
Rustin,
care.
why did
It
I
shouldn't
not release the
matter
telemetry data? Why did I not release the telemetry data?
because it was going to dox you, but you were apparently already doxed.
Okay, and then what was my explanation for why that still doesn't make sense? Because if I release it, if I say, "Hey, everybody, here's my address," that's way
You
different than
advertised for it, though. You said, please donate to help me get this, and then you didn't deliver on it. So I have every
that.
right to
Just
say,
further supports my point, which is if I come out and then release it and it shows my address with a literal GPS pin, then way more people are going to now be aware of my literal address with babies at it.
oh my gosh, dude. Okay,
See, this is what I'm
poor
saying. So this
Witsit.
is what I'm saying.
Poor
See,
Witsit.
this is what you don't know what it's like to
Wow.
actually be on the front lines, bro. That's what it is. You have no idea what it's
Yeah,
like.
you're on and you're doing this for us, right? That's what you always say. I'm doing this for you guys. You guys
Dude,
need
he
to
has a
help. You guys need to
family.
pay my. Okay, so does
She doesn't
everybody
care.
else, dude.
She doesn't care. Okay, are
Dude,
you
what
getting
does it
pictures? Are you
matter?
getting
Why do you
pictures of
Sorry,
keep
your
sorry.
bringing
kids?
up your family?
Rustin, if you got pictures of your kids and then pictures of your house where someone was out in the middle of the night, and then you're reporting
Dude,
it, but they're like, "There's not enough to go on it," and you're receiving
dude,
death threats with your address and pictures of your kids, would you care at all?
sleep with a Glock. Grow some
I
fucking
literally
balls.
do.
And you
Dude,
don't
you see what
even
I'm saying?
live
This is
there.
just like
You
a
don't even live
demon,
there
bro. This
anymore.
person's like
You don't
demonic.
even live there. What? How am I supposed to control what other people do with your address that I didn't leak out? Like, you're the one that got arrested 15 times and have all this record out there. You're the one putting yourself out there publicly. Like, I'm not doing that. I'm just showing, hey, this guy's
Yes.
asking for money left. This guy says he
Notice how
can't
you
get a job.
deflected
No, let me
again.
finish. Let me finish. You're interrupting me now. So you're the one that said you can't get a normal job, which is bullshit. Just because you're a flat earther, you can't get a job. That's horseshit. I've known flat earthers for 15 years that have all kinds of high paying fucking high up their jobs that don't give a fuck. Like, that's not an issue. You're making that an issue because you don't want to go out and work and get a job. You want people to give you money. And that's what you're doing. And that's what you've been doing. And you're just mad because people are seeing through your bullshit now. So you can go ahead and cry about it all you want.
That's another
and
lie.
Your
That's
kids
another
aren't
lie.
even with you, right? Like, you're not even technically married, right? In the footage, or in the police report, it says that you guys were living together. It doesn't say husband and wife. It doesn't say anything like that. So, I mean, you can't claim that the
$10,000 is for, you know, a divorce because whatever, like obviously it would say husband and wife. And you even said we got married in the eyes of whatever. So whatever it is that you're grifting this $10,000 for, I don't really care at this point. I think it's funny. I think that you
I
keep
think you're
avoiding everything,
you're
just like the telemetry data, you're avoiding it. And that's what you do. You just avoid it. And so
I'll
it's
have to
cool. I'll
address all
come
the
back with
lies again,
receipts.
obviously.
I'll come back with a video because this is not going nowhere. Us going back and forth, this is stupid because
Okay, cool.
I
Yeah,
just need
go
to
get the
come back
receipts.
with the.
Go get the
I will.
receipts. Sounds good.
Yeah.
Sounds good. I gotta address the lies though. I gotta address those lies real fast. It'll take like 30 seconds. Okay, so yeah, we didn't get legally married. I didn't want her to take my last name because she has another job, and we didn't want that to jeopardize it. When I say that me being a flat earther affects me, it's like, yeah, I'm not just I just think the Earth's flat and I have a job. It's that when you look my name up, that's all you see is countless hit pieces. So any job, and this is what I've actually said, with any form of public relations, like how I didn't get the final offer at the sales rep job, right, was because they told me to take all my FE stuff down. Right. So
You know,
it's
there's
the
no
fact
there.
that
What's
I'm a
it? You know,
content
there's no legal
creator.
requirement. There's no requirement
You
for your
could
wife to take.
sue. You could sue. You could sue for discrimination. If that's the case, then you have a lawsuit because that they cannot discriminate against you for
Okay, I'll teach you
your
about the
belief.
law again. Okay, if they were going to discriminate against me because of my belief, if they said, "Oh, if you're a flat earther, we're not going to hire you," then you'd be correct. That's not what they did. They said we're a sales rep. They have the right to control your public image. This is why they look up your social media when you go to a job based on how you're presenting yourself to the public. If they think it's not a good representation of the company, they cannot hire you. That doesn't mean they're actually being a
You
prejudice
can
based.
get a job at any restaurant. You could deliver food. You could do Uber. There's
Do
tons
you?
of
How do
jobs that
you
you
think I
could
pay
do.
my bills? Do you think I don't do
Dude.
anything?
Okay, well, I'm just saying, you
Okay,
said you can't get a job.
well,
And so you keep asking for money from people because you can't get a
He
job.
said
And
he
I
that's a
needed
didn't
a
say
lie.
that.
high
That's a
But
paying
lie.
anyway.
job.
That's a
He said
lie.
a
I didn't
high
say that.
paying job. He said high
Exactly.
paying.
Okay.
He didn't say
What?
Uber.
Well, I don't
With
believe that
public
because I know
relations.
several. I know
I have
several
a
flat
high
earthers
paying
that have been
job.
flat earthers for 10 years who are
Oh yeah.
publicly flat earthers.
Okay, when I
Even have a
Google your name,
radio
does a
show.
bunch of flat
And
Earth
he's
streams
a.
come up?
Let me. Can I finish my sentence? Like you keep
I hope not.
saying that. Let me just finish really quick. So I know several flat earthers that all have high paying jobs that are openly, publicly flat earthers. So I just don't believe you. Like you said last time when we talked about this, that you were going to come with receipts and you never do. Just like with Tony, you say, oh, I'll come, I'll post this, and you never do. So, you know, take a
That's
number.
just another lie. Okay, so again, this is the reason that I just stopped engaging with this person. So this is why I'm saying something has to be done about every time I'm not in the room, she gets to just say the lies again because I chose not to engage with her. Because just like right now, I took the
What
time
should
to
be
explain.
done?
Stop
Let's
interrupting
move
me.
on. What
Just
should be
stop
done?
interrupting me. Stop interrupting me. Because just like right then, I took the time to explain. No, I didn't say I couldn't get any job. I said I couldn't get any high-paying job with where public relations are important. And I've actually had a real life experience where that affected it. And when you Google my name, so someone else will jump in and say I have a high-paying job. Okay, are you me, bro? Are you all over the internet as the flat earther that's getting slandered in all kinds of mainstream publications for being in Antarctica or all kinds of mainstream hit pieces? If you type my name in Google, all you get is hit pieces. No, so any job would say, bro, if they're going to come and meet you and know your name, you're supposed to be selling them something. If they look you up, they're going to see all this. We don't want to deal with that. That's what I actually explained. And I do obviously work. I do multiple things. I have tons of bills. So much so the 10K is nothing in comparison to how much I have to come up with to pay bills. You think I'm just not doing anything and then just going on the internet saying, hey, give me money for no reason. I got to come up with bills. I was
That's
very
exactly what I think
transparent.
is happening.
Well, you're retarded. It's not even a fraction of my monthly bills. I
So
went
you
on
said
and said,
something needs to be done. Let's stop talking about you. What do you think? You said something needs to be done. Do you think I need to be banned? What would make your
no,
life
there should
better?
be. No, it's not about my life. It's about people like you shouldn't be allowed to do what you do. This
Okay,
room
so
should not have been.
freedom of speech. I shouldn't have my free. I should have my freedom stripped away because
I'm trying to
I'm
bait him
saying
to say
something you don't
something so
like.
you can post it.
Hold on.
The
Okay, so
best
this is why.
argument for it.
And by the way, now I actually can sue you because now I've actually explained to you. And I explained this to you the other day when you're like, "Oh yeah, why haven't you
Explaining
sued
doesn't
me?
count.
Why haven't you sued me then? Was it because if you knew it's because you know what I'm saying is true?" I said no because actually I could sue you, but to actually win a defamation lawsuit, it's not just about proving that what they said is a lie. You have to prove that they know it was a lie, that you then told them. and that they still chose to do it. So now, if you continue to say the lies, I literally can sue you, and I will. Because I'm so tired of it, bro. And this is what I'm trying to say is how can we make a rule in this room when people aren't in the room? Yo, we try not to talk about people when they're not in the room. But if it's Witsit, right?
You were in the room. Stop saying that. No,
I
you
was
need to.
not
I
in
need
the
to
room.
stop you from saying that because when you were in the room when I said, "Oh, how do you have $1,000 or do you need a crowdfund for that?" And you responded, "Oh, funny, blah blah blah," whatever you said. You responded to me, so you were in the
You
room.
said to
Okay?
go, then you said to leave.
No, then I wasn't in
Yeah.
the room. Then I wasn't in the
No,
room, and you went on and on. I know that someone else asked you a
because
question
somebody
about it.
asked me.
Someone asked you to not just to say it, to drop proof of it, and then what
That's
you
what
did,
happened.
and then what you did was just take that as the opportunity to go on and on with
No,
all the lies. And you've done this
anybody can
many
go back.
times.
You know what?
You've done this
Go
many
back and
times.
rewind and
You've
listen
done,
to what actually
dude.
happened.
Dude, stop. You've done this many times when I'm not in here. So my point is, and like, dude, obviously this isn't my server. You guys can do whatever you want, but you can understand, right? Where there's going to be a point where I'm not going to want to participate in that because this has just wasted my night, bro. I have to come in here and just address all the lies this person says. And then I say the explanation. She turns around and just repeats the lie like I didn't just explain it. So then she's going to do it again tomorrow and the next day.
Of anything.
Can someone get real here? Both of you guys have integrity problems that you won't talk about now. You won't be honest about it. She likes to get under people's skin.
Really quick?
She enjoys
I
it.
don't like
She
answers
expects
about
the truth.
We're in
That's
the
what
middle of something. Just wait for a minute. I'm almost done. Okay? I should be able to respond.
You guys want to keep going back and forth for a little bit?
No, I've already exposed the lies. I don't care.
Okay, because I was going to say at this point, legal ramifications should be considered, bro.
How is
No,
that?
I'll explain it to her, so now I can sue you. So keep doing it. If you really
How
if
is
you
it
want
that
to keep
Beast is
doing
allowed to
it.
talk over me and everyone's allowed to talk over me and I'm supposed to be responding right now? Like,
No, I'm
who's
just
the
saying,
mod in
consider
here?
this a
Is Beast
verbal
the mod?
cease and
Is
desist.
Beast
Consider this
modding
a verbal.
himself?
Hey, listen, Rusty, you should listen to this. Consider this a verbal cease and desist. So keep doing it, and I'm just going to sue you. It's just annoying.
Okay. Got it.
Okay, call my bluff. I dare you.
Dare me to what? To play your words back to you? Because that's all I ever do is play your own words back to you next to other words
you
that
heard what I said,
contradicts
bro.
what you
You heard what I
say,
said, bro.
which is
Keep
all
saying
I
the
plan
lies.
on doing on my video is showing how you're contradicting yourself.
Oh, sounds good. Sounds good.
But so what is it that needs to be done? You said
You heard what I
people
said,
shouldn't be
Rusty.
able to do this. So you think I should be booted from the server? Like how
No,
how
I
would
didn't
you
say
move
that. I know you
forward with this?
desperately want this little weird victim narrative. No, what I
No,
think is
I
the
want to
rules
know
should
because you
evenly
said you
apply
shouldn't
to
be able to
everyone.
do this.
I'm
So what
answering your
should
question.
happen
I'm
to
answering your
me?
question. I'm answering your question, dude. Because you're like a dude to me. Because you're just super masculine, aggressive. So I said the rule should evenly apply to everyone. And for some reason, when it comes to me, that is not the case. And it's
Yeah, no, I agree with
because
that.
historically,
You get away with everything.
it's because historically I don't really care when people attack me, right? And people know I'm not like real soft. But when you start crossing the lines that are the lines that you cross that have real life implications, and then I take the time to explain them to you, and you just keep doing it over and over, and it happens over and over when I'm not in here, and then I take the time to explain it to you again, and then you just do it again. That's when I'm saying, okay, can we just evenly apply the rules, maybe? Right? Because I mean, I'm in here all the time, and people are wait. We try not to talk about people when they're not in here, and that's for like an argument. That's for like that's like a gyroscope argument. But when it comes to like my kids and I'm a Freemason and I'm a gatekeeper, I stole and I don't even care about stuff like that. It's like the specific personal information that you're lying about that has caused me real life implications.
What
We just
specific
covered all
personal
the lies,
information?
dude. We just covered all the
there's
lies.
no specific. I blacked out anything on your police record, dude. Like everything that
Okay,
I've
I've already
said has been
addressed
public
that,
record.
dude.
Everything that I've exposed about you is from your own channel. Okay, so there's nothing that isn't that you didn't put out
That's not even
yourself or your
true.
wife put out yourself that's on my channel. So
Well,
I don't know.
Rusted, you did acknowledge that he pointed stuff out and you said, well, why should I take it down? And I think you should acknowledge that you can even edit YouTube videos you already uploaded and snip out the lies.
You can? I didn't even know that. And it's not. It's one lie. It's his wife is a therapist. Okay, his wife talks like a therapist. I'll change that one word and update it. Will that be good enough?
You didn't say talks like a therapist. You said she is a therapist.
I did, and I just said I'll change it to she talks like a therapist because she diagnosed all of us in here with schizophrenia, with whatever, I don't forget all the other. There's like several of the therapy words that she was saying that we all were. So if she doesn't want to
Yeah,
be
because
heard,
you were acting
if she
like
doesn't
you
want to be
knew
labeled a
that we
therapist, she
weren't
shouldn't talk
really in
like one.
Antarctica. So that's not. She thought you were goofy for that. What does that have to do with the fact that you don't
Because
have
you're
integrity
saying,
yourself?
oh my God, this is just, I'm just going to go make a video about it because, and I'll show
Sounds good.
exactly.
Dude. Sounds
Okay.
good.
You're gonna
Sounds
keep
cool.
doing the
What I,
same thing.
you know what I can do? I can clip out where I already exposed you for all these things once, and then show you just saying them all again, just to prove that you have no integrity. Actually, I can just sue based on that.
Word. Go ahead.
All right.
We should just try to promote the subject here instead of slandering each other.
I think we should end this back and forth. What do you guys think?
Oh hell yeah, my god, thank you.
Yeah, it's super gay.
More hours.
Super gay.
I think what needed to be said was said, and
Or we could continue. Or we could
Well,
continue.
can I just ask one thing? Like Rusted, in these discussions, like we're all living our lives. People have their viewpoints on, what is true, what is not true, etc. Just a question you generally like. Most people kind of take the info of what someone says, like, okay, this thing's true or not true that they say, and then they debate and discuss that. But you tend to go right to the personal, and I'm just wondering, like, why and like why do you go to the personal so much? Like, why is it about the
That's
person?
actually not true. That's
Well, I
actually
can
not
add to that, Rusted Soul.
Wait,
You think
can I
that geocentrism
hold
means
on. Word salad. Hold on.
let me respond.
Go ahead.
So that's actually not true. In all of my videos that I did with what's his name, Dell, William, and the Ether Cause guys, it's all about what they're saying. With Witsit, all he's been saying is talking about how he needs money and he needs this and he needs that. He hasn't even been talking flat earth for the past year. So yeah, he's wants to be the I'm the representative of flat earth and this and that, and people go click on his channel and all he's doing is e-begging the whole time. I have every right to call that shit out. And all the stuff, if you go ahead and look at my channel and see all the other stuff that I've been pointing out with these other characters, is addressing the actual claims. It's not addressing them personally. I haven't attacked anybody else on a personal level, only Witsit, because he's put his personal shit out there and he's like single-handedly went against me and was trying to call me out. And I was like, oh, you're gonna be like that? You think I'm not gonna make a video and fucking expose your ass? And that's how it all started to begin with, is he thought that I would, like, people out here don't understand that when you egg somebody on and you go, oh, you don't have a channel, you don't have anybody, nobody fucking da-da-da, and you start talking down on people like Witsit does over and over to people, you underestimated the underdog. I was the underdog. You underestimated me. I fucking exposed you. And now everybody is exposing you because you've exposed yourself, dude. We're just taking your own words. You can go ahead and try and sue me, but it'll be the funniest lawsuit ever because it's literally just your own public videos being used against you. So
You've had no effect on me at all, Rusted.
Okay, well, so much that you want to
quick.
sue me, and you've said 3 times you want to sue me. Okay, yeah.
That wasn't because I think you need to learn a lesson, dude.
Hold on. Gio, that wasn't Gio's question. Gio's question is, why do you go after someone's personal life?
I don't. My point is the only person
him and his wife's relationship is not
Let me finish.
something
I'm
personal?
responding. The only person that I've did that with was Witsit. All the other people that I've gone after were based completely on the topic. And if you listen to the video, it's all about the topic. But Witsit doesn't talk about topics anymore. He talks about himself and how everybody attacks him and that he needs money. That's what he does.
So your argument is, if Dell or William or any other public figure actually put their own name and and their own life in the public view, then you would attack their personal life as well? Is that what you're saying?
If they were lying to the community and asking for money over and over and saying, oh, woe is me all the time, yeah, totally. But they are not doing that. So I'm confronting the actual issue with them. Witsit hasn't brought up any issues. He doesn't even talk flat earth anymore. If you look up his name, it says former flat earth content creator. No, look it up. Former flat earth content creator. He doesn't even make flat earth videos anymore.
Dude, I haven't made any videos really, dude. My last video is about
and the ones that you do, you're e-begging or you're talking about Israel. Okay, how's that flat earth?
I'm not e-begging. I'm not even e-begging. I just mentioned that I start something for maybe 1 minute. That's literally it.
No, you mentioned at the end of every single one of your videos.
To flat earth? Like, he can't talk about other things? Do you think he has to make a life devotion? Like, what's going on?
No, he's not talking
He's a
about
narcissist.
What?
So
I'm a
what?
narcissist.
Dude, what is going on?
Okay. Well, I'm not allowed to critique it. I'm not allowed to say like, oh, like this guy's just asking for money. He's not. He should. If he's
Dude, you can do whatever you want, but there are consequences.
his own
No,
words
the
was
point
that
is, dude,
he's representing Flat Earth. Let me finish. His own words was that he represents Flat Earth. And if you look up his name, it's Flat Earth, Flat Earth, Flat Earth. And then when somebody who doesn't know anything about Flat Earth goes to his channel and watches all of his e-bagging shit, what does that make it look like for the community? How does that make us look? That
Bro,
there's this
nobody
dude
gives a
that
fuck. Who cares if
Who
he's
gives a
begging?
Who gives a
shit?
fuck?
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I give a shit. So if nobody else cares, then y'all are fake flat earthers. You want this guy representing you? Go for it. I
He's not
don't.
even a
So I'm
flat earther,
saying
bro.
Oh,
Who gives a
no.
fuck?
wow.
We're fake flat earthers. No,
Dang,
and this is
dude.
the point. I think when we
Oh
got to
my
the point when
god.
I told you about what happened with my kids, and then you called me a pussy and told me to sleep with a Glock. Like I have multiple guns. Yeah, the fact that I had to make sure there was always a gun beside me is ridiculous, dude. And then I brought
Well,
up my kids. I brought up my kids, and you call me a pussy, bro. Like if so,
Dude,
okay,
I'm not
five people. If
here to
shut
well,
make
up,
you
shut
feel
up,
better.
shut up, shut up. If five people kick in my door. And they have sent me messages with pictures of my kids. This is the thing. It could happen anyway. Whatever. I'm going to protect them the best I can. Even if I have to die for it. That's cool. Whatever. Right. The point is, though, it's easy for you to act like it's no big deal. You laughed at it and act like it was so stupid. But I know for a fact, dude, that if you got pictures of your house and your kids with explicit threats about what was going to be done to them, and then pictures of it, right? You would be like, okay, this is really serious. And then you call and
It's
file
not a
police
game.
reports. And like for you to just say like laugh
How is
it
that
off,
my
and
fault? How is
no,
that my fault?
dude,
I'm a
that wasn't.
nobody, remember?
See, you just keep making it all about you because that's how you
well,
view the world. But my
Dude,
point was,
all
you
you're
keep bringing.
doing is saying that
Shut
it's my
up.
fault.
No, I said, dude, you keep bringing up the telemetry thing, and I'm explaining why I couldn't release it. Your big comeback was, oh, but I thought you were already doxxed. I'm like, yeah, you actually, ironically, also brought tons of eyes to my address. Whatever. The point is, I wasn't going to bring way more eyes to my address, and you just keep rushing that off and then saying the point again like I didn't say it. Then I explained the reason why that's super important is because of the severity of the threats I was getting. I wasn't going to then be like, hey, everybody that looks at my channel, here's where I live. Okay. And I'm like, because of my kids. And then you're like, oh my God, get a gun. Oh, you're such a
Why are you
pussy. You're just a
why
joke
are
of a
you still
pussy.
being
You're
a
like
pussy,
demonic.
dude? You're
You're like
still being a
demonic, dude.
pussy about it. Like, just stop. Like, why are you still talking about it? Weren't we supposed to stop talking
He's
about it?
talking about
And you
his
want to
life
keep
and you're
trying?
calling
yeah.
him that?
Yeah, dude. I don't
That's not
care. I'm not
right.
here. I'm not here to hold his hand and
It's
be like,
not that's
oh,
not right though. You
poor
gotta
Witsit.
admit.
Oh, I
Yeah,
feel
that's
it's my
crazy.
fault. It's not my fault. It's not my fault that that you signed up for this, that you signed up for this public whatever thing that you're doing, that you went to
Right.
Antarctica, you did all this stuff, and that people don't like you. I'm not the reason why people don't like you. You're the reason why people don't like you. Don't put that shit on me,
You
bro.
made it all about yourself
Right.
again, and it wasn't even about you. So I'm disengaging. You
um,
just
Let's
expose yourself.
let's
well,
just let's move on.
that was a.
We should
All
move
right.
on.
All right. I'm gonna unmute everybody. All right.
That was kind of hot, Russell.
I'm about to remute everyone after Beasticles unmute you. So.
All right. Get ready, Jeremy. No, I mean, in all sincerity, guys, like, look, we're online, but, you know, there's still a person behind every microphone. I hope so, anyway. You know, there are bots and stuff. But I'm not saying that. I'm just saying we're all people at the end of the day, right? Like, we're still all people, no matter what beliefs or worldviews or arguments you bring forth or what conception you have of the world. Like, we should have a little empathy for each other, period.
I'm pretty sure Bill Hickok is an AI, but anyways.
Where's the empathy for
carry
Kai
on.
when she was getting spit on?
Well, I have
She
empathy.
didn't.
Shots fired. Shots fired.
I have. No, you can't say that. Yeah, I don't see that. See, the fucked up thing is, I would
That you're a
welcome
dope
the.
fiend? That's fucked up.
Yo,
I would welcome.
Electric.
I would
Come on,
welcome
bro.
the same scrutiny. I don't know. Everybody would handle it a different way. But everybody
That's
who's
true.
a public figure has to deal with it. You know who dealt with it tactfully? Muhammad Ali. Like you could deal with it well, or you could deal with it not well. Now, Rustic, as a person who's trying to be an opponent or whatever you are, hey, guess what? When somebody's your enemy, they don't have to give a fuck about you, your family, or anything else. Everybody else stop going, oh my God, where's the empathy? Like, because at the end of the day, we know that there's somebody out there that we don't have empathy for. That being the case, that being the case, when you said what you said there, oh, get a gun, it just made you look ugly. That's all. It doesn't really make a difference. In that moment. It was like, oh, that was nasty. So at the end of the day, at the end of the day, does anybody have any measurable curvature anywhere?
Okay, one more thing. I just want to make sure I understand. Dude, yes, I signed up for this. I've been very tactical behind the scenes. This is why I made sure that there wasn't a name change. This is why there was quick movement based on all of that. That's why, like, every decision based on where my PO box, everything's super calculated, etc. I did not say that Rusted, bears the responsibility of something coming out. Nothing like that. I'm explaining why I couldn't take the risk of releasing the telemetry data. So once it's explained, and it's a perfectly valid reason that includes the safety of my kids, to then run around and just omit that part of it and then just claim it's because I stole the money and didn't actually get it and I'm lying is a piece of shit thing to do. So that's the
How would the
actual
telemetry
argument.
data have anything to do with your address?
No one's asking anyone to feel bad for me. No one's saying, oh, Rusted. She keeps making it all about herself. That wasn't the point. The point was it's a lie.
You fly from your house?
It's a lie. Dude, it's the GoPro telemetry data. Try to keep up. So it literally is impossible. I had multiple people with all kinds of credentials looking at trying to rip the telemetry data from the extraction software without my address. It's impossible. It is impossible. So now I'm not there. I can release it. I will do
a really
it very
good excuse.
Shut up, Q-Op.
Okay, whatever, man. Okay, can I say one more thing? I just want to make sure everyone understands. Dude, yes, I signed up for this. I've been very tactical behind the scenes. This is why I made sure that there wasn't a name change. This is why there was quick movement based on all of that. That's why, like, every decision based on where my PO box, everything's super calculated, etc. I did not say that Rusted, bears the responsibility of something coming out. Nothing like that. I'm explaining why I couldn't take the risk of releasing the telemetry data. So once it's explained, and it's a perfectly valid reason that includes the safety of my kids, to then run around and just omit that part of it and then just claim it's because I stole the money and didn't actually get it and I'm lying is a piece of shit thing to do. So that's the
how would the
actual
telemetry
argument.
data have anything to do with your address?
No one's asking anyone to feel bad for me. No one's saying, oh, Rusted. She keeps making it all about herself. That wasn't the point. The point was it's a lie.
You fly from your house?
It's a lie. Dude, it's the GoPro telemetry data. Try to keep up. So it literally is impossible. I had multiple people with all kinds of credentials looking at trying to rip the telemetry data from the extraction software without my address. It's impossible. It is impossible. So now I'm not there. I can release it. I will do
a really
it.
Good excuse.
Shut up, Q-Op.
Okay, whatever, man.
No, these are really good excuses. I'm giving you like a compliment.
Shut
You make really good
up.
excuses.
And when I release it, you'll just say it's fake anyway.
You remember, dude? I have a record. I just went through a recording on my phone, and you said like you're gonna love me, or you're gonna be. You said something like it's gonna happen in 2 weeks.
Shut
like nothing.
up. Go back to your hole with the 3 other people, dude. That's me at the bottom.
What the hell? Why?
Yeah,
why
shut up.
Wait, just to clarify, Q up on the record, your claims are that the reason I haven't released the telemetry data is because I don't actually have it because it's fake. Is that the claim? Just state it for the record.
I don't know, probably.
Okay. Oh, now it's just probably. A second ago, it was for sure that it was just a good made-up story, but now it's probably.
I mean, you can fake telemetry data. Like, I'm just.
Oh, there you go. There you go. So exactly like I said, what will happen when I release it? And this is why I didn't release it at the time, because I'm like, it's definitely not worth it to put my children further at risk just for the people that are going to claim it was fake anyway, right? So it's like, whatever. I'll try and release it. I'll look at my MacBook. I think it's on a specific card that's packed up.
Hey, yo, Witsit. Fuck these clowns, man. Just stay on it, dude. As far as I'm concerned.
You went to the same military academy as Snacks.
Man, shut up, post-op. Yo, post-op. Shut the fuck up.
Yo, shout out to Snacks, though. Issa.
Yo, check
Issa,
it. Big up Snacks.
Fair shout out to Snacks, Issa.
You know what? Love the Snacks. Yeah. But yo, but for real, Witsit represents flat Earth. Anyone who doesn't like it can go eat a dick.
What the heck? Which one? The
let me swallow a little piece of
Yeah, go eat a dick. That's what I said. Witsit represents flat Earth. If you don't like it, go suck a dick.
Dude, which flat Earth? Because I don't agree with this dual pole teleporting sun shit.
Ooh, we can debate about it. That's why we're here. That's cool.
Every single one of that. Every single one of you
Everybody.
flat Earth naysayers that's talking shit to Witsit, he's done more than all of you combined times 10. Go do something for flat Earth. Quit going after Witsit.
We'll fluff them if you want.
Yeah, we stand with Witsit over
Interesting,
here,
by the
man.
way.
Go fuck yourselves.
Interesting, by the way.
Alright,
This is
guys.
kind of different topic,
Only
but
thing I
just to
wanted to
jump
say,
in.
which only thing I
Earlier,
want, but I like.
Hey, yo,
It's
what I'm
cool.
saying is, yo, Witsit, you do represent flat Earth for a lot of us, bro. You represent it as my buddy Cathexis would put it. You represent it eloquently as fuck, dude. Just keep on, and fuck these clowns worried about your money,
I
dude.
strongly disagree. Stop trying to gather.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
that's
No,
fine.
I don't want to face our joke.
yo, but how cool is this though? Witsit comes in here, debates, takes all these questions, answers the things. I mean, respect, dude. Like, if anything,
It's
that's the
only
most
ever like
honorable
dark
shit.
for like a long time.
Yeah, but you know what though? It's honorable, bro. If you can't see that, you guys think everything's fake. And remember, flat earthers are the biggest
I
fucking
think it's
losers in the
honorable.
world. It's like, yo, fucking Witch is kicking ass, bro. We stand with him. I'm glad he represents the fucking discussion and every single point Witsit makes. I'm like, damn, I made that point a while back. I love this dude. So fuck that, man. Big up Witsit.
Then you can go, Dan,
No,
and then Noah, just real quick. All right. For a content creator to come into Discord like this, right? In general, is awesome. Just on its face, right? To actually be able to engage with someone, like it's an open forum, and I appreciate Geo for actually creating this server where we can have open discussions, right? Like the fact that we get to air our grievances with each other is amazing. Instead of just consuming content and then creating our own narratives in our own minds and not being able to share it with other people. Like, how many people can you guys talk to in your real life about any of this stuff?
Dude, there's conversations happening outside of this Discord. This is the most gay kept censored flat Earth Discord right now. What are you talking about?
Sorry, bro. You can leave then. That's fine.
Leave. Go
I
join the
wanted to
Q
say
op
something.
server.
I'm just
wanted to
appealing
say
to the
something.
fact that we're able to do this. That's all. All right, go ahead.
Do you know what I think it is?
yeah,
There's a
and
lot
you're
of
in the
very
illusion of
prominent
free
flat
speech.
earthers with huge channels who don't join these communities, and then Austin does, and then everyone's like, "Oh well, I can really sink my teeth into this and just air out all my grievances."
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
true.
it's cool that he's in here. I wanted to say everything's good. Just don't lose or destroy the telemetry data, and it will all be freaking perfect.
Is that how you see yourself, Witsit? I feel like Witsit, you're a Discorder
Well,
first.
I would
You're a
just like to
YouTuber
say,
first, or a Discorder first.
I would just like to say kind of like a 2-pointer real quick in that. I mean, Wits is
Yeah,
just a
for it,
man,
bro.
just like the rest of us. He's not a perfect person, so I mean, we'll
Amen.
take that as a first thing. Me and him disagree on a lot of things, but I wouldn't say it's necessarily dishonorable anything that he does on Discord. I mean, what does he do? There's a lot worse people on Discord. I mean, that behave a
Y'all
lot
don't
worse.
want
He's
the answer
actually
to that.
one of the best behaved on Discord. So, but I would
I mean, I
also
can
like to
answer that
push
question.
back on. I would also like to push back on a different thing in that he kind of does represent a big segment of flat earthers. Like he definitely has fanboys who are biased towards whatever he says. I don't think that's a bad thing on his part or something that's evil in and of
Name
itself.
them.
But to deny Elijah Savvy, but to deny that
Elbow.
is just not true. Yeah, I mean the guy, but that's not a bad thing. That's just a fact. But I don't know why you would deny a fact. Like everyone kind of has followers in
Galatrax.
life. Like I don't know.
I don't deny that. But I do
Beasticles.
think
Q up, you're such a coward and a little
Galatrax.
ankle biter.
Oh, we was
Yo, Eli
talking.
was
Did I say
talking.
Is there?
Fucking funny, bro.
Yo, Eli was talking, bro.
Yeah. We have all been put in a position where we have to talk about who represents flat Earth, which is kind of silly because we wouldn't be talking about a tree like that. It's the Earth. But that's the situation that globalists.
But if the tree is saying I'm not a tree, it's a little different. But if the tree is saying I'm not a tree, no, this is important.
Okay,
Right?
well then say
This
your
is
important part after he says his part.
I know, but I've been trying to say anything honest for now 25, 30
Okay,
minutes.
well then how exciting that you're so close to finally getting your turn.
Thank you.
All I'm saying is it's the same as representing a tree because the Earth is the Earth. But maybe some people, because of the globalists, can't see that it's as simple as that. Just like it's as simple as water is level. We didn't need any of these super constructed arguments to see and tell the truth. It sucks that they, It works, them dragging us into these meaningless conversations where we give pieces of ourselves to sometimes become assholes. Because the world isn't kind. Because people, your own people, will fight against you about what really is. It's fucking sad. Now, it was one thing that I did want to speak to. Somebody said we may have split differences on the 24-hour sun. What the fuck is the split difference there?
I agree.
There's
That's
really
the
a
most
south. There's really
insane
a
part.
south. Any of you guys clinging to flat Earth, holding on to the Bible, aren't paying attention to real life. That's the truth,
Sounds good,
Austin.
man. Sounds.
We
I mean,
know
if
it.
you hate the
Right?
Bible,
You
brother,
and
that's
I
on
know
you,
it,
bro.
though. But you and I know it, right?
Hey, do you agree? Do you agree that the 24-hour sun is just merely an observation in the sky, and that the claim it proves the globe is confirming the consequent?
Yeah, it has
Confirming
nothing
the
to do with
consequent.
what I said. What I said
Do
was
you
there
agree,
is a
though?
south. There is a south,
Can you just say I
right?
agree?
Right.
Or
That's
not?
what I said. So I'm not looking in the sky because you guys knew just by your flight path that you were dead in Puerto Uranus. You knew you were dead as soon as you saw anything moving. Right.
Dad,
So anyway,
did you
listen,
realize that
this
I
isn't
said I thought we were going to
your
see
little
it?
point
You missed
isn't
that part?
important right now. What's important is the integrity you were talking about before. And we need to bring it back if we're going to bother. Elijah's right if we have integrity. Krusty loves to do what she does. I just went this through her personally, where she claimed she would never throw me under the bus. But there's recordings of her mixing two ideas, in other words, quoting you twice and mixing them into a false reality. Right?
Yeah, that's what she
Now,
does.
so exactly. And we all know it. So entertaining her is kind of fucked up. And Gio, you should establish some rules for someone who you know is coming in as a troll,
Yeah,
acting like
censorship.
a truther, acting like a
Well,
truther.
I look. I'll say my part here.
Shame is
Protect
another
Witsit.
one.
Protect
I think it's
Witsit.
good that we have free speech here, bro. I think it's good that people can say. I'm not
No free
asking to be
speech.
some protected. I'm not asking to be some protected
You
class.
need protection.
And oh, is that why you're allowed to always interject and say stupid stuff like that?
I just
Because
got muted before.
from my experience, actually, like people are typically allowed to interject and jab me more than the average person. And I've even told Gio that like I'm probably more okay with it than a lot of people. So I made one specific request, right? When it gets these hyper personalized, slanderous moments when people aren't around, I don't think that that should be like curved at some point. That's my
I
opinion.
don't like
You're
people
100%
personalized.
correct. You're 100% correct. And she
What
does it for
was your
sport,
point? It got
not
lost
for
in
truth.
on
She
that
does it
on
for
that
sport,
thing.
not for truth.
But the other point I want to make
How
is like,
can you
look, I
how
never
can you
claimed to
say
be a
this is
rep.
dishonorable? How
Yo,
can you
what's
say
it?
this is dishonorable? The man comes, he presents himself in front of all of us, and literally answers hostile questions and shit. That is, by definition, very honorable activity. I don't.
Noah, cut it
But,
out. What are you
I
doing?
agree.
but
Wait, so what
there's
do you say? Are you a Discorder or a YouTuber? I don't
Well,
know.
I will
What
say
are
this.
you?
That's what I was gonna address, right? So just so you guys know, there was a moment when I thought, like, dude, clearly the easier route for me would be like, yeah, I'm just gonna make my content. I'm gonna take some of these other invitations I've gotten. I'm gonna talk about a bunch of other topics as well, right? I'm gonna do my own thing, and I really just don't care because the truth is, like, that noise would die out, right? And if you just make your channel big enough and upload consistently and post a bunch of shorts and talk about a bunch of different things and get on different shows, there's always going to be some other channel that claims it's all fake and no one cares. But I don't like to do that. I like to like go back to like the trenches. That's kind of how this all started for me. I didn't want to ever be a content creator. I just like started in the trenches. I started at 24/7 in the trenches. It just ended up turning into a thing. So like this is what I like. I like being like, yo, if I got an invite here, I want to be able to come in the room and be like, yo, I got an invite to be on this show. So
Good to
what do
hear.
you guys, what's your advice or what's your feedback, whatever. So, I tried to do that. To me, it's actually way easier. I can make way more money. It's ironic. All these accusations of me grifting and stuff, I can make way more money kind of selling out in a way and not coming in here. Right. I mean, I would it's way easier to not come in here. Like that part is true. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of work too. I mean, I know you get a certain amount of sport out of it, but the marathoning stuff. Listen, I know about the 10 grand, and it's been a problem for me because I was told not to bug you about it. And
I can't talk about it, man.
I'm glad you're getting around to it, but it's causing an integrity problem now. You should just tell everyone. It's not a big deal.
I can't.
But it's not a big deal.
More
It's
secrets.
not. You're making it seem like a bigger deal than it is. You're making it seem like a bigger deal than it is. Listen to me. You're making it seem like a bigger deal than it is.
The problem is it's slightly associated to the other subject. So I think you should sort it out publicly, because I'm tired of protecting people, and I'm tired of protecting flat earthers from flat earthers and the whole thing. I'm tired
Dan,
of the acceptance of the trolls and the people that mean
Would you like to
harm.
actually hear? Okay, look, here's the deal, man. There are some people in this room that know a lot about it. Okay, it's not an option, dude. Okay, and that's just a fact. And like,
Bullshit.
Dude, stop interrupting me, dude.
Bullshit.
Stop interrupting me, please.
But stop pretending it's a big deal. It's
Dude,
only you. It's one of your white lies you're protecting, and that's the problem. You're only protecting.
Dude, stop interrupting me. It has nothing to do with a white lie. I'm not protecting anything. Okay, I'm not protecting anything. I made it very clear when I said, "Yo, this is like a kind of an emergency situation. I have to come up with way more than this. It was not even like a fraction of what I ended up having to come up with." And I'm like, "Yo, I would really appreciate people helping me out. I can't really say what it's about." Okay. There are some people that know some of the details and they understand why. I technically could. It would make me a terrible person without any integrity. It would make me super selfish. It would mean that I'm giving into my ego just so that people can't say things about me. And then I'm actually harming someone else, other people that I love. So you're telling me that I should make the decision to harm people I love, even people I'm supposed to protect, so that I can defend my ego, so that people don't say bad things about me on the internet. I'm not going to do it.
Is it based on money that people gave you on here for something? You're not going to tell us what it was? Like, don't they deserve money?
The people on here,
No,
like
dude.
you, that run their mouth, would never support my channel. It's the
You don't have
loudest
any
people are the
pay-pigs on
ones
here?
that never supported me at all.
Yo, nukes dropped.
All right, so it's not a big deal. It's not connected to any channel or anything, and it's just because you can't discuss it, yet you discuss it. It causes some of this.
Well, I didn't bring it up, bro. I didn't bring it up. Someone's bringing it up in public, just like you just did, right? And I have to address the lie said about it. The claim is that I basically
Don't
just made up
pretend
a
that
lie and
I'm
stole
bringing
money.
it up. Don't
No, I'm
pretend I'm bringing it up because
to be fair,
I
it
was
came up tonight already. That's fine.
right.
But my point
So
is,
I
you did
didn't
bring it back up. You
I
brought it
wanted
back up.
everyone to know it wasn't a big deal, and you could make sure that just by letting out, it's not a big deal. You owe someone money, so what?
Dan, I don't owe anyone money, dude. Dan, it has nothing to do with me owing anyone money, dude.
Yes, it
This is
does.
Dan, it literally doesn't at all. This is what I'm trying to tell you. You have no idea
I've
what
been
it's
lied
about.
to. So I've been
Yes.
lied to, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And if you want to reach out to me privately and tell me what you heard,
If you would ever talk to me privately, that'd be lovely.
Well, if I could feel that I knew you wouldn't say something publicly, you realize that's why only some people know it. But I'm saying if someone has told you something and you think you know, apparently me owing someone money, and see now you're like giving more implied accusations as if like I'm a drug addict or I owe someone money that I can't pay back that I have to have right now or whatever it is. That isn't what it is.
Just tell me you're really trying. Just tell me you're really trying, and that's really all I need.
Really trying to do what?
So gay. Shut up, Dan.
Dude,
Yeah,
I have
moving
been,
on.
dude. If you guys knew what was really going on,
Dude,
for
this
the
is
last,
so
like, 8 months.
dramatic.
Yeah,
Who
you
cares?
guys have no idea, bro. There are some people in this room that do know, but this is the thing, man. Look, it's all love, bro. I try to be as transparent as possible. My honest opinion here is like, you guys, a lot of the people that demand this stuff from me, you're not entitled to know this stuff. Like when this person's asking me my profit margins with a sponsor agreement, I'm gonna tell you that. Almost no one ever would tell you that, right? And in fact, it's detrimental to negotiations in the future to do that, right? But I just immediately did. And I try to be as transparent as I can. I don't actually have to, dude. Like the fact that I press go live and say some stuff on the internet doesn't mean that now whoever watches it's entitled to probe my life. I have to answer all questions about my life. And I still try to be overly transparent. The issue I found is when you do that, then it's just never enough. And that's why most people in my position or with bigger channels than me or whatever, they normally don't come in places like this. This is why they don't do it, right? They just avoid it. It's easier to avoid it. So like, I mean, maybe just think about that and think about like, yo, wait, if I was in his position, would I answer all these questions about like every component of my life? I don't think that most people would, bro. Most people in this room don't even have their real name and picture up here.
Yeah, keep your private
Only
information to
somebody let me know.
yourself because it's best to protect your family and stuff.
For sure.
But yeah, Witsit, are you going to ever make School and Globers again? Just curious.
School and Glovers. Yeah, I might bring it back. I'm gonna do a poll on which shows I should bring back. I'm just gonna let the people pick if I should bring back
That
School
means
and
no.
Glovers and Middle Ground and whatever. Really, there's only two I'm gonna ask. I'm not gonna do any.
Let me say something, and whoever's behalf. Look, I've been like, I haven't made any content because I'm waiting on fucking people to even understand that he did go to fucking Antarctica. Like, I'm not making shit, dude, until people understand that. I mean, it's
Hey
hit,
Brian,
man.
your mic's really muffled. Can you fix it? Hold
Yeah,
on,
can you
your
turn
mic
it off?
Yo, is that Brian? What up,
Brian, I'm
Mr.
glad you're
Leake?
alive. I'm glad you're alive, Brian. I was worried.
No, Brian, if you want to say your piece, go ahead. But it's just your mic was muffled. Can you
Yeah,
fix
your
it?
mic is. It sounds like you're underwater, brother.
Yeah, is it a quick fix?
If it's better now, it's a quick fix.
Yeah, a lot better.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Yeah, man. I listen in all the time, man. I'm always listening in. I've joined a couple times lately, but I fell asleep a while back joining and woke up to Jeremy put me in the hot mic room. But
This is good
'cause I was
stuff.
hot
This is
micing.
good stuff. Thank you.
But check it out, man. Check it out. This is where I'm at. I haven't made any content lately about. It's like I'm waiting on the community. It's getting there slowly but surely to weed out the people who don't even think that they went to Antarctica. It's like, I mean, anybody who followed it and asked questions that were answered while they were in fucking Antarctica. It's like, dude, it's like I'm
Wow, they
waiting on the
answered
community
questions,
to
dude.
weed
Yeah,
out
that is proof.
Can you
I'm
wait
waiting
till
on. It doesn't matter. Call it whatever you want, dude. You just as soon as people like you or enough of you are weeded out, I'll go back to making content and we can go back to having
Like a
better
roundup?
discussions and shit, man.
I mean, we got to just move on without those people. If we wait for those people, we'll never go anywhere.
Yeah, we'll
We gotta just
never
carry
get
on.
Yeah,
anywhere.
you guys are
then.
going to the moon, bro. Witset's taking you to the moon next.
Well, it started
What's
out
up,
like
Leake?
Flatoid and
Recite, Brant.
I don't know.
You know what's
Hey,
funny is like, yo, this. I know that people would totally spiral if anything like this supposedly was going to happen. But so after I was like zoomed out because to me, and going to Antarctica was super dope. Like just the idea of it, right? Like when I first became a flat earther, I just integrated the idea that like you can't go there. Not that you literally can't, just that there's no reason to go to like a little approved area, right? And that I knew I'd never spend the money or whatever. And I actually went. It was actually like the first stamp on my passport, right? So to me, that's just like pretty cool thing on my bucket list or whatever, like my belt.
Wait, what? You have the Antarctica stamp? We've been asking for that.
Well, that's
and are
crazy.
you
You've been
flat
asking
earther
for
or
it because
not? Which way?
You
You're
said you
flipping
haven't had
back
that.
and
Oh,
forth.
look what you guys
Yo,
do.
Brian,
This is
calm
like
down.
it's like if you
I
go to a
just can't
party,
keep up.
if you go to a party and you like kick over all the tables and then pour the keg out and then they don't invite you to the next party, and you act like you don't know
Are
why.
you
It's like,
switching
come
the
on.
subject? Can you show us the Antarctica stamp?
I know I didn't switch the subject. You interrupted me, dude.
Yeah, there's
Are
too
you
many
a
people
flat
in here
earther or
to have.
not?
Just stop. There's too many
Yo,
people in here to have
Brian, calm
interruptions.
down.
We have to go one at a time.
He
So
just said he has an Antarctica stamp. He used to say he didn't. Let's see it.
Okay, that's a lie. I've never said I didn't have it
Okay, so
because
show
I
it. Do you,
look what you do. You have to
go
interject
ahead,
like
show
they
it.
have to ankle bite. You have to ankle bite. So I've already shown it. It was posted in my Telegram, I think, before I even left. I've even shared my camera and shown it. I've posted the pictures on X and on Telegram right when I got back or even before I got back. But what is QOP's version of the story? I claimed I didn't have it and couldn't show it. And they've been asking the whole time, but I could never show it. Now, what's the actual truth? I showed it many times immediately on multiple platforms. This is a perfect example of the kind of stuff that this guy does. So can I make my point though? So what I thought, what I think is going to sound crazy, right? But like, I never thought that people would spend like $40K to send me there when I'm telling them, hey, bro, even if there's a 24-hour sun, I'm still going to be a flat earther and still say it doesn't in any way prove the globe, and I'm not any use to you. And then they still took me, and so the next biggest thing I can think of that seems like unattainable would be to like demand that Elon Musk put me in space.
We'll get the movement happening. We'll get the movement happening.
Yeah, that's never gonna
Well,
happen.
we need to organize, man.
Well,
We need to organize. If we could ever organize, we could. That'd be the next step, huh?
All right, let's go
No,
to
the
space.
Yeah,
first
with
step
the
is
probably
figuring
take you
out
up
how
to
you
like
can have a
look,
24
One at a
hour sun
time.
on
One
a
at a
flat
time.
Earth.
I mean, Eli was going first.
Yeah, the first step is you need to figure out how to have a 24-hour sun on a flat Earth.
Well, that's your
Yeah,
opinion.
it's easy. Yeah, it's easy. You
It's
go
pretty
to the
easy.
south
It's a
and see the sun
parabolic
over there.
reflection.
Now check this out. Here's where I think all the weirdness comes from. So number one, I'm gonna put it on me. Fuck it, I'm gonna put it on me.
Pause.
So long, Globers have flipped the burden of proof, begged the question by saying, "Hey, look, in the southern hemisphere, there is an opposing rotation to the stars in the north. Explain that." And for me, all I've said is all the stars rise in the east and set in the west, which is basically saying the same thing anyway. So it doesn't really address the point. So for a long time, people have ignored, you know, any Glober's attempt at pointing us to the South and what's going on in the South. Because me personally, I assume somehow we're just on the other side of the rotation, so it looks different apparently. And that argument is ass, and that argument is trash. Put it in the bin. Doesn't work. You know why? Because you actually see two different areas of rotation. Let me ask you this, if you've never thought about it. Looking at the Southern Cross, have you ever seen it circle around Polaris? No. But you see it circle a point that, well, we don't know what's in the center of it, but it's circling something. If it's doing a circle and it's not around Polaris, chances are all of those stars are doing their thing over there. It's not something we've ever really addressed, which is
It's a
why.
parabolic reflection, is what I
I've been
think.
addressing it, man, for quite a while.
But
Even
I'm
before
saying
the TFE.
but you don't have to make a claim about it. I'm just talking about the observation before you start talking about why. I don't have to explain why and how it works on the flat earth. That's number. You can, if you could try to do that if you want to, but that's not necessary. It's like, okay, they got a 24-hour sun in the south during the winter, I
Do
guess.
they?
Okay,
Do they? Then why do
cool.
they always fake it?
Yeah.
Dude.
There's at
No,
least a
like
counter
It's
rotation.
here's another thing that I've always
It is necessary.
pointed out. Well,
You gotta let somebody respond to your first. If I feel like 5 people wanted to respond to your first point, therefore you're making another
they're
one,
not
right?
really
Yeah, I just
responding,
muted
which
them
is why
because
I'm trying to
they
continue
went
anyway.
stupid.
I
They're
don't know. I
not
didn't
really
hear it.
responding.
What are you talking about? I just tried to respond to you. So it is a
Yeah,
problem.
I
You said
also
it's
want to
not
respond
necessary.
to.
You want to deem it unnecessary because you know you don't have a solution because your presumption is a problem. It's incoherent and you can't make a model based off your presumption. Okay, so you got to move forward
What's the
from that.
presumption? What's the
Okay,
presumption?
so
That it
I
was a
think
real
that
observation
I
and not
wasn't
just a
done,
fake
but
movie.
I did pause to ask that one person what
You
was
have
the
a
presumption.
religious belief in a flat Earth, and then you saw a
So
24-hour
what's the
sun in
presumption,
Antarctica. Those
though?
two things do not
The
work together.
presumption part. What's the
I
presumption?
just told you the religious belief in a flat Earth that every
It's not a
landmass is
presumption.
distributed along a horizontal plane, and then you have a 24-hour sun as well. Because of your belief in the latter, now you don't have a conclusion. That's it.
well, that's just ad
Yeah,
hoc. But
that's actually
That's not
that
ad hoc.
doesn't.
No, that's just
Well,
reality.
first
Well, it's a
of
straw
all,
man.
yeah,
It's a
you're
straw man.
assuming it's
anyway, you know
Jesse,
what?
play Flat Earther tonight.
I'm not
Come on,
even
why
gonna
not?
address that because when I say, well, the Earth measures flat, it measures
No
horizontal
one is going
over
to address
whatever
it.
distance we can actually measure. He's gonna want to
well.
get into a knuckle drag thing about it, and you're not
Yep.
good enough to face me, bro. I don't have that
Dude,
time.
I'm facing you right
Check this
now.
out,
Who's
though.
knuckle dragging? You are.
What I am trying to say is, for all of the people that are questioning whether or not the sun is making a smaller circle in the summer in the north and then a bigger circle in the south, here's how you know that's not the case. Because it arcs
Because
from
Witsit faked
northwest,
his vape breath.
it arcs from northeast around you, right, to northwest.
It's really knuckle
But in
dragging
the
you, I swear.
winter, though, it goes from southeast, doesn't touch you at all. You're looking to the north to Polaris, and then it goes behind your back, and then it sets southwest. That's not the
I'm not even
sun
That
sure
could
making a
just
anymore,
be
circle
Julian.
around
that could be a
fucking
bigger
Polaris. That's
circle.
just what it is.
That could
It's
just be a
not.
bigger
Yeah, I
circle
think
around
it's
your perspective
parabolic
zone.
You're not even
Doesn't
explaining
mean it's
things
a
right.
left turn.
Wait,
It arcs from northeast around you, right, to northwest.
It's really knuckle
But in
dragging,
the
Julian. Right?
winter, though, it goes from southeast, doesn't touch you at all. You're looking to the north to Polaris, and then it goes behind your back, and then it sets southwest. That's not
I'm
the
not even
sun
That
sure
could
making a
you
just be
circle
understand.
around
that could be a
fucking
bigger
Polaris. That's
circle.
just what it is.
That could
It's
just be a
not.
bigger
yeah, I
circle
think
around
it's
your perspective
parabolic
zone.
You're not even
Doesn't
reflection.
explaining
mean it's
things
a
right.
left turn.
Wait,
Guys, we didn't
Dude,
hear any
wait.
of that because like 3 people went at
It,
once. So maybe let's do quick. I think
because they're
Clapton's trying to
scared.
get
That's why,
in.
Jeremy. They're
Eli,
scared.
Eli,
That's
Can I ask
why.
a
hold
quick
on.
question about the server real fast? Quick question. Like, am I not able to share my camera right now? Is it because there's too many people in here, I guess?
Too many
You
people.
show your passport?
Too many people.
Yeah. I'll just take a picture, I guess.
You can shift to the stage
well, yeah.
though, real quick. Wanted. You can
If you can,
shift.
if that's like,
So,
May I address this?
can I just point out one last thing because the room is not. Y'all not gonna let me keep it on point. The bottom line is I didn't make any claims about anything. Everything that I just talked about is what we all observe and experience. It's dumb to be like, that's a dumb argument because it wasn't an argument. I'm just pointing out to you how dumb it is to make certain assertions when we know what we experience. That's it.
Yeah, I live in South America. The sun does do counter rotation too when you go up north, and yeah, so it doesn't. Which is why I think the southern sun you see is a parabolic reflection of the sun that's within the central vortex. So, like, I think everyone should check out.
There's a hole in that.
Wait,
Sorry.
wait. Who's that?
That was me, but I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. It'll be really quick, but basically, everyone should check out Tomb of Illumination. He is hard to understand at first, but after listening to him for a while, things started making sense to me, and now I'm understanding it way better. So definitely recommend that.
Yo, if you could explain it to me and
Here's my
Shane,
take on that.
that'd be great. Sorry.
When
Go ahead.
McToon put out his challenge for flat earthers, man, I was into the AE map and all that, and explaining how the Gleasons worked, and I did understand the way the rotations work. That was my first argument way back, like 7-8 years ago. I've argued that the stars are literally going in different directions, and that it could physically be measured with sticks and shadows that they are indeed a little bit separating on the horizon from the equator, on either side of the equator. That was my argument. And then
Yep.
2 years later, McToon put out his challenge, and I learned CellNav, and I realized that Polaris ain't as important as far as the celestial almanac as people think. It's judged off the spot of the sun at the very second, the very first second of the very first minute of the vernal equinox, where the sun's at. That's the point of Aries, and it's the equator that everything's based on. And Polaris is a little bit off 90, not much, about not even just a little over half a degree. But the whole point in this is I evolved, and I was trying to model it out before TFE, right? And just showing, okay, there's 2 rotations, right? And so if it's a Gleason style map, then there's got to be some type of reflection or some internal reflection, which we can show with the dome, okay? But
yeah,
I don't think anybody would argue this. Any Glober in here would argue that we need way less with 2 poles. If we just say, okay, there is actual 2 rotations over us, we need way less internal reflection. In fact, we don't need hardly much at all. So if we go to converge underneath a common point, we would barely have to make any turns at all. We'd need hardly any internal reflection with 2 poles. So
well,
anybody
Bri-
denying 2 poles, I think you're a little behind in the
no,
subject.
Brian. Actually, it doesn't work with 2 poles because at midnight in Antarctica, that would be where it's over Australia. It's noon for Australia at that time, and the 2 pole shows that it's not above Australia; it's above the empty Pacific. But I think the parabolic reflection works perfectly because you still get all because we remember we still have discrepancies in the south that the globe cannot explain.
Wait, you're saying that the sun is not over where it's at? Then you ain't caught up yet, dude.
It's
The
a
sun
parabolic
is
reflection that
hold on.
works perfectly.
The latitude longitude doesn't change. The sun is still right exactly over where it's supposed to be, even with a North Pole centered AE layout. But no matter how you lay the AE map out, it will have the sun over the correct latitudes. Okay, so you just I don't know where you got that from, but there
You
is
guys have
arguments
this
against
thing
it.
being
That's just
south?
not one of
The
them,
thing's
dude.
being south.
Well, not yet, because
The
I'm
globe
still trying to
can't
get back
explain. What
in.
were you gonna
Just
say?
not yet, because I'm
Last
just gonna
time?
have to be rude about it because I was trying to get back in and I was trying not to be rude to those guys.
Oh, you poor baby.
It's all you,
Right.
Eli.
So, the reflection thing, I disagree with because I mean you have different constellations.
Bro, yeah. So
I
actually,
guess
I'll
we don't
actually
see them
drop a video in the chat.
simultaneously, so
I'm gonna.
it's always
Oh,
going to be. You want? Should I start over every time I get interrupted? Would that be annoying and boring?
I don't know.
Well,
You
you
act
can
like you're
start
fucking
whenever you
can
king
I
or
want.
drop a
something.
video in the chat that answers your question?
Well, I'm not a moderator,
Can you
so I
guys do
have
ad
to
hoc theories?
You
advocate
guys,
Guys,
you guys,
everyone
for my.
stop talking. Let the
Yeah.
man finish speaking. That's it. Just let
So
him finish speaking.
I'm not a moderator, so I have to advocate for my own respect. So this is how I get you to suck a dick, because at some point you do have to shut up, and there's nothing
Brother,
you can do about it.
yeah,
Yeah,
just say your point,
mute his
brother.
ass, man.
Left lane, shut up. Go ahead.
So my whole thing is, I mean, you could literally Brian said, you're at the equator or near the equator. I mean, you could go look to the north and see Polaris and all of that, and then you can see the Southern Cross to the south. It's like obviously those two things aren't in the same rotation, and that's it. I to put an extra layer of, well, listen, the AE projection can work because what if things are reflected? Y'all can have that. I don't care about that. I just want people to understand that for a long time I have accepted and promoted that the stars go east to west when other people have said they go in different directions. Now, here's how they do go in different directions. They all do rise from the east and set in the west. That's kind of a little a little red. I don't know what that is, but it's a little bastard because when you think about it, the stars do go east to west, but at some point, some of them go northwest and some of them go southwest. Now, is that the same fucking direction? No, it's not. There you go.
What? How does that help flat Earth?
Wait, so I dropped a video in the chat.
I'm just here to
Wait,
tell the truth. The Earth measures flat. That's never going to change. I'm just here to
yeah.
tell the truth.
I'll shut up after this, but I dropped a video in the chat. So I recommend that everyone check it out. The first 25 minutes is about like coordinate system transfers and other things like that. But after that, they get right into it. I would recommend you guys watch that because at least just consider the idea because it makes a lot of sense. I scoffed at it at first. I thought it was stupid, but I think if you start realizing what it is, then we'll be able to progress
Hey,
further.
You know
I
those
just
first
posted a couple
25
videos.
minutes.
If you could go watch, I posted 3 videos. The daylight model, the working daylight model, which was from dude who spoke up earlier. I think New Moon, or I forgot his name, but who initially made that, and I looked at it and yeah, it's spot on. It calls into a couple questions, man, but it ain't near the questions that the North Pole centered AE map. And last thing, anybody who wants to see a working, I did have to move Australia a little bit just to explain the angles on the extremes, just on the edges. I had to move the continents a little bit and change the angles a little bit. That just changes where the latitudes go. It doesn't change where the sun's at overhead. It doesn't muck anything up like that, but that explained the angles of what we see when the sun sets in the wintertime from up north. I show the angles, I show everything. There's still a couple things to be questioned, but they're very small questions, man, compared
Brian,
to where we were at.
I'm actually glad you're here because we've watched your videos before, and we didn't have an actual chance for you to explain some of it. So, How do you explain the split in terms of the sun, like for the GP, right? So like when it's going on the Tropic of Capricorn versus the Tropic of Cancer, like how can it be Yeah, go ahead.
There's only one sun, and it either goes one way or
Right.
the other. I think the south is a little bit bigger, and so I think it gets one extra day maybe. But it's still making its longest, straightest path. At equinox, and but it's like I said, there's only one sun, and it's going to go one way or another when it hits the extremities that I was speaking of earlier, the extreme east or extreme west on the dual pole model.
Yeah, well, wouldn't the sun have to move faster the second half? I don't know. It just doesn't really make sense, like how the
Well,
equator
people
works
are
first
thinking
of all.
that it's got to be at one exact level, and see, and people are using the equator. They're using the fact that if it's 6,200 miles to from the equator to the North Pole, then the equator's got to be this circumference. But they're just judging that the sun has to be one elevation. Okay, if you elongate the circle, you don't get the same geometry. You don't apply the same geometry. And so if you look at the daylight model, you'll see the sun comes up when it goes around, and it drops back down when it comes back around. Either way, so it's an oblong circle. So you're not going to get the perfect circumference,
Brian.
geometry.
Brian.
Yeah,
Remember
last
before
question then.
TFE?
But
Oh,
Yeah, I only got
have we
one. I only got
demonstrated
1
the
minute.
patterns of light?
Wait, word salad. Did you hear Electric? You was trying to ask a question, and I wanted to
sorry.
actually ask you after as well.
Real fast,
Go
I only got 1 minute left, dude. Brian,
Okay.
do you remember before TFE the footage of the 24-hour sun? Did you believe that footage was fake? Yes or no? For Brian.
Yeah, I promoted it
Which
with
one? There's a
Suspect,
bunch
dude.
of them.
What?
There's a bunch of them. Which one are you talking about?
Thanks, guys. All right, gotta go.
There's like
Okay,
20.
I
Brian.
retracted it though. Yeah, I had to eat my words on that, man. Was dead wrong on that. But hey, I'm glad I'm glad they showed us. I'm glad they went down there and took the time, spent the money. I appreciate them, even the assholes who went. I appreciate the fact that they did go, and even if Witsit and Jaron and them didn't go, there's enough of them down there and enough footage and seeing all their compasses live and all that. To call that into question is kind of ridiculous, dude. If you've really followed it and wanted the truth and looked into it, am I the majority in here to say that we all do believe they did go to fucking Antarctica?
I'm with you there, Brian. And I just wanted to ask real quick before it gets into another conversation. Would you be willing to like I don't know how often you want to come back in here, but like I'd really like you to like do a presentation on your video of the dual pole and like really
I've been
explain
wanting
it.
to, man.
Oh, dude, that'd be great.
It's not quite ready.
That would be great. Okay, cool. If you do
absolutely
that,
will do
could
that,
you
man.
actually make
Thank
it an event? Yeah, awesome.
Yep. Because once people see, dude, there are a couple things still in question about the South and about the trips, the shipping routes from like China to California, and like the world record, the record from San Francisco to Hawaii. And if you treat the world like it's a globe, and you go directly east from, let's say, Miami, to get to Hawaii, you're going to go up north. You're not just going to go directly over. You're going to jog up north. And so, in other words, if you're in Miami trying to look at Hawaii, you're looking up toward fucking Nevada. And so if you're pointing to Hawaii, you're literally not quite that high, but you're pointing up toward Nevada and Arizona and stuff. You're pointing up. So if that's where Hawaii is on a flat Earth, then that's actually where the motherfucker is, right? So everything changes when you start looking at the model. If you start thinking of it as a globe and it's got to be a perfect comparison, that's where a lot of the misunderstandings come in. So I think I can clear up so many misunderstandings with the basics, and this is where we should have been 6 months ago, man.
Can I ask you a
That'd be
question
awesome.
about that? All right. So, Flat Earth dude has a theory about how he watches, the boats race. The
transatlantic race, you know?
Yep.
And he's got a theory that the trans-Pacific race, I think it only goes from Hawaii to California, right? His theory is they don't do Japan to California because everybody kind of figure out, oh, this is all horseshit. The globe model's horseshit because that's where
I
they
think the
do all the
Trans-Pacific
lying.
goes from like Australia to Africa, right? I thought. I know the transatlantic goes
No, that
from North America to Europe. You know, and
right.
I mean,
So,
I'm the one who made
but
videos a
you would
long
think
time ago, man, that about the times and all that stuff. And I posted the
you would
receipts
think
and stuff.
Japan. You would think Japan. It would be from Japan to California, but it's not. They only do Hawaii to California.
Yeah, I know. And
So
if you put, so the way I positioned Hawaii was that if we're in Miami and we're pointing up, like on a globe model or whatever on a AE model, if you're pointing up toward the North Pole, that's where the bitch is. Even on a dual pole, you can't just say, "Hey, it's right
Yeah,
here."
but
Hey, it's right
on the
here.
globe model, if you fly from Miami to Hawaii, you're not even going to fly over. You're just going to fly over the Gulf, the southern tip of Texas, and then you're going to fly
No,
over
you're not.
Baja, Mexico, and then that will be the shortest route.
Yeah,
do you remember hearing about the
but
guy
I'm
who
saying if
was
you point at it. Sorry.
If you
he was
point
in
at
charge
it,
of sending mail. Charge of sending mail from California to like Guam, and he said it kept getting stuck in Alaska, and he was like, "Why is it getting stuck in Alaska? Why isn't it getting stuck in Hawaii? Because that's like the closest line on the globe model." He was like, "It's all getting stuck in Alaska because that was the
That's right,
straightest line."
where the timeline defects are, where the
Right.
international dateline defects are. You know,
Yep.
there's so
Question
many
about
problems with
that.
that area.
Do you think it could also be economical reasons?
Well, it said that it takes the normal with the latest ships. It could be, but with the latest
You know what I
ships
mean? With the
from China, it takes
Hawaii
like good.
prices. Sorry, go ahead. My bad.
No, I'm going to say this to the guy earlier. I don't want to pass this because it's kind of important. Okay, if we're on a globe or on an AE map with the North Pole centered, and you're in Miami, you're pointing toward the north. Like draw a line between Miami and Hawaii, and you don't go south. That's a longer route. That's the not Great Circle route, or on a North Pole centered Gleason map. You go north and so if you're pointing
you
at
go
it, you're
west
pointing at a straight.
northwest.
If you put
You go west northwest. I'm looking at it
yeah,
right now.
exactly. Yep. West northwest. So if you're pointing at it on a dual pole map where everything is more literal, then that's where you got to put you just follow that straight line to straight west northwest, and that puts it closer to Japan on the other side. You know, and that is where the questions come in. There are some questions with that model and everything, and I think that's where we should be focusing a lot of attention. And yeah, I do need to do a presentation to get to the point of what the actual things we need to work out are. I think I've got most of them worked out, but not completely. And I think this is where we should have been 6 months ago, like I said. Because who wants to hear these Globers come in and just say, how's the 24-hour sun work? How's the sun, and Jaron saying, how's the sun go this way and then that way? Well,
Brian,
the
I
dual
missed
pole
you,
model
bro.
dictates that. The dual pole model dictates that. That's what the sun has to do on a dual pole model. And so if you say Australia is over that way, then I'll just say, okay, y'all were down there and the sun was that way and Australia was also that way. That's just where Australia is. There's no tricks about it. It's if you're pointing over there and that's where the sun's at, that's just where it's at. There doesn't have to be any kind of reflection and all that. You know, on the edges, we may need a little internal reflection, maybe, but nothing like 180-degree crazy warpy shit. And thank you, man. Appreciate it.
I do, dude. I really do. You come at it with such a it's just refreshing. I appreciate you, man. Glad you're doing good. Definitely do that presentation whenever you get a chance and like make it an event. I'll definitely watch that.
Yeah, give me a week.
I like the
Alright.
point
We'll
you
get
made.
together.
The other day, Brian, when you were talking to Austin, I quite like the point you were making about if we all walk towards the sun. Can you remember that? When we're trying
Yeah,
to
because Gio
discuss.
picked up on that.
Yeah.
Gio picked up on that, and like he always does, he refines things that people say so much better, dude. He's got such a good way of articulating shit. But yeah, that was a point that I had made before. But the way he articulates it is so so I'm gonna give him credit for because yeah. So if we head toward the sun, wherever it's at any specific time, wherever any star's at, where any or the planet, sun, moon, wherever it's at, you got to ask the question: if we all converge to it from multiple places, are we all going to be at the same place? Because if you think that it's a reflection and that the North Pole's still in the center, then you haven't thought that through, I don't think. And I don't mean that as an insult to anybody. I was there at that point a while back too. But once you see that if you indeed do believe in semi GPS, ain't got to be perfect, but if you believe in celestial navigation is fairly accurate, then you can't deviate much from that, logically anyway. So to answer that we would, you'd have to answer that we'd wind up in multiple places if we went to the sun in the winter. We'd all be in different spots if we went to the sun. And I think that the sun has one GP at every minute of every second of every day, and so does every star.
I actually learned the term subsolar point from Geo, actually. And when the sun's right above your head, there's no shadow, right? I think that's what they say.
Yeah, your zenith. Yeah. Can I ask you one more quick question then, Brian?
Ask me a million.
All right. Let's say you're at the celestial equator, right? Let's say it's in between the equinoxes or whatever. And you're following the sun's path, right? Let's just say east to west, or east to west. You're just following the sun. Would you be traveling in a straight line or in a circle around the north? I'm glad you're thinking about it, because I had to think about it too. Hold on, I got something for this.
What was the question again while he thinks about it?
If you're following the sun when it's at the celestial equator, right, in between the equinoxes, right? It's not on the Tropic of Cancer or the Tropic of
I was
Capricorn.
talking the whole time, dude. I was fucking on mute. Sorry.
Okay.
This is it. So think of this, and this is just a way for me to explain it. It is a big gradual circle, but think of it going up and going down, depending on if it's east or west. But so think of it in terms of this. Think of if you had an airplane coming, 3 of them. You're facing directly east, looking at the sun setting, and you got 3 airplanes coming. One's coming from directly behind you, and it's going to fly directly over your head. Another one is 10 miles to the right of you, and another one's 10 miles to the left. So they're all at the same elevation, and they're all coming from behind you. You hear them coming, right? What do they got to do to stay parallel? What would them planes have to do? When they got right over your head, they would be at a particular point. Now, the plane to the right would have to start circling into the right to look parallel. It would have to literally circle to the right. It'd have to deviate away from the one that was directly over your head, or it's not going to look straight. You see what I'm saying? So perspective does play a key role in this. And the same thing with the plane that's to your left. It's got to deviate to the left to look parallel. So it is the biggest circle, as equinox is the literal biggest gradual circle that the sun takes. And then it even gets trickier when you start talking about if one of the planes is deviating to the right and also getting higher or also getting lower. That makes it way easier to explain, man. So these are key points that I'm going to bring in the presentation. And I'm going to bring visuals.
Did that answer his question?
No, it's a profound question for me.
Well, one answer to it is that the star never goes straight on the equator. It's always either north of the equator or south of it. And right on the equinox, it's sort of like when you change lanes on the highway, you drift over the line. So that's what the sun's doing on the equinox. Like, let's say it's like 0.1 degrees north of the equator. And then on the equinox, it's going to cross the equator, and then it's going to go on the equator for just as it kind of crosses over it, like when you're changing lanes on the highway, and then you're at 0.1 degrees south. So one explanation to that is that if the sun is anywhere north of the equator, it's going to be making the northern circuit. And then the moment it transitions, that it makes like going, changing lanes on the highway, the moment it crosses over, it's then going to make the southern rotation. So it's either doing the northern or southern, which like this GIF right here, which shows the two rotations of the magnetic field, these little flakes, like there's no Pac-Manning on this at all. Now, if you were to take some of those flakes that are in the middle, they're either going in the northern rotation or the southern, depending on whether it's north or south of the equator.
It's got to be on one or the other, right? Because I'd say that there's only one sun. I mean, that's my take on it. If you
This
told me there
little-
was two, I wouldn't agree with you, but I don't agree. I think there's one sun, so it's got to go north or south. And then that's the biggest circle is when it makes its turn. So the few days that it's doing its biggest, straightest path are right around the times of equinox when it is doing its biggest circle, right?
This little GIF, that new perspective, I don't know if he made it, but he sent it to me. But it shows if you wait for it to get to August and then September, you'll see it transition over and then start doing like that figure eight effect and then start going the south for 6 months. And then it transitions again at the two equinoxes. Kind of shows
So the
that.
transitionary point would be, it would be somewhere in the Pacific. Oh, that's wild.
Yeah,
I just posted this to ChatGPT and asked it to tell me what's wrong with it, and it gave me 5 excellent reasons why it can't work. Would you like to see them?
Yeah, I do, because I think I've addressed 3 of them. I think I have anyway. I'd like to see, because that's what I want to do is get to the actual problems, and that's what I've been working on.
Maybe we could go through them one at a time.
If you want to read those, go for it. One thing I was going to say real quick about all of this is that people talk about the 24-hour sun as such a thing. And yeah, I mean, with the AE map, the idea that the sun's always circling Polaris, I get that the sun is a bit of a, there's a thing with that compared to the stars, but the stars are already doing the 2 rotations. They already have fixed GPs. Every star has a fixed GP. They're not relative. They're not reflecting and moving all around. They're fixed. And you have 2 massive rotations of stars. And like I've said, if you imagine all of those star trails as like racetracks, lanes on a race car track, the sun is following, like at 1 degree south of the equator, there's stars. At 2 degrees south of the equator, there's a lane of stars. At 3 degrees, there's a lane of stars. 4 or 5. Every degree going south, there's those stars, which is what we call, the star trails. But the sun follows those same lanes. So like when the sun is 1 degree south of the equator, it's making, just like you see those huge circles, of the stars, it's following the same lanes. And then 2 degrees, 3 degrees, 4 degrees. So really, like this whole thing is really the case. The star trails themselves, the sun does add a factor because, yeah, for in terms of the sun only going around the north. But so it is. I'm not saying it's just the exact same, but the sun in a way you could almost say is not. It's hard to say it's irrelevant because it is in a way, but I'm saying it follows the exact same lanes the stars do. So, and the stars already have fixed GPs in terms of the 2 poles.
Gio, have you heard of Hildegard?
Stayed.
Hildegard of Bingen, or Hildegard von Bingen, or something like that, with the Hildegard model.
I'm somewhat familiar with it, but maybe not entirely, or what the reference is.
Yeah, Robert Bennett presented it one time on Ethercause. It was like two big long presentations where it was basically like a revelation to Hildegard about how there's different lanes, like you were saying. I'll show you an example of what it looks like. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, well, those lanes are all like degrees, basically, from the center, from 90 to the equator, and then to 90 in the south.
It just kind of reminded me of that, and he kind of equates it to like different ether streams, essentially, or lanes, right? Where it's like different speeds, etc., and that would explain like the planetary movements having their own unique speed and path and periodicity, etc.
Yeah. Nice.
Another avenue of attack, not to shift it from stars or the sun, between the Gleason and the dual pole are the actual shape and sizes of the land masses Antarctica being one of them. So if for anyone, if the stars or the lights in the sky, it's too blurry or whatever, you can also focus on, like, is Antarctica that small, or is it actually containing everything and it's all around the world? That's all. Thanks.
I'd say that Antarctica is exactly pretty close to what they have it mapped. Maybe not perfect, but probably pretty close. And then, but there still would be a border in a dual pole model. And yeah, you're the guy I was talking about earlier. Who ain't you the guy who did the daylight? You know, doing the like the inner sphere, like the concave sphere, and applying it to the flat Earth. Ain't that you? Do I recognize you proper?
Yes, for the community.
Yeah, why do you keep changing your name, man? It's confusing, dude, to us people who don't keep up with it. Hey, let me say this. If you look up, like, so you're saying, you know, what stars over the equator, this, that. So let me read this. Like, if you look up what's the brightest star directly over the equator. So they're going to be vague, and they're going to say that Sirius is the brightest star. They're going to put you at the equator. It's like a blatant Google trick, dude. And anybody does it, it's going to do the same thing for them too. But then you look into it and ask a more refined question. And it says Mintaka, one of the 3 stars that form Orion's belt, because none of them stars are right over the equator. And I was hoping it didn't say one of them, but Mintaka is the closest one, right? But what it says, it shows Google's lack of it says one of the 3 stars that form Orion's belt is the brightest star that lies almost directly on the celestial equator. This means it passes directly over the Earth's equator every day. That is wrong. Wherever the star's latitude is at is exactly where it remains. It can't start on one side of the equator and then go to the other. But I'm glad Google sees it like that, because Google, you know, that puts it kind of on our team the way shit does actually separate. But then it says constellation Minnetonka is the brightest star of Orion's belt when viewed from the blah blah blah. Now it says other notable stars: Orion's belt, the other 2 brightest stars, blah blah blah, and Anilim and Alnitak. Okay, then the other one says Bernard star. Though not visible to the naked eye, this dim red dwarf is the closest star to the celestial equator. But even it is not directly on the equator. Like, why? And if you look in the almanac, and Minnetonka is the closest one to the equator as far as celestial star. Why don't they just give us a fucking star that's over the equator? Like, what's the problem? And
Like
but they
asking
don't.
whose house is on the equator.
I mean, no, it's no. You're not talking about a couple miles or a house. We're talking about a star. Like if there's so many billions and trillions of stars. I mean, shit in the whole night sky be bright. But I ain't trying to change the subject. I'm saying that just give me a damn star that's right over the equator. Don't give me one that's half a degree off. That's not that close. Half a degree, bro. I mean,
You just
that's not that close, man.
Well, how close do you want it to be?
you just need one that has a declination of 90.
Then it says Procyon. This star is near the celestial equator. It
Or
is the 8th brightest star in the sky. Like Minnetonka, it is visible from most spots on the globe. But so anyway, the whole thing is I spent so much time learning the cell nav to give McToon his the answer to his question, because I just took it as a challenge. But it's something that, you know, some of us did need to learn. It was a big kind of a waste of time, but it did enlighten me to a lot, dude. And that's when it kind of dawned on me that you know, we need to start working on this problem, because this shit ain't all based off Polaris.
yeah, I
This
found
shit
one.
it's based on the equator.
Brian, you're
It's
right.
negative
Yeah,
and
it's on the
positive.
equator. The
You
equator,
know.
it tells you that when they tell you that the equator is 0 degrees, it's based on the equator. Yeah, it goes both ways. And
There's
that
a
is true of the
star.
flat Earth. That's it. Therefore, the Earth is flat.
There's a star I just found. It's called Eta Aquarii, ETA Aquarii, and it has a declination of 55 arc seconds.
So still not 0.
Not
What's
0,
the
but
magnitude? What's the
it's magnet.
magnitude?
Let me find it. +4.
That's
I mean,
going to
are
be
there?
pretty dim.
Yeah, the thing about if there was a star for like a dual pole sky like this on a planar surface, if there was a star on the equator, then that star would have to split. So That's the thing. Like if there's none on the equator, then just all the ones north are
Well,
circling.
Mintaka's only a quarter degree off the equator.
That's not on the
That's a
equator.
big deal. That if it's even 1 arc second off, that means it's going to go one way or another. I'm just trying to get out in front of left lane or Andy's 5 problems. I'm just trying to get out in front of them because that's a big one right there. So if they can't just say a star that's exactly at 0 degrees, they can't even. The star they told
0
us that ain't even
degrees.
visible to the human eye wasn't even at 0. So that's a plus for the dual pole. That to me that's a win for the dual pole. If they can't sight a visible star that's exactly at 0.
Well, even if we can't find a star on the equator, we
on the
can
equator.
definitely find constellations that straddle the equator, and they never split.
Yeah.
If Polaris is
How do you know they don't
at
split?
0 degrees, Ryan, on the equator,
Orion-
Because they've never been Orion's never been observed to do
You can only
anything
go
other than being.
one way or the other, though, bro.
so many people
Okay,
talking.
you can
It's
only go
very,
one way or the
very,
other. You can't go both ways at the
very
same
complicated
time.
right now.
Right, and Orion is split by the celestial equator and doesn't go both ways.
I can show you videos from the fucking astronomy places that say that as you looking at Orion from the north, how it curves more like in the certain months and stuff. Like it literally gets smaller in its loop, like apparent loop. I don't know if they're right or wrong, but it's definitely
I've
something
heard that
that I would
before
lean
too.
on.
No, I'm talking
Hey,
about the three
Matthew,
stars of Orion's belt are
if,
always the same angular distance apart,
very good, Matthew.
all
Let me
year
ask you a
long,
question.
all
Like,
day
if
long.
Polaris is
Yeah,
at
but you
0
haven't
degrees
traveled.
Hold on, wait. No
sitting on the
tanks. I
equator,
can't hear you, brother.
is that an issue
You're
for the
too
globe,
far away from
like
your mic.
whatsoever? Does that mean
No
that
tanks. Can you
the
hear
globe
us?
is an issue? Because it's supposed to
Is he
be
hot micing?
below you.
Are you
Up
hot
at that
micing, no
pole.
tanks? Do you hear
He
us?
definitely cannot hear us, I don't think.
Yeah. Well, what I
No
was just
tanks?
Maybe
saying
this
is
thing doesn't work. I don't know.
there are
I don't know.
plenty.
Maybe this thing, if it doesn't work, then I might as well just make noise. Yeah,
Hold
obviously
on,
the
no
microphone
tanks.
doesn't
Can you
work.
hear us?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Your mic is
Yeah.
low and
We
muffled, and you're talking over
it's
everybody, so we can't really tell what's going on.
it's super hard to hear you, brother.
Did you want a turn? Go ahead and say your piece.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Matt. I was asking Matthew Lawrence, if Polaris is at 0 degrees,
It's not.
It's not.
it's not 0 degrees. That's not what
It's at
defines the equator.
It's at 89.23 or 24, I
It's
think.
it's over half a degree off the pole. You could fit the
Barely over half
moon.
though, because
None.
30
Yeah,
would be
but
half. But
you could
yeah,
fit.
he's right.
You can fit the moon comfortably between the North Celestial Pole and Polaris.
That's not. So
Yeah,
is
yeah.
that what? So I was asking Matthew Lawrence, so if Polaris is at 90 degrees or above at the equator, isn't that a problem for the globe? Isn't Polaris supposed to be below you?
Well,
No,
yeah,
they
it
got
would be a
wobble for
problem,
they got
but I'd
wobble
say
for
if it's
that.
more than 90, 91 degrees or something.
Yeah, well, this
Right.
guy just said it was 89 point something. Shouldn't it be 90 something?
To me, that gives us
Uh,
leeway, dude, with the circumference of the equator. Like, hey, if it's over half a degree off, then you do the circumference of that. So let's say 69 miles and it's over half. Let's just say 40 degrees. So times pi, that puts you like at almost 150 miles leeway on both sides. Like, and so it could be 150 miles closer or 300 miles further away at one point in time. If you're talking about the the circumference of the equator or the
Is
69
that
miles
right,
per
Matthew?
degree.
Well, yeah,
I don't know.
the equator
Oh,
isn't measured from Polaris. It's measured from the North Celestial Pole, which doesn't move.
Yeah, but there's still supposed to be a distance from the pole to the equator, which they in turn, a point a freaking circumference. But if the sun and the stars are going up and down as they circle around, that's gonna throw that right out the window. That's gonna throw
Right.
the 3.14 right out the window. And that's what to get the daylight model to work, you do have to bring the sun up and down. And I'd also say this with perspective. If you got them 3 planes coming from behind you, so to get them to appear parallel, they would have to spread out. The one that's going straight overhead would have to keep going straight, but the one that's to the right of you would have to appear to go straight. It would have to, even if you're just barely to the left of it, it would have to deviate off to the right. to even appear to go straight. So if the stars are and the sun is deviating to the right or the left, then it would appear to go straight. And if it's going higher, think of this: draw two lines on a piece of paper, like draw a dot right in front of you at the bottom of the piece of paper, and then to the right side of the piece of paper, draw a straight line going from the bottom to the top of the piece of paper. And look at what the angle does if you draw an angle from that dot to the bottom and to the top. The angle decreases like crazy from the center dot to the top of the line on the piece of paper. So if the sun and stars are going up and down, that just about explains it. But that was a good point he made with the splitting of Orion's belt and stuff, man. That's something that's got to be addressed, you know.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, is Matthew still in here? Matthew, the thing about that splitting, I was going to comment on that. So for you to know that it doesn't split, though, somebody would have to travel on the equator, you know, the whole way and do like a circumnavigation and then watch its whole trip. Because if you're just in like California or somewhere, you know, where the land is basically, like not out in the middle of the Pacific, basically, if it does split out there, which New Perspective was saying that it does, he claims like if you go past Easter Island, well, I don't know if he's fully claiming, but I think that guy E1 that he talks to has talked about that. But I don't want to put that word in his mouth, though. But he had mentioned that perhaps the sky does split, which would be pretty much what's needed on a dual pole, which is pretty wild to think that happens. There is that whole area where Amelia Earhart like crashed and disappeared, and there's this whole region that's like that you can't travel in, like right around like Baker Island and Howland Island, which is where she crashed, which is like in the middle
Which
of the
is
Pacific
exactly
there.
what you'd expect. Yep.
Wait,
Yeah,
why can't you travel there?
It is what would be expected on a dual pole, that there would have to be a
You would
zone there.
also expect, sorry, but you'd also expect the shipping times from China to San Francisco, like the two main ports. You would expect them to be unreasonably longer. And look it up. They most certainly fucking are. Like you look at the speed that the containers do everywhere else, and all of a sudden these same ships are just taking way longer. And but it's still a shortcut to circle around the top to go from Japan to San Francisco. But yeah, there are a lot of head scratchers and stuff, but there are a couple things that need to be addressed too, man. I've got some ideas, man, to throw
Brian,
out.
real quick, I just want to throw to your attention. Snooze posted a flight tracker in the chat from Honolulu to Tokyo, and that's what the route looks like.
Let me see. He put it in chat.
Yeah,
whatever
whatever
happened
to
to say that. I'm gonna do the moon and Saturn in maybe half an hour here.
Oh,
Here's my
nice,
challenge.
nice, Seafoam. What were you saying? What's it?
Go ahead.
Well, when was the last time New Perspective was in here? I talked to him forever.
I don't
He
know.
does a lot of videos though.
He's been MIA lately. I think he's been busy. But yeah, he does still do clippings and stuff like on his channel.
I mean, he's popped in here and there. I mean, I've DM'd with him and stuff. I mean, he's around, but he doesn't really do like marathons in here lately as much.
Yeah,
But you're not subscribed to New Perspective, dude. He did 3 series of you cremating Tony, like in his videos, man. He pulls out some of the best conversations of EA. I remember Gio asked us to do it a long time ago. I pulled out a couple, but he kind of stepped up to the plate and took the challenge, and he pulls out some of the best conversations and puts them on his channel. It's called New Perspective. That's definitely one you want to subscribe to, because you'll, you know, I know you don't like hearing yourself, but I mean, you should, dude. You do a hell of a good job, dude.
Well, thanks, man. But no, I don't like to listen to my stuff back. I mean, yeah, that could help me maybe with some clipping. I do want to start doing some clipping. Actually, if anyone has any good ideas of how I can like utilize this, if there's good moments to make good clips that are, you know, entertaining to watch, right? Other than maybe like just the Discord screen. I don't know. Anyone has ideas? Or I guess that's not super laborious. But anyway, I was bringing him up because he's got the guy. I think you just referenced him that has been like dead set on this, swore on this for years. This idea.
Yeah, E1, I think is his name.
Yeah, and he says like if you go out, like the real test would be to go out to a certain place and see if it basically you can see it split up.
Yeah, but nobody has ever observed any constellation anywhere on Earth splitting up. So
wait, just out of curiosity, is that our standard? Like, if you don't observe it, then it isn't true.
No, absence of
I was gonna
evidence
say,
is not
'cause you're
evidence
gonna
of
have,
absence.
I was gonna say you're gonna have a rough issue there if that's your standard.
Because I mean, the
No, it's not
Pacific
my
is
standard.
massive. Like, I mean, on the globe Earth, the Pacific Ocean is half of the globe, pretty much. You know what I mean? When you look on Google Earth,
Yeah, it's
so it's a
more than half of the globe,
massive.
really, if you want to get technical. But
Yeah.
what if
So
it's polarized, dude? What if the equator is polarized just like an electric field? To where, what if it's visually polarized to where because there's nothing right on the equator, just conveniently, like you say there's a star that's almost right on the equator, but we can't see it with the naked eye, and you can't even give us one that's right on the equator that we can't see with the naked eye, which is suspicious. You got to at least give us that. But what if it's polarized? What if you go north and you're right at the equator? It's like an electric field. And
You got the
suddenly it's
polarizing.
polarized.
You got the polarizing paradox. You know that
well, that
one
is
with
an
the
interesting
visible.
point because on a globe with billions and trillions of stars out there, you'd think there'd be several on the
There
equator.
are
So
several. They're
at
just not
zero, though?
all. Yeah.
At 0, 0, 0, 0, right on it.
Maybe not like exactly 0, 0, 0, 0 if you zoom in to a small enough scale.
All right. Well, that's what we're
But like
asking
there
about.
are plenty of stars that are maybe less than an arc second away from it.
Yeah, but then
Okay,
you
give
could
me
say
one
the
that's
same thing.
less
You
than an
could
arc
say
second, please.
that no people live on the equator, right?
No,
No,
people
no,
do.
no. It ain't like the people, man. And here's my point. My point is this: is we'd have to go to the middle of the damn Pacific. So in other words, we could squash this whole thing before it even starts by leaving Hawaii and getting to Antarctica. You know, we wouldn't even have to travel and follow the and see if the damn equator is polarized like an electric field and the stars are visually polarized, which they could be. That is one explanation that is replicable in reality. But we just go from Hawaii. It should take you an extra 2.5 hours to get there from as opposed to like to let's say Peru or something like that.
Well, there's one
Columbus.
scenario in which we see the stars separating at the equator with the convergence and divergence, and there's another scenario where we don't. So, who's the arbiter of what's really happening up there? Is
So
it
I
the
think
globe
that
model? Is it Matthew? Is it me? Is it Witsit?
That's the observations, right?
Yeah, I
so I
laid out
think
the observation, but who's the arbiter of what's actually going on up there?
God. So I think that the most
Nice.
productive thing would be like, okay, for one, I hear Brian is clearly looked into a lot of this, like shipping routes and all this. Like, I would say making like a list, a very specific, like straight to the point list of the coincidences that seem to kind of not make sense other than aligning to some of the necessary implications of this idea, this bipolar idea. And then I think kind of holding up these two ideas beside each other and then making a list of all of the issues with it, right? So whether it be the necessary implications that don't seem to make sense or things that we haven't made sense of, right? Because everyone throws away this idea that it could just be a singular rotation under any type of dome now, but then they'll discuss the bipolar model and there'll be many kind of question marks or wait, but how would this work or this issue with that? And I guess what I'm saying is I guess I don't understand how if there were a couple question marks on one side, that would be sufficient for like a complete exclusion. But then on the other side, there can be many question marks and it's not. I kind of view that as the same way the globe earthers kind of handle it, right? It's like there's an endless amount of like paradoxes and contradictions or observations that go directly against the claims of the globe. But for them, if they can just point to one thing they think doesn't make sense on FE, then the globe's true. And they get an infinite amount of question marks and they can say, we're just trying to figure it out. I think that
No,
the
we say the
answer
question marks are pretty. The list of question marks is very small on the globe.
Ooh, easy.
No, I
but it's
hear you
not
though.
though. It's extremely long though.
For you, maybe, but for people who know the globe well, it's pretty short.
Shots fired.
That's just
I'm just talking about people who are
I think
educated about it.
I think I probably understand the globe model better than like 99% of the population that believes in it.
I agree with you there, actually.
Yeah.
Right. So if you were to make a list of issues with the AE map, the single pole AE, issues with a dual pole, and issues with a globe. I mean, and I understand that's why you were talking about that, But so, well, one question would be, what is on the list, for you, or if we put that together collectively, all of the issues with, let's say, all three of those. But I think the point you were saying though is like, just because one has something unanswered doesn't mean that it's nullified, or that's kind of maybe the vibe of what you're saying. But don't you also agree in the same hand that there could be one of those question marks that would be like a deciding factor, that it would be possible or impossible,
Well,
and therefore
yeah,
rule out something?
yeah. I think that obviously things can be refutations, right? And for one, I would not throw the globe on the list. It's not on the list anymore. I mean, just in terms of trying to figure it out. Like for example, like I've heard the ground position thing, and I'm trying to like give myself some time to think about it, fully think about it. But like for me, yeah, like that. Like I'm not just gonna throw out the idea that there's an optical effect taking place based strictly on that because, well, I don't want to necessarily talk about that whole specific point. The bigger point I was trying to make right now is like making the list. And no, I think the globe has been falsified directly with empirical measurement, so it's just trash. So it's not reality for me. So we have the two lists, and then what we do is we come up with the issues with it, right? The question marks or possible refutations or whatever, possible impossibilities, and then we try to hyper focus on those and see if there are viable answers or what tests need to be done, right? What observations need to be done, or even like smaller scale demonstrations need to be done to kind of like proof of concept thing, like to really hone in on that list, curate it, right? And then go from there. I'm not saying like, obviously, I think that some people have kind of maybe been doing that in a way more loosely in conversation since Antarctica, but I mean, like, a much more organized effort to do that. And because, like him, love him, hate him, like I find him hard to follow typically, but the Tomb of Illumination guy, like he has been saying this for years, right? He's like, for sure, there's going to be a 24-hour sun. Um, Taking even some of his ideas, curating them, taking the bipolar ideas, curating them, um, is the move forward for sure. And like I think that there should be like a concentrated effort to do that. I think that the group of people that are still after all this time uh, just denying it, the observation, like that's definitely their own prerogative, but that's just like not useful at all. It is like very detrimental and it's a hindrance because obviously I get it. Like I'm a truther too. Like I'm not expecting someone just to believe it, but I'm just letting you guys know it's for sure there, right? So like we got to figure if we're wanting to. And by the way, I don't think that we have to have a model, but I do think that we want one, right? We want some ideas. We want to figure out more what's going on. So I think like making that list. I mean, like as in actually typing out a list, like that's very specific and detailed, and adding two, subtracting two, whatever, checking off if we come up with answers, and going from there is the move. That way, if some of those things are, if like conclusive evidence is attainable in any way, like this idea of there being some type of split in theory should be verifiable, right? And like then we actually create like a bit of a to-do list at that point. Like, okay, well now let's simultaneously make observations with different people we have around the earth. Let's try to figure out what does it take for us to go on this trip or to go to this location or to make this observation, et cetera, et cetera. I think that's kind of the next step because a major thing that we realistically maybe never would have checked off, like spending all that money to go to Antarctica to verify it and hope it's not cloudy. Like we got to check that off the list. So like I that's how I viewed it, the whole thing. I'll kind of land the plane here, but like I viewed the whole thing as like, bro, this is dope. Because realistically, we probably would have sat here for another 10, 15 years without anyone going and doing that. Because like, why would you? Why would you spend the money and just hope you get to see it if it's there? Uh, so I think you get the point, right? Like now we've kind of had the door open, so now we know what direction we have to head in general. And who knows? Maybe this place is so so like meticulously crafted that you're going to end up just hitting walls, right? Maybe there's some type of, hindrance built into this place, but I think it's worth a try, right? Like, yeah, I think my point is simple, but I do think that like actually doing it and kind of knowing we should do it are two different things.
What do you think of when Bob used to always use the words preponderance of evidence? When the reality is the preponderance of evidence is on the globe side. So what do you think when we're straight up flipping the script and being full of shit? How do we fix that?
That's subjective.
The
Is
globe
that what it
doesn't
is
have
for
any
you?
evidence, let alone any proof.
Yeah, if
It's
that's
just
what
a
it is for
fact.
you, that would be just you claiming that. And I mean, to be fair, there's also Bob claiming he thought the preponderance of evidence was in what he was saying. But I mean, isn't that going to be subjective to a degree? I mean, we could go through and are there objective evidences, but I mean, you already heard many people jump in to say they don't agree. I mean, I
I'm
don't
just
think
saying, if
that's
we were being honest about it, we've won a couple of rounds, but in a 10-round fight, they win the other 8.
Dude,
So
let's
we
hear
would
it.
lose.
Dude,
We
dude,
would
dude.
lose.
They don't win anyway.
If you substitute globe for heliocentric model, it's 1-0 rounds.
Well,
So
there's
for
two
me,
things.
bro,
Well, go ahead. What's it? I just want to say briefly though. Well, go ahead first. I'll say my thing second. I mean, I guess just what I was going to say.
The question was,
I
like,
guess-
what if
hold
people
on.
are flipping
You do
reality?
that all the time, bro.
It's a train wreck. All right, I'll just say my thing briefly. There is a difference between, okay, so if folks are like the globe is not on the table in their research and option, then it's just not. And then what is on the table is, single pole, dual pole, whatever's going on. That is different than debating if it's a globe. I think like a little bit similar with what you were saying that like with the Christianity, like believers, like, talking about the nuances of it amongst themselves versus, bringing that conversation in. It's a little bit similar in that way. Like I'm just using that as an analogy. Like, cause whenever it gets brought up, like dual pole, single pole, whenever it gets brought up, there's always no offense, but when the room's open, there's always a globe earth. There'll be like, but it's a globe. But it's like, you guys don't understand. If we're discussing the options, like view it from our view that it isn't a globe and that isn't a question. If you think it is, that's fine. That could be debated another day, but just look at it from the perspective that it's not a globe and we actually are on the cutting edge of figuring it out. Therefore, just debating whether it's a globe is not really on the table for the discussion of figuring out what it is in terms of a planar Earth, foundation. But
yeah, I think they're like two distinct conversations specifically. I think the falsification of the globe should actually, be entirely independent of that, right? Like this idea that I need to hold on to that model until I can replace it, to me, is fundamentally illogical. It makes no sense to me. And if I had a thought that, I would have came back a glober. I don't think that. Like, that's not how I view it at all. I was very upfront with Duffy about that, right? I'm like, yo, that's just so you know, bro. Like, I mean, I don't know what you're hoping to get out of this, but, I know if I get on that plane and head that way, it's either going to be cloudy or the 24-hour sun's a real thing at that place at that time. And the Earth is still not, this spinning globe model you believe in.
Once y'all got to Point Serenus, dude, I was like, that's all I needed to see. I thought it would get canceled if it was indeed fake. But I was still working on, before even TFE, I was still working on the dual pole, because it is what we see. It is way, way, way better of a fucking model, especially if you're arguing with a glober. Because they can bring up a couple points, but Duffy just brings up and Jaron just brings up the simple shit, like shit that's dictated by dual pole, like the sun directions and all that, like, and Australia being a certain direction and the sun being over there. Like, there are arguments against it, but the basic shit that they bringing up is not, and that's why I'm leaning towards it, because yeah, we want a model, and I think that's what we should be working on and stuff. We don't have to be concrete about it and stuff, but somebody just posted in the text chat a star that was, because I know they tried their best to find one that was exactly 0, but they won't, because you got space. I mean, he found one that it needs a telescope, and it's like it's 3 arc seconds. That's pretty close, but if you're bending space time, you can't have one directly over the equator at that distance. Because look, they bend space time like because of the clocks, right? The clock. So if you're gonna say that the clock is moving faster up there, it's because you're on a globe. You got to say that the clocks are moving fucking faster, because it's moving at the same speed overhead from me to you, but it's supposedly traveling a bigger distance. So how do you fix that? You speed up the fucking clock, dude. and they reified the clock in general. And Austin did a good job of pointing that out in New Perspectives video against Tony.
I just wanted
Oh, you're
to,
talking,
Okay.
about the radius. What's up?
What were you going to say when we both started at once? Do you remember on that topic?
Yeah. Because I was gonna say, like, so for me, like, kind of what resonates, right? Like this idea of the whole preponderance of evidence is like a misnomer, because, like, for me, what makes the most sense, right, is that we made the observations and then we reverse engineered the globe from that. So there's a fundamentally inaccurate presupposition in how it is that those observations occur, right? Then that's going to take that entire list of, like, kind of evidence presupposed to be for the globe, and it's going to immediately flip it over as inconsequential one way or the other. This is why when I found out that our, like, visual space is not even remotely close to as simple as they portray it, they have a whole bunch of assumptions of perspective baked in that actually don't hold water. They actually, like, fall apart when they're truly put under scrutiny and tested. And this has actually been known for a while, but no one wants to kind of open that door because it has, like, endless implications. And so when I'm like, oh, so we just kind of ran out there and looked at everything in the world, and then we came up with this really simple way to try to map it out, assuming that we just see in these, like, straight lines, and everything is just like this real simplex, formulation of, like, how we observe the world. If that's inaccurate, right? It's like, okay, if there's some type of curvature to visual space, then we're on a plane, we see visual space curved, and that's that. Or they flipped it around and they say that we see in visual space that is not curved, yet the earth is curved. And to me, that makes, like, so much sense. All of a sudden, so many things, like a huge list of things that is presented as globe evidence, immediately gets nullified as not mutually exclusive. And I think that just kind of seems like what maybe could logically happen. Like, when we're talking about how could, if the Earth is not in fact a globe, how could they have, ever even presented the idea to convince people it was? That component's got to be part of it. And this is why I do understand the bipolar model does kind of approach it from that way as well, right? Which is like, oh, well, if they knew that there was kind of this bipolar effect, then they could say it's a globe. But I still am very open to, like, dome optics, curved visual space, like apparent effects, because to me that's, like, seems to be like what we see, right? It seems to be that, like, you can't just trust your eyes and conflate what you observe to, like, physical, actual locations and reality, because that isn't actually how it works. Like, it's just not how it works.
Know this though. Know this. As you look more into it, and you're going to have your stance, and I respect that. But know this: the globe optics are still necessary for the dual pole, but only on the extremities and very little. I've showed the angles working with just a tiny adjustment of Australia, which brought it further away from Africa, which worked Jaren's only problem with the whole thing, which was a ridiculous problem. But I'm like, dude, they can't even point out the actual problems. But yeah, it still requires the dome optics, but barely. And yeah, we do see a dome. And yeah, dude, I pointed that out for years, that the airplane I thought was a fucking space shuttle when I was a kid. When I had the patience to look at an airplane that happened to be coming directly at me on a good clear day, it looked like it was going straight up for like a minute or two. I was like, look, the space shuttle. The whole time, dude, I realized when I look at flat Earth that it was an airplane coming directly at me, and then I thought it was something going down in the distance. And so we see something that's flying directly level. We do see it as a dome optic, But and like I said, we still do need a little bit of that. So I do believe that if we converged on the sun, if we all was around it and converged, we might do a little bit of turning and all that stuff. But I still think we're going to all wind up directly under that sun when we meet. So it might not be straight past. I grant that. I respect that. But it's going to be pretty fucking straight past, I would say. And I guess we
Hey,
could
something
always
else
just
is
bend
did when
space
we not
time.
when we were out there, we threw a solar filter on there, and the sunspots seemed to be flipped upside down.
That's the first I heard of that, man. That's interesting, man.
What? Yeah, bro, that was, like, the main thing that I was, like, making sure took place. And actually, like, the Globers there, you could tell they were, like, low key putting it off. And Yeah, meaning like having simultaneous or close enough observations, like up in the north, like as far north as possible to get as close to, supposed corresponding latitudes, right? Does that make sense? And to
Yeah.
take a solar filter at the same time, yeah, and see if the solar spots are like flipped, and they seem to be pretty close to flipped, and so
That would lend toward the credibility of the polarity and what we're seeing.
Yeah, but the
that's what
moon
I'm
does
saying.
that
How would that
too.
work? How would that work in your idea?
Well, the moon does that as well, though. Like either way,
Polarized light.
and over a planar surface, like the idea that like this, if you put a 6 on the ceiling and you on one side looks like a 6, you walk to the other side of the room looks like a 9. I'm not saying the moon is like a flat disc on the
Oh,
ceiling of the
wait,
world, but
I'm sorry. Wait, let me jump in, Gio. On a dual pole, that's what would have to happen. It would have to be flipped because it's not turning to the right now; it's turning to the left. It's going to have to be opposite. It's going to that's mandatory on that model.
It's flipped vertically.
In fact, most what?
It's like it's flipped vertically, though.
Yeah. That comes down to the optics. In other words, if you look at a plane flying overhead and it's going straight down, okay, it's still going level, right? It does look vertical. It does look like that plane is flying vertical. I thought it was a fucking space shuttle. I swear to God on my life, I'm not making that up. I literally thought that
Bro,
that they
I
were
understand what you're
space shuttles.
saying with that. But okay.
So
I
that's
mean, like
vertical, right? That
Gio's talking more about the point that we're talking about, right? Like when we would show, like if you put the moon on the ceiling and walk across, it looks like it's upside down or a 6 and a 9, right? Like when you took a solar filter shot, it looked like if you took a picture of the solar filter shot in the north and then you flipped your phone upside down, it pretty much matched what we saw live.
yeah, that explains it. I mean, that's necessary, dude. Think about it.
But he's not talking about the
Let me-
clockwise, counterclockwise rotation. He's
I
talking about the
know,
position
I
of the
know.
sunspots inverted. But I was just saying the moon does the same thing. Like if you're in Texas, you see the moon in a particular orientation, and if you go 180
Wagon wheel.
degrees on the other side of the equator, it's also 180 degrees flipped. Which, even with like an AE map kind of idea, or just anything over a planar surface, that 6 to 9 thing, like you're seeing it from a different
Yeah,
vantage
think about
point.
the Big Dipper.
Yeah,
Think about the Big Dipper in the north. Think about the Big Dipper in the north. Okay, it wagon wheels around too. So in the south, if it was going around a different direction instead of going off to the right, it went to the left. Then it would wagon wheel to the left. So you would necessitate upside down, sunspots. There's no getting around it.
I'm gonna go change the
Well,
optics
the
on.
thing is though, if you're on one side of the moon versus another, there's the idea of it flipping because you're on one position, like kind of like a triangle. You're either in one position looking at it or the other. With the sun though in Antarctica, it's like circling you the whole time, and it's upside down compared to what it is to the north.
Yeah.
So it's
was
not
just
quite the
gonna.
same, but there is some similarity.
Yeah, so Gio, the moon thing is that there are times where in two different cities, in different hemispheres, as the sun, as the moon is rising, like over the horizon, it appears upside down in one place compared to rising in the other place. So it's not
Well,
quite like
just
the 6 to 9
relative to
thing because it's
your
not directly above
latitude.
you.
Relative to your latitude, that has a different orientation.
Yeah,
So,
but I'm saying that the moon isn't on the ceiling like a 6 or a 9 on the ceiling. It's on the horizon when you experience that.
No, I
yeah,
hear
but this
you.
is
But
similar to what we keep explaining to you guys. Like if you take like a little dome and you put it over a giant flat Earth map, and you take a light source and you move it over top of it, the light's going to look like it comes up like a sunrise. It's going to arc up over your head and then it's going to arc back down and then disappear just like a sunset. But the light source that you're moving in a circle over the giant AE map stay at the same height the whole time. Right. So like something coming to you moving away is going to have that effect. So like, I don't.
Well, I was gonna say two things. One, I'm gonna switch to the optics on my telescope. So if you still have the thing up, it's just gonna be a blank screen. And also, in the southern hemisphere, the moon is upside down to the northern hemisphere the whole time, even at its peak.
Yeah, that's what we just said.
It's gonna be flipped.
Yeah.
Not just when it's rising.
So,
well, yeah, that's what. Yeah, I agree.
If you see a 24-hour moon in the north versus a 24-hour moon in the south, What is the inversion? Is it also inverted entirely? I don't know if there's any good like footages of it. Is it completely inverted the way the globe
I
would
don't
claim?
know. I don't know.
I mean, I can check my astronomy app and see if it's like that.
Why isn't there very much footage of the 24-hour moon? It seems like there should be like plenty of it. I mean, I understand the Antarctica thing challenge of getting that, but in the north,
It's probably how we would expect, though, man. But if you taking you taking and you're in the airplane that's directly overhead, flying level, and you let out let's say 5 degrees, way up there. Let's say it's way up there, and they let out a smoke cloud, a smoke stream for half a degree, or let's just say 1 degree. They just let out a cloud for 1 degree. It makes a little line. Okay. Now they do that when it was coming toward you. They did that 1 degree on the horizon coming to you, and then going away from you before it went out of sight on the horizon. It freaking went down. Okay, no glober would claim that the plane is flying over Earth curve and that's why it's disappearing. They would all agree to a certain extent, mostly that it is perspective of why it's dropping. But that what Austin's bringing up is a good point. Like the dome optics, like if the airplane did that 1 degree on the horizon as it was going out of sight, looking like it's going straight down, then that's exactly what we'd see. It would look like it's a line that's going straight down, and the one over our head is going straight up. Now that's only what a freaking 500 feet of drop on a globe, or maybe let's just say 2,000 feet. That doesn't justify the fact that that line, that 1 degree line, is completely vertical on the horizons and completely horizontal over our head. That's just the way we see. That's something I don't think many Globers understand or don't want to understand.
So, according to my astronomy app, in Antarctica, actually, right about this time of year, it's doing it. The 24-hour moon would appear to be upside down the whole time.
right? So, see, that's a little bit of a different thing, though. Like if the moon's at the equator and someone's in Texas and someone else is in Ecuador, that's one thing because you're like making a triangle. That's almost similar to like when an airplane's coming at you, it looks like it's nosed up, and then if you turn around 180 degrees while it's setting, it looks like it's nose down. It's like inverts. But that's because there's like a triangle occurring, and then you're in a different position. But from the idea of that the sun is above the earth in a 24-hour in like two rotations, like one in the north, one in the south, on a first kind of run of it, you might think, well, wouldn't it just be the sunspots would be in the same position because you're seeing it circle in the north and you're seeing it circle in the south. You're not really making like a triangle. You're not going from one side to the other. So that would still need to be solved on the dual pole, why that's occurring, why it's flipped like that, because you're not
Well,
making
you're
a
going
triangle.
opposite. It would have to be opposite if you're going opposite. Let's say if you had the moon at the end of a jump rope and you're spinning a circle, you spin it to the north, then you're going to see it one way, okay? And then you spin it the opposite way to the south, you're going to see it exactly opposite. So you can't be in the north and the south at the same time and to see something. And that's another thing people need to differentiate. Like you can't just keep yourself in the north and think of everything in the north. What happens in the south, you're in the south, or we see it different from the north. If we're in the north and we see the sun going over the equator or going south of the equator, it's not going to change much because it's still to the south of us. Okay. Now, when we leave our circle and we go into the southern circle, then it's going to be exactly different because now we got to turn around to look at it. You know what I'm saying? It's got to be opposite. There's no getting around it. I don't know what's missing here.
Well, it's like the whole do plumb lines diverge thing. If plumb lines don't diverge and they're all parallel, if you have two rotations of the same thing, the sun, why would it invert? I understand the idea if you're like making a triangle, like you're north of the equator or south of it, but if you're in the middle of the rotation both times with the sun, you know what I mean? You're in the middle
Right.
of
So
it.
it'd have to be opposite. It'd have to be equal and opposite.
But why would it flip if it's the same sun circling above your head in the north during that season, and then 6 months later, the same sun above the south? I mean, this does lend to their globe idea that you're actually inverted 180 degrees, and that's why it's upside down. Doesn't mean that's what the truth
On a
is, but it
flat
does
plane,
lend
you're
to that.
inverted 180 degrees, bro.
How are you
Think
on
of
a
a
flat
circle.
plane inverted 180 degrees though? You're parallel.
Because if you look at it from the north, it's not going to change just because it went further south. If it's south of you, let's say if it's at 10 degrees north, okay, and you're looking at it from New York, or let's say you're looking at it from Jacksonville, okay, you're just a little bit north, okay, it's never going to change just because it goes to the south. It's always going to be the same, okay.
I agree.
It's going to cross the equator, and it's going to go all the way to 23 and a half or whatever degrees south, and it's never going to change, okay, until.
Oh, but you're saying when you go on the other side of it. Now I get what you mean. It is
Right.
actually similar to the
In other
triangle,
words,
like the moon
you
thing.
got to look at it from the whole other perspective. It has to be equal and opposite. There's
No, I
no
actually
getting
do
around
see
it.
what you're saying now, because you're flipping to the. It is kind of like a triangle, but you're just not doing it at the same time. You're doing it 6 months apart. So it actually would be. It depends on what the sun is, though. That's a whole other question. Like, I don't think any of us are saying it's like a flat disc up there, like a 6 or a 9 that you put on your ceiling. That's like a flat sheet of paper you're posting to a flat ceiling. I don't think anyone's necessarily suggesting that's what it is. That gets into a deeper question of what is the sun and the moon? Like, is it a sphere? Is it a ball? Is it a flat thing? Is it a holographic celestial plasma? What actually is it? But either way, outside of what it is, we view the moon, depending on, if the moon's at the equator and you're north of it or south of it, you're going to see it inverted when you're looking at it from either direction. We know that's the case. And that would be what would happen with a 6 and a 9 on the ceiling. Not saying the moon is a flat piece of paper on the ceiling, but I'm just saying it would do that. So now I actually do know what you're saying with that. It actually would do that. Yeah, like in the northern rotation of it versus the southern, because you're actually looking at it from. Well, you are from the equator, you're looking at it from the other side, but it's still circling all the way around you. So I don't know. I might have to think about that a bit more. Because it is circling. It's going in all directions, or it's going in 360 around you both times.
I had to, when I modeled it out, when I was having to do like a million gajillion suns and stars, like literally, I don't have the software or I'm a computer illiterate, dude. I literally did it in video editor. I mean, I'm getting better on the computer now, but still, I had to just do one dot of a sun, dude, and I had to do it so many times. It literally helped me understand it. It's like, wait, it's got to do that, because I was I was putting suns, and I was having to turn the bitches, as I went, and I was like, wait, if there's only one sun, I can only be in the north or the south. I can't be in both, so I can't look at it from two perspectives. If I'm looking at it, like, in other words, if I'm at Polaris, if I'm at the North Pole, and I just back away from it, and I just keep backing away, I'm gonna see the stars doing that same circle around Polaris, and then until I get all the way to the equator, and then I get into the south. Even the stars in the south, they're gonna do that same circle pretty much. They're gonna do. It's only when I pass the equator, actually. That is when it actually stops doing that. I don't know why I took it past the equator, because when I pass the equator, then that's when they deviate. And that, I got one other thing to say. I'll let somebody respond to that, but I would say if you backed away from the South Pole and the North Pole, me and you did it, we'd butt asses at the equator. You know what I'm saying? So we would see exactly opposite.
Yeah, we'd be inverted in relation to each other, right? No, I hear what you're saying. I mean, that's like if the sun was at the equator and you were 5 degrees north of it and I was 5 degrees south of it, it's like we're facing different directions. Just like, if we're on two sides of the road and a car is going by, I'm seeing the one side, you're seeing it inverted from your side. So, so the sunspots would be inverted in that scenario. So
yeah, I see what you're saying about the vertical part. That does involve some explanation as far as the perspective. But I think the airplane lines, dude, think about that, because when you start thinking about stuff, and if you find it logical, you always come up with such a good way of articulating shit, dude. That's why one of the reasons I always like coming here, because I try to say things and the way I understand them, dude. And if it's something that even shit you're not on board with, dude, some things you have a better way of articulating them, dude, and explaining them, dude. So I do appreciate that about this server.
Thanks, bro. Well, yeah, I do my best to get
Blazing. No, I'm just kidding. I just want to say the word. Yeah, I think we should make a curated list and then check off of that. You know what I'm saying? Like for the ideas, very hyper specific. What do we need to research, find out, observe, go out and do whatever for each idea. Make it as falsifiable as possible, and then sew up some of the ideas. For me, I see a lot of pros and cons to both. general ideas, and then I'm open to like honestly, I'm open to something that we just haven't really fully put together as well.
Well, isn't it like with distances of the like in the South? Like, I mean, one thing that would put the between the dual pole and the single pole to the test would be traveling from South America in the South. You know, like from the southern tip, like where you guys were at 53, stay at 53 and travel really east or west, and then that distance on the AE map has to be so much greater. So versus like
exactly. And so
so
if you
whereas
went from
the
sorry.
dual pole is similar to the globe distances, whereas the AE is much wider. So there's that thing that could put either one to rest. And then the other thing is traveling on the equator circumnavigating, because obviously on a dual pole, unless there's some kind of teleporting thing, which that's a whole nother. But I'm just
Well,
saying
if you look
traveling.
at, there could be another answer though. The sun could literally go a little faster when it's over the big span of ocean. But I mean, that's not something I've really had to bring up yet. But because I think going up and down solves the circumference problem. But here's the thing. I was going to say, yeah, the AE map, the central pole is way off, dude, and it does involve a 180-degree bending of light in in the worst of circumstances, or 179.9, and I was never cool with that, man. I was like, God, when I seen that, you know, it's hard to take in. You know, I was like, there's got to be a better explanation, and it was out there, dude. I just had to, you know, find it and work on it a little bit, and I quit for a little while, dude. I've got my reasons, but which I'll tell some of the people I'm close to. But you know, I like this discussion because I like confronting the problems head on. I don't like dodging them, and so many people do that. A lot of Globers, a lot of flat earthers even just dodge the problems. Let's talk about it and confront the problems, work on the problems, and see if there is explanations, and see what it would take to prove or disprove them. What could we do? What's the best method to prove it? Because if you were in the tip of South America and you went around, let's say 50 degrees latitude, at some point you should be able to cut north and get to Hawaii. But on a dual pole, you're going to be in no man's land, which is, you know, kind of coincidental because that's what you like. In the equator, if you look in Google, it's in some of my earlier videos where they admit that they don't have the whole equator mapped out. Like the land part and a lot of the ocean, but they've never mapped out the entire equator to know its exact distance. But I believe it is what they say it is for the most part. But they don't, you know, there's not much land at zero. If I'm being honest, man, there really isn't, and which is weird. There's not hardly any cities that are right on zero. So, dude was bringing up the mention of a house being on the equator, dude. You're only going to find a couple cities around the equator. For some reason, they're staggered around it like stars, man. What's up? But then you would expect that, like he brought up earlier with the lady pilot who tried flying. If you were trying to stick somewhere near the equator, leaving Australia, that's exactly what you'd expect. She'd wind up in fucking no man's land, and would come up missing. That's exactly what you would expect. There are a lot of head scratchers like that, and I'm kind of pumping myself up for this presentation. I'm gonna finally do this, bitch.
Yeah, but dude, it's still a pretty big claim. Like that Baker Island where Amelia Earhart disappeared. Like, okay, but there's other islands around that. Like there's I mean Tonga, Rungata. I'm looking right now. Roriti. There's islands that are like within a range. Dude, I'm just saying like the controllers would have to be like blocking off like a huge circular area where like the sky splits and then you go south one way, you go north the other. I don't know. That's a pretty steep thing to overcome. That would be happening.
If she was in the south though, and she tried to follow south, she'd have went the wrong way, and she would have. It'd have been inevitable that she couldn't have made it to anywhere known. You know what I'm saying? Like if she was in Australia and she was following the southern polarity of the stars and whatnot, you know, or just the regular GPS of the stars and following them, and they bent around to the right on a dual pole, she would have no chance of coming back around and passing China and coming back around to Hawaii and all that shit, because she'd have been going the wrong way, you know, and that is a real good point that the Pacific on the globe model, really, if you move it in Google Maps, it's like more than half, which is weird. But if you mark the spots on right and left, it's like like 60% of the damn area is that whole Pacific Ocean, man, which is what we get with the dual pole too. There's a lot of similarities, just a better model, man. I'm not saying that's how it is, but I'm saying that's what we should argue is just to put their dumb little shit to bed, like how's the sun working? How's Australia over here and this and that? Well, because it's fucking over there. That's how. Where it's at. That's why. And why do we see the poles, the stars spin around two? Because there's fucking two rotations. That's why. Simple. There's simple explanations for all this that we don't need to be jumping through hoops on. And any Glober who's honest will tell you that it's the dual pole is 1,000 times better argument than the AE map. They love this whole argument with the AE map, dude. They love it because it's ridiculous the answers you got to give once we've seen the 100% proof, which I believe y'all did show, you know.
Well, that's why Witsit saying put together a list we can put together. I kind of thought one comment I was going to make. I mean, after their trip, I kind of had thought that that's what Jaren and that would have been on Goldbusters, like would have been the packed show, and there would have been discussing this. And I'm kind of surprised it went the way it did with Jaren doing what happened. But I know there's a lot of things in the mix, the way the community was reacting, but it was like this conversation, like you're talking about right now. I would have thought, at sort of the cutting edge shows that were happening, this could have been the combo, but obviously it went a different way because certain people thought it was fake, and then other people, anyways, all of the components that went on. So maybe,
well, coincidentally, also like they're like the fact that everyone like a lot of people went crazy and turned on me and stuff is not like the only reason I stepped away, right? Like, obviously, I'm just like one guy or whatever, but I'm one of 3, 4 flat earthers that went, and one of 2 that kind of were really active in the community like that, and then one of them flipped. So for him to flip and then me kind of step away, yeah, it's probably a
I
pretty
stepped
major
away
like
because of remember
turn.
Flatzoid. Remember when you had that discussion with Flatzoid, and you totally just, I mean, you just totally, because he came aggressive. He should have came humble and realized that he had gotten false information. Because I went and checked it all out, and I seen the flat Earth. What's his name? Terry, which he has put out some good content, but he heard some bullshit, and they showed that video of you ducking down, and you had him cornered. Instead of being humble, he lied, and then it was just a snowball from there because you're an expert at pinning people down once they lie and slip. And dude, I made that counter. That's one of the last videos I made on Flat Earth because so many Flat Earthers were talking about it was fake and all this shit. It's like, oh my god, dude, if they even seen this, it's like I'm not gonna be a part of that. I'm waiting for things to chill down. And but I was preparing for y'all to come back to for these explanations. Like I said, I'd been working on it before TFE, and I progressed some. I progressed with my angles on the extremities and explanations. And like I said, there's still some things to address, but that's exactly what I had been working on. And it didn't go how I thought it would go. It was just like a big letdown. And there's still some people clinging on and attacking you, dude. And any flat earther, there's no money in flat earth. Austin's at the top of the list, and what is he? Filthy rich, dude. He's worrying about bills. He's worrying about feeding his family on a daily basis. If you're doing this shit full time, you shouldn't have to explain that shit to her. I understand and I respect that you do explain that shit to people like that, but they're getting, they're jerking your chain, man. So do your best to let us defend that, and us, if any us is listening, we need to do a better job of defending that when he ain't around. I wasn't here, so I get to exclude myself from that. But yeah, because he's being so transparent to her, and she's just ducking and dodging. But Jaren, he did this shit for so many years. He dedicated his whole life, and he's struggling on bills, dude. Dude, I put up, if you want to donate to the cause, if you enjoy my work, I put up so many videos, did so much work. I think I got one donation for $12, dude. Like, I went out and ran a mile string in a boat with a buddy, like trying to run a string line underwater. I did so many tests and all that, and there's no money in flat Earth, man. And if you're even at the top with Witsit, Jared, and them, you're still struggling, dude. And then you're gonna get dogged on by your own fucking community. As far as I'm concerned, the people doing that ain't part of the community, in my opinion. And so I was letting things cool down.
Oh,
But I respect you, man.
all right, thanks, man. So, I mean, some of the stuff she brought up, I think is good that, there's some clarity provided, whatever. There's some things that I'm not going to talk about, and it's just not negotiable as of now. But I will say with like the whole like money thing, I mean, for anyone that actually wants to know, like, bro, this like world that people have created that like me, for example, I'm getting like all this money is laughably wrong, bro. Like not even close to reality at all. And
It ain't.
like Antarctica was actually like very detrimental for me financially in many ways. And so that's one of the reasons like I just had to like step away and try to figure out other ways to make money. I think the other thing though is like realistically, you're like if you're going to try to make money with content, if you're going to cover something that's so polarizing and so censored, you are like kind of dependent upon support. And so like I think that the real solution is like making content that isn't limited to FE and is able to kind of glitch out, making multiple different channels. Another thing that FE, in my opinion, really drops the ball on like big time, like terribly as a community is clipping. Like they just don't do it. Like if you look at any other successful community, like even like individuals. So look at some of the biggest people, like content wise. So whether it's like all of those younger streamers, you have like the Kai Cenats, the Speeds, people like that, or look at like the Tates, or even people that aren't really streamers like that. What happens is all these different people create different channels and they take their content and they clip them, whether they even throw it into AI, it throws the captions, they put the final touches on, and they're always uploading clips. 30 seconds to like maybe 3 minutes is kind of a cap on IG, and they pop off on IG, TikTok, YouTube Shorts. And so all this information means like popping off everywhere, right? And it's really like, so that's how it gets out there. And then what it does is it drives them back to the source of the information, whatever or whoever that is, whatever podcast it is, whatever show it is, whatever content creator it is. And like Effie doesn't do that. Like I saw one short that was made from my talk with Alex Zek in the Way Forward. And, I threw it up on my channel. It was pretty good. But like, I don't know. I just don't see that at all. And like, that's actually, I guess what I'm trying to say is like, I actually think that FE as a whole, we should need to take some accountability for why it hasn't gotten way out there super viral. If you look at the times that FE has success and gone viral, it's some person on TikTok using their built-in green screen feature with their face, right, and describing it, and then some of those will like kind of pop out and pop off for whatever, a million views, 500,000 views, or whatever. I just don't think that we do that nearly enough. We just don't. And so yeah, and I'll tell you. So like, if you are like making the content a lot, like when I was like actively making content very frequently, and then in between jumping in here debating a lot, the idea that I'm gonna then be able to like clip and edit tons of like longer mid-term or like shorter to like kind of mid-range videos, edited videos and shorts and long form content. There's just no way. It's like it's not a feasible thing because of how it doesn't make money. So really like
Exactly, dude. That's why I respect you, dude. It doesn't make money, and like I understand that Jaron. I know. I mean, I'm not even saying this to dog him, dude. I know that because a lot of the shit, and to be fair to him, like a lot of the things that we did argue at one point in time, and found out that anybody honest figures out you're wrong, and you update your stance, And there's a lot of flat earthers who maybe haven't figured that out yet, but there are a lot of them who just refuse to update their stance and keep making the same arguments. And I think and there's so many of them like that. Like, geez, dude, there's so many that were, to me, at one point in time, they were absolute slam dunks for this flat Earth. And come to find out, there's perfectly good and in a lot of cases better explanations on the globe, And it's like, gee whiz, man. And that's discouraging. And as far as if I'm modeling shit and all that, and reifying, then I could jump right on the globe, dude. Especially if I'm discouraged, my community's turned on me, and I'm already struggling and having to, whatever people say, beg or whatever to try and make money. I've put in all this time to make all these videos and spend all this time modeling. The Glovers gave me more money, like in bets and in challenges. I made 1,000 times more money just from what the Glovers paid, and it's discouraging. That's another reason I respect you even more, dude, for hanging in there, because it's like, dude, they've gave you every reason. And to me, when I hear a lot of them talk, it's like I don't even take them seriously anymore, because it seems like they're just trying to do what they can to push you away, acting like flat earthers. And I think them are the actual trolls. If I've ever claimed there's any trolls, I think it's a very, very select few. But I think their cards have been played, man. And yeah, anybody who thinks
So,
that there's no money in this shit, man. Even at the
so,
top, you're not going to be comfortable.
so like the actual truth is like I never did this for money, right? It's all good, but like at the same time, um, yeah, like I'm like kind of deciding, okay, I'm like pretty straight on the be like really broke uh thing. You know what I'm saying? So like I think I think another thing is like so while there are different topics that could be covered that kind of could pop off and it's just that's just beneficial to the truth in general, right? For one, if the topic is still the truth, you're getting it out there. You meet people where they are, you're going to get in front of other eyes, and then it's going to bring people like the larger number of people you can get to come into this information receptively, like with a receptive mindset. So if they see a video where you cover how like old world architecture just simply doesn't make sense with the mainstream story, that's like really kind of easy for people to kind of put together and be like, wait, yeah, this doesn't make sense. So if they then follow that back to the source, they're in a receptive mindset, they come across that feed, they're going to be like, well, and the more people they see that, if they maybe even brush it off and have a cognitive response like 8, 9, 10 times, the 11th time they follow like a articulate, convincing content creator making a point that they end up agreeing with about a different topic, then tracking down their page and seeing they're also a flat earther. Eventually they're going to be like, okay, I have to look into this honestly, right? And like receptive, because this is ridiculous. Why do they, how do they have such good pattern recognition and seem to make such, like coherent points with these things, and then they just be totally off left field. Obviously, my understanding of the topic is not correct. So anyway, my point is like that's obviously another approach. But then you hear like stuff I heard tonight, right? Like, but then you talk about like what like Israel, right? Like just like talking about any other topic is now also bad. So it's like kind of this like shoot yourself in the foot thing. If you try to box in the content creators to be like, talk about only this and only how I like it and do it this way. It's like, and then we're actually just gonna tear you down and then not clip it up or help get it out. And it's like, well, dude, realistically, what do you expect to happen? So I'm just throwing that out there. I think
Yeah,
that
exactly,
people
man.
people should come together. Everyone has their own like little talent. They should all just like clip up, get the word out however they can, and try to like
Dude, I spent
get the
so much
content
time
out.
making videos, bro. I'm not figuring to just keep making videos for when half the people just turned on you and freaking calling it fake. Like, look into it before you call it fake. Look into it, Don't just doubt shit and listen to other people. Look into it before you make a huge decision and turn on your people. You're gonna turn on your people. It's like I don't want no part of that, man. I'm not gonna. I tried to make my move early and showing how many lies, like where lying got you. A lot of people criticize me in some of my debates, man, but I'm coming from an honest stance, man. But I mean, if you look back at some of this stuff, man, like the freaking FE Society really. Uh, I dated back. I went to the very, very, very pinnacle, the very beginning of where it come from. It was McToon who started the slander that 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 nobody thinks the urge movement up. That's dumb platter society shit. That was McToon, and then Sargent was the next person I heard repeating McToon, and it's like, dude, that is globe physics, man. And the FE Society, when I seen that guy and I heard him and followed him, and I was like, dude, they've got good arguments, and they had the dual pole model way back then, dude. And if you ask me, using the Earth rising up, you don't even have to claim it's rising up. Just look at an accelerometer and know that that's globe physics. And what they have to do to get around it, they have to bend freaking concepts to find a way around it. That to me is one of still the best arguments to hold their feet to the fire. You see McToon in my last couple discussions with him, he didn't want to say, no, it's not rising up. It's not actually rising up. And I posted all of mainstream physics claiming that it rises up. I'm not claiming it does, but I'm claiming that that's what your mainstream physics is claiming. And that to me is one argument that they've done a trickery to avoid. And it was a genius ploy to have flat earthers saying that's stupid, it don't rise up. Who cares if it fucking rises up? That's fucking mainstream physics. That's globe ass physics. And we've let them dodge that whole argument somehow. Like it's just ridiculous. And then when I try and say this, people jump on me. The earth ain't rising up. I'm like, God damn it, I ain't saying the earth's rising. It's like nobody gets it, man.
Okay, can I say two things real quick? So, can I just ask one quick thing? Have any of the channels that said that the final experiment was fake, have any of them rescinded that? Like, what's it? Do you know? Like, I don't know. Like, there's
To be honest,
Banjo.
I checked out. I checked out once I saw. I feel like 2 weeks after I saw they kept saying it, I'm like, I'm out. So I don't. I wouldn't know. Maybe someone else in here would. I don't
Okay,
know.
it's just a general question. I don't think Banjo probably has, but I
I think he
know.
went way too hard, bro. That would be crazy if he
Yeah,
took it back. Dude.
he's all in. Okay, well, that's a general question. Just if as time has passed, if any of them have shifted. I mean, what David Weiss still says he thinks it's a fake sun or something. Where's he at on it? He just doesn't.
I think that's true, right? I don't know. I haven't talked to him about it in a while. A lot of people have reached out to me, on Telegram and stuff and said that they at one point thought it was maybe not real, but they looked into it further and saw that a lot of the arguments were that it was fake were wrong, and that they realized that we did go. So like on a personal level, people have it, and I'm talking like over the course of the last, what is it, 9 months, like all throughout it, whether it took them 2 weeks, a month, 3 months, there's like no rhyme or reason. So yeah, I don't know, content creator wise. I think this is the issue with like being really kind of intense and assertive and like overly convicted or pretending to be and bold about like definitive claims online, especially when it's like you're claiming you caught someone in a lie and exposed them, because then you're kind of like it's really going to require some humility, right, to be able to walk that back.
Yeah, and for the
What
audience
sucks,
to
dude.
accept that, if somebody does do that, for the audience to accept them, and yeah, it is complicated. I think there's like a general like messiah complex that some people get into, like being like an internet personality, just in general. Anyone who's doing channels and stuff that they could get into, and that messiah complex could kind of play through, like if they've claimed something for many years, or they've built their channel on it, to then rescind that and be like, oh, I'm just going to be humble. I wasn't right about this. It takes a lot of humility to do that, and not everyone is going to do that, especially when if they have money linked to it with different channels and stuff, or whatever it may be. We can go on that more. I mean, that's a whole topic in and of itself. Brian, you brought up the moving Earth topic thing. These are a couple different topics. I just want to say from before, so like that idea of the sky splitting is pretty tough, because like if you consider, hold on, I just want to say this one point on it, because I was looking at some distances from the equator to the North Pole. The globe claims that the ground distance is 6,210 miles. Now, if you flatten that out and you still keep the same circumference of the equator, it's basically the radius, the 3963.
Yeah, tilt that circle
Okay.
up though.
Hold up, bro.
Over.
I know.
Sorry.
That's a whole. No, I hear you. That's a whole topic in and of itself, because the globe is talking about the arc length of the curve of the Earth, 6210, versus on a flat circle that's 24,901. You get the 4,000 mile radius. Either way, whether you take the 4,000 mile or the 6210 mile, Polaris disappears when you get to the equator. So, like, if you were to say that's the extent of how far we can see, like the sky is either a 60. I'm not trying to claim which one it is. I'm just saying either way, if it's 4,000 or 6210, then that would be the limit. Well, Howland Island is only like 2,000 miles from Hawaii, so you can see like the 4,000 mile gets you all the way over. So, I mean, you'd be able to see the split from Hawaii if there was one. So
right. That's why I said we got to go to Hawaii and make a trip to Antarctica and see if we get there at the same time as somebody in like Colombia or something like
I'm
that.
going to
So it
Hawaii
should be
next
it
summer.
should be similar because, like I said, if you point at Hawaii, from Miami or something, you're pointing north. Like I said, you're pointing up toward Nevada, and if you follow that straight line, that puts it way up and not where the globe has it, not where the AE map has it. That puts it in a true spot that's way closer to Japan. It's almost like if you follow your finger and just say I'm traveling in a straight line from Miami northwest or west northwest, then I'm going to keep going north. I'm going to wind up north of Canada. So I'm going to be way closer to Japan and all that stuff, dude.
Okay,
So
okay.
Hawaii, I
All
think,
right.
is a big mystery, is a key in this argument. I think you're
Yeah.
right on point.
I'm going to Hawaii
Got
next
it.
summer if anybody wants to do anything.
But I mean, Hawaii, that's awesome. It's a beautiful there. Which island are you going to?
My sister-in-law pointed. I think the one that next to Honolulu, whatever one that is. Which after
Maui?
looking into it, yeah, I think it is that Maui. I didn't plan the trip, so I'm not an expert, but I
Okay,
know I'm going
it
there.
could be Maui or it could be Kauai to the north. Honolulu
Right.
is on Oahu.
No, it's
for
not
the record.
Kauai. Wherever's next to Honolulu, it's the Disney resort.
Well, it's probably Maui then, because Kauai does not have big resorts like that, or not quite like that. Not Disney.
I was thinking, is there something I can do there? But yeah.
Well, I just want to say too, Hawaii to Fiji is like 3,000 miles. So I mean, you would definitely be able to see that whole sky. So I mean, the idea that the sky splits would be pretty tough to really be the case. If you can see all the way to Fiji, I mean, you would see the split from Hawaii. So
The Disney resorts
It'd have to
in
be polarized, dude. It would have to be polarized. So if you're in the north, and you wouldn't be able to see you wouldn't be able to see the north stars in the south. In other words, the stars that are in the north are going to continue north, along with the stars that are immediately around it. That would almost dictate that there's like two full rotations, but it doesn't have to be two full rotations. It have to be optic. And I think I'm going to show some examples of how that's possible with optics, with polarization of light, and equivocate it to the electric field. I think there's some interesting arguments, man. But yeah, that is the main problem with the whole model.
So real fast. I just want to make this point to everyone. So like I'm about to like cover a bunch of different topics and then line up. I'm gonna start reaching out to a bunch of different shows. And my opinion is that, some people should consider trying to rip a bunch of stuff and clip it up. And obviously, like you can have free use or whatever money you make on the channel is all yours, all that. And I think that we should consider doing that. And like we have great combos in here. The tricky part of that is the visuals because that's going to be more maybe laborious. They have like AI. So I'm just throwing that out to everyone. Like free reign on whatever I'm about to put out in the next few months. Use it however you want, and I'm not even just talking about me. Like any of the content in here, I really think people should do that. That is the way that 80% of people under the age of 45 consume content. It's they doom scroll on the internet. So can't really expect to be making some huge impact when we basically have no content found there. And then just gonna have to step away in a second. So I'm gonna throw it out there. But then another question, Gio, or Brian or both, when you conceptualize this idea of like a bipolar model, like kind of could you flesh out exactly how you conceptualize its relationship with like a magnetic field and the Earth's magnetic field?
Yeah, it's literally in my video. I literally took the Ferrocell and made it transparent, and it matches the fucking, excuse my language, it matches the damn the bipolar, like it matches it. I made it semi-transparent, and I turned it. See, you don't watch it, and you're talking about clipping, like New Perspectives clipping a lot of your stuff. I think, but you're all right.
Yeah,
Marcus
I'm
should be
busy,
doing
man.
it,
I'm
but
busy, man.
No, but he's talking
yeah.
about.
I'm going
He's
to send you a
talking.
couple vids, Austin, and show you the Ferrocell does it lines up. But you got to think of it in a 3D perspective, and I think that's what I'm going to be trying to demonstrate is the fact that it doesn't have to be a level circle. Like, in fact, I don't even think that works with the daylight model. It's got to be coming up and down on the edges and stuff, man. And there's some interesting explanations, some interesting head scratchers and stuff. But I appreciate that you're right to the point, man. I do.
Well, real quick
Like I said,
on.
it matches good with the Ferrocell and the electric field.
On the clipping things, yeah, I mean, because New Perspective does take cuts from here. Like he tries to cut if there's like a really cooking combo, he'll cut it out. But sometimes those are like an hour or two. But I think what Witz is talking about, if somebody can take like, like either from a convo in here or wherever, or some clip of like 30 seconds or 20 seconds or 40 seconds with visuals, of all kinds of different points, of all the different points that are
Yeah,
discussed. That
exactly.
is effective, yeah, and that's what is probably
I
greatly
used to do that.
lacking. That's
And like I
lacking.
think the maximum is 3 minutes. 3 minutes is pushing it though, right? To actually get the person to listen, but you can. But normally for something like that, like you need to have a person on camera. Like you can tell obviously what's successful just by going to Instagram, going to TikTok, just go through the reels. You'll see what's successful. You can see the duration and then the views. And 3 minutes, you can get someone to watch it that long. I think TikTok is now like you can do it as long as you want, but um if someone's like actually on camera, it's more engaging. But it's got to be like boom, as soon as it starts, you have a hook almost that captures the person, and then you get straight into whatever kind of keep them there. And then you can drive them back to places like this, drive them back to the channel, the content creator, whatever you want them to get back to, even if the topic's not FE. And for sure, if a bunch of people in the community would be like, yo, I'm going to do my part doing that, or I'm going to even just mix in stuff from all kinds of different content creators, right? And just be a clipper and just like build my channel. And then what you can do is you can throw it all into AI. You can have it automatically upload 2-3 times a day at certain times, whatever, and then just do that periodically. You would just make money doing that. It doesn't even have to just be FE. In fact, there's a pretty strong argument that
I've gotten good at AI, man.
a good way to sneak FE in is to rip something from a bunch of different people, right? Like, what I mean, hate them, love them, whatever. Like Andrew Tate says something funny, throw a clip on there of him, clip on there of someone that's breaking down the old world pretty good, a clip from like even like mainstream people like Tate or Rogan, a clip on there, whatever, and then mix in these other videos, right? That are like about other truths that are said by FE creators or like FE content create like videos themselves, and just have that build that channel. You obviously can get ad rev that way. You could even like sometimes if the channel gets big enough, certain people will reach out to you to help plug their stuff. If tons of people in the community did that, I'm just saying we could actively change how much of a conversation or how in the current conversation FE is in like 6 months. For sure. Like 6 months is a super long time in terms of that. 6 months to a year of everyone doing stuff like that. Not everyone, just like a bunch of people doing it. You know what I mean? Like people reach out to me all the time. Tell me what I can do to help. It's like download AI, and pay the $10 a month, and then just rip a video, throw it in there. It'll freaking break it up into clips that are supposed to go viral with captions, and then just upload them on. You know what I mean? Like that's what you can do to help, just like the community. You know, I know I'm saying that a lot, but just because the major thing I realized the other day, it's like, dude, if I ever am killing time, or if I'm like waiting on a plane or whatever, and I'm going through like doom scrolling, like it's very rare that you come across FE. And I mean, this stuff is feeding me conspiratorial stuff, right? Like my algorithm is just conspiracy stuff, like all of it. And FE is a pretty small portion of what I'm shown.
Yeah, I
So
don't think you're gonna make money doing this to NFE. I mean, if you're gonna, that's the way to do it. I did so much clipping, bro. I attacked Glovers, flat earthers alike. Who I followed the best path of honesty I could. I've had to retract shit.
Brian, you
I've
were
had to
not making the
humiliate
content
myself.
the
But
way
check
that
it
I'm
out.
saying. You were not making the
Yeah,
content the way that
it's
I'm
probably the
saying,
way
bro. So of
forward.
course it didn't work.
I'm agreeing with you, dude. That is the way forward with the. But dude, I don't know how you could monetize. Like, dude, I had a channel for like I don't know 3 or 4 years doing so many videos and just everywhere in the community, dude. Everybody knew me at some point, and
But
I tried to
Brian,
be
I'm
as neutral as
telling
possible,
you,
dude. Now
brother.
I don't know how do you monetize?
I'm
Not
telling
as
you right
I
now.
could.
I'm telling you right now. Like you do short form content on other platforms as well, and you consistently upload, right? So that people will give you a follow because they can rely on you constantly uploading stuff, and then they'll engage with it, right? You consistently upload, and then you'll get ad revenue. And that's the way to do it. And that like a vertically oriented short form content. And FE does not have that. FE
Yeah,
has
but they don't
uploads on
count that as
YouTube.
the hours that you need, though. The shorts, they do get more views and all that, but they don't go toward your 3,000 hours that you need to get in 6 months, or your dude. It's right. They've jacked it up to ridiculous. Like, I did qualify at one point where I could monetize, but right when I tried to monetize, they jacked it up to where because I when I hit over 1,000 views, and a lot of my videos were long form, so I did have a lot of hours, and they jacked it up some ridiculous amount. And I don't know, man. It's I know it's possible, and I know what you're saying is the way to do it, because that's what gets you the followers to watch the other videos and stuff. That's what will get you the popularity. But god dang, dude, I posted so much on so many platforms: Rumble, X, TikTok, YouTube, like everywhere I could, and I couldn't make shit, dude. It was pretty discouraging as far as money went, and I flew through everything, dude. Put myself on a damn budget, dude. In this damn topic, man, and people don't hardly appreciate it, but I know there are a lot of people who do, and that's why I kept listening and just kind of sticking near the outskirts of everything and stuff, man. It's still an interesting topic, man. I just like. I like most people here come from an honest stance, man, and a humble stance, man, and I think that needs to be contagious, man. That needs to be contagious. This channel, dude, he does 24 hours a day, like he's been doing it for years, and it's like there's got to be more people watching than this, because I hear people
Brian,
joining.
basically what you're saying is there's no way to do it because you've tried to do it, and clearly the answer is that the way that it was being done is not the way to do it. The
No,
answer
I'm
is not
saying
that it
let me
can't
know
be
if it
done.
works.
Okay, so I'm
It can be
giving you the
done.
glitch, right? Rip other mainstream people like Rogan talking about something and throw those up in there as well. And then occasionally mix in other stuff, truth or related, right?
Yeah.
And you're going to build a following, and then you can drive them back to wherever. If people want to do that to make money, then there are different ways to do it, right? Like depending strictly on views is tough now. I know TikTok has like a creator program. I've never even uploaded on there, but
It's
like
bullshit.
I think it has to be like over a minute long. It has to be deemed like qualified, and then it's based on duration. But they also, you can use TikTok Shop there, or you can have like sponsorships or whatever. That's kind of less likely. That's more so to build people and send them somewhere. IG has a different like payment, whatever. But even outside of the money, I brought up the money to say like, yo, if anyone does like, put some clips out, obviously I don't care. You can use whatever I have, and that's all you, right? Obviously, I don't care about that. Whatever you make is yours. But like in terms of getting more eyes on the content, if I followed someone on IG and then like they start getting popped up in my feed quite a bit, right? If I go to my search, my For You page, they're on there quite a bit, then I'm gonna maybe eventually click on their profile and I'm gonna go to it. And then if that can drive you to somewhere else, right, then boom, maybe they sit down and watch a 20-minute FE video. Maybe they see the Discord link to here and they pop in and ask questions. So I'm just saying, like, it is pretty undeniable that FE has not done that in any type of productive, organized way. People have been very like kind of stubborn, set in their ways, like, I'm gonna upload like this forever. I mean, I've done the same thing. But like it's clearly why, I mean, it is kind of
Not
goofy to
me. I've
turn
moved
around
on,
and for
bro.
us to
Okay,
complain
fucking
about.
moved on, dude. But it's still my hobby and my passion. This argument in general, whether I'm right or wrong. But I moved on, dude. I couldn't. Yeah, me personally, I did try a lot. I put in so much effort, dude, and I wasn't able to make shit. Uh, but I didn't do what you're saying to do. You know what I'm saying? I've moved on. I'm doing other shit for money, dude. But like this is my passion. So I respect your advice to anybody out there thinking about trying to make money. What he's saying is probably your only chance. I was thinking like Earth Awakening's been 24 hours streaming forever, dude. And any actual flat earther or respected glober knows about this place, listens, and you look and year after year, it's like saying how many people's watching. I literally don't even believe that shit, dude, because I hear the people in here, and I know when they're not here, they're listening, and all the other people who come in with arguments, it's like they've obviously heard what's going on in here to even be talking about this shit. And I hear just so many people in other places. It's like, it's just crazy, man. It's like, I mean, do you make money? I'm not trying to dig into your finance and all that, but if you're don't you make money by live streaming with views and watch hours and shit like that? A little bit.
No, I don't make any money on this. I spend money every month and have spent money every
Yeah,
month.
that's what I did. I spent all my money, dude.
Well,
doing
this
this
takes
shit.
money. It's just out of pocket completely.
Yeah, overall, it just costs, like, especially if you're doing experiments. And while we're talking about that, I just dropped like 3 trials. From the salt flat data that I had. It's like basically like theodolite data with refraction incorporated. The only thing I haven't added is humidity, but I just went ahead and dropped it while I was thinking about it. So that was in the live stream text like 15 minutes ago, maybe 10 minutes ago. So you can go check that out if you like.
Definitely will. And I did a video a long time ago with the I think it was the U.S. I forgot one of the departments, the letter departments, and they put how the refraction the standard refraction charts for like radar bounce stuff like that for signals, like they said on the graphs like that this is the standard model, but in reality the humidity plays a bigger role and should be a part, but it's I mean they
What's the
what say
temperature,
in
really? I bought like a
temperature and humidity too.
professional temperature. That is true, but I bought a professional temperature probe that measured. I had a humidity sensor too, but the calculations are so difficult to do. But the temperature probe is like it was like a $300-400 research grade probe. And I measured along the line on the ground, and then I also got the pressure and humidity. I did incorporate temperature and pressure, which are like the main two. Humidity, they say, don't affect like our visual spectrum as much, but I still think it does, because like I think it's kind of a strong gradient near the ground, and it does lower density, which would ultimately make things like appear to drop over distance. So the temperature gradient is already so profound. The drop over distance is so, like, it's more than enough to give you like that visual effect that people are referencing with like the theodolite.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And they fall back on pressure. But and here's the thing with the humidity is that's what when they were saying it plays a bigger role, because that's what gave them the most problems in all their testing, is because the humidity is
A radio?
they can do. I think let me see if I can find it and post it. I mean,
I know it affects the radio spectrum a lot. Yeah, you're
all the
fine. I
signals,
know
but
it affects
this
radio
was
a
the
lot.
chart on the on I think it was either microwave it might have been radio signals. I got to see. I don't want to say for sure because it's been a while. But I posted the official graphs and their explanations and stuff. And dude, I showed like lasers how, I challenge Globers to show me a laser. There's a few things that keep me in this debate. Like I'm saying, like I could just be content with a model and move on, but that's not in my nature. But B, it's like there's a few things like show me a laser orthogonally bending down. They say that's what
Oh
they're doing,
yeah,
but
I
that's
did
just not
some at
what we
night,
see.
dude.
They
They were
all
bending up.
bend
I
up.
haven't even
They all
looked into that though. Yeah, I need to look
Sorry,
through
go
that
ahead.
data and post it too. But the lasers were bending upward, and I don't even know how, because like the temperature gradient, it was like really cool near the ground. So I'm like, dude, is it always bending up? That would always make things appear to drop over distance. So that
Exactly.
really threw me
At
off.
least consistently,
Be
and,
expected.
and and if it consistently does that, then that's what we would consistently expect to see
Yeah,
over distances.
exactly, dude. It's
So then a black
people
swan
are
would
not
make
looking
sense
into
on a
these
flat
things.
Earth. It would be an actual black swan. I did a
Well, like a
video and
black
I did the
swan, yeah,
refraction
that would be
model
like
and
a black swan would be like if the temperature gradients would be like more leveled out, like if it was over a cold body of water, because I would level them out, then they would just appear as they appear. Like, but they're saying, oh, that's upward refraction. No, well, if you actually look at the temperature gradients, if they're more leveled, that means less refraction. But that's what I'm telling surveyors. When you go out there, you got to measure the temperature gradient. When you input it, I just posted it. With the
you seen
temperature.
Sky
Like,
Freeze work. I mean, it might be a dumb question, but you seen some of Sky Freeze old work, didn't you? Did you see the
yeah,
if you
they
hadn't,
just how they can show, like, whenever you introduce temperature gradients, things appear to drop over, like things started
yeah.
melting with the ground. Yeah, exactly.
Even and when
It's
they
so
did that
funny.
over
They're like, if
short
things,
range, dude, that sealed the
yeah,
deal. When they did it over short range with the laser, and they literally let the air in and had a temperature at the ground at like 6 inches and at like 2 feet, and it was
yeah,
doing exactly opposite of what they claimed, and we watched that shit do exactly opposite of what they also claimed. And to me,
yeah.
it couldn't be any other way. But that was
Yeah,
only one
yeah.
circumstance. They would have had to me to show more for it to be solid. But if what they showed was repeatable and all that, that almost just entirely squat that short
Mhm.
term. It's one of their last videos too. Probably last 5 or 6 back
Yeah.
in the day anyway.
When
But
I got some
that would make it
and dude,
impossible
you
to
can
work the way the
see
Globers claim it's working.
Yeah, I know. You can see, like, how many measurements, like, if you look at that spreadsheet, like, just how many, like, data points I took and how, like, thorough I wanted to be, and I had a Glober, help me with the math just to make sure it's not some flat earth math, it's all different. So I gotta give a shout out to Jesse. He helped me with a lot of the math and stuff, so this isn't, like, rigged or anything. I wanted to make sure it was, like, obviously verified by both sides and stuff. So, basically, the refraction predicted just by the temperature was like more than the drop over distance, like more than 8 inches over 1 mile. So I haven't incorporated the humidity yet, but it's like, can refraction give us what we're seeing apparently? I mean, it does seem like that to me, but I mean, I'd only have done 3 trials so far. So yeah, it was like looking over 1 mile over the Bonneville Salt Flats in Utah, like, with the Theodolite readings and then measuring the, atmosphere thoroughly. So
So here's the thing: if the light is refracting down, I might get this backwards, but when they did that short-term laser test and it was cooler at the bottom, and if the light is refracting down, then it couldn't possibly disappear. In other words, it would just appear higher and higher. It would have to cross our line of sight at least. The laser would have to go up. It'd have to move up, and if it was bending down, it would just appear higher. It would still hit our eyes. It would have to cross that path of our eye, though. It couldn't just disappear without crossing the path of our eyes. Man, hold on. I'm doing a bad job of explaining this. Let me refresh myself on this argument. But it was pretty solid. But nobody ever repeated it. But if indeed it is repeatable, man, it is damning to the globe because it had something to do with this. It was like, oh, if the laser's refracting up,
yeah,
and
yeah.
light's going in every
And whenever
direction.
that
If it's going in
happens,
every direction, then the lights, the photons that are lower, would still hit our eyes. You see what I'm saying? In other words, it couldn't bypass our eyes if the light was refracting up due to temperature, then their observation would be unexplained by the globe model, completely unexplained, because no matter what, the laser light could appear higher or lower, but it's got to appear somewhere. If
I can
photons are
explain
going
it.
in every direction, right, and it's in there and it's parallel to the eye.
Right. So what happens is whenever so basically they say that refraction's always happening down, like the light's bending down, which is kind of ironic to me because it has to go over like the curve. And to make things appear higher, you need to have the light bending down towards the earth. So yeah, so that's one interesting thing to me that I would like to see them like simulate or model, or like on a small scale to even show that's possible. Because whenever you actually do the theodolite readings, it's in between flat and globe. It's more close to the globe, but essentially it looks flatter than 8 inches per mile squared. So they're having to say, like they say, that the light is bending down, things are being refracted to look taller. Flat earthers say, light, well, like myself, just
Yeah,
based on the temperature gradients, the light's bending up, making things look lower. And so what you need to
that's what it
do
was.
is you need to go measure the atmosphere whenever you do these readings to see which way the light's bending. You cannot rely on standard atmosphere. I've dropped multiple peer-reviewed papers on terrestrial refraction showing it is not, the standard atmosphere is so just unreliable. It's not even like accurate because like we're on the surface level. They're taking like the temperature gradient from like the upper levels of the atmosphere and the lower troposphere. Everyone who studies this in peer-reviewed papers acknowledges that is not the standard refraction is not reflecting what layer of atmosphere we're in. So that's why I'm like telling the
Yeah,
surveyors you
plus
need
if
to
you
go.
really think about perspective too, Taylor,
Yeah.
like the way we see things in the distance, like we see things lower, if you even take the way they're saying refraction works, but you put it in perspective, I mean, it would almost flip things on its own if you think about it real deep. But I want to say this, you just reminded me, it was that because the laser disappeared on the globe explanation has to be that the light refracted upwards, right? That when they let the cold air in, whatever happened, it made a reverse gradient, right? And whatever the temperature, I don't even have to get to that. But here's the thing: if the light is refracting up to disappear, You know, that might work with a globe explanation, but not when the laser is right in front of you. In other words, before you let any cold air in, the laser light was right in front of the camera. Okay. And it was just a few inches off the ground. So unless you want to say the photons were bending like 3 inches and 20 feet to avoid the camera, like that's ridiculous though. But because they say photons go in every direction, and but that throws out a globe explanation completely because the light couldn't disappear from the photons bending up because it would just appear a little bit lower. In other words, it would have to literally bend the full 3 inches to bypass the camera lens, and I would dare a glober to claim that. In other words, the laser couldn't disappear according to their explanation, yet it did, and the
Right.
gradient showed opposite. It showed the way we see it, the way we see that it's colder up higher, and
Yeah.
so I don't know, man. Or
If it's
down lower. Let me
cold
see the
air
video. I'm gonna
above
post it
warm
for
air.
everybody.
So basically, if it gets colder as you go up in elevation, what you predict to see is drop over distance. So temperature is like the main factor with terrestrial refraction, and they admit this on papers. I've cited it numerous times. Because pressure gradient's so minute, I didn't even really measure any pressure change whenever I tried to do it, but I still I can put it in like the calculations and stuff. But like whatever pressure I did read. But yeah, the temperature gradient is the main thing. Okay, so if it gets colder with elevation, you're going to appear to see drop over distance. So guess what? The atmosphere actually does get colder with elevation. So that's the thing. But they have to like assume like a standard temperature gradient, like a very like minute one, so the pressure outweighs the temperature, so they can explain why they're saying things appear higher. Whereas if you actually do like lower temperature gradients in the lower troposphere, like the temperatures that I've read and that other papers have posited, you would appear to see drop over distance. So that's just kind of what I was trying to measure. So yeah, if it gets colder with elevation, you're going to have drop over distance. Now, to have their upward refraction, the temperature has to get warmer with elevation. So imagine climbing a mountain and it gets hotter as you go up. That's just not how it is. That's not how reality works. So, they had to do some like back crazy stuff for their standard refraction. Multiple other papers have called it out. I don't know. I'm just trying to, figure out the truth with this because I in Flat Earth Friday one day was presented some theodolite readings. So the community got together. I got a theodolite. So I just want to thank everybody who pitched in for the theodolite. And I got it and I've been using it. I've, published a lot of data from it. And I think I kind of figure out what's happening in some of these is people are not incorporating the atmosphere. And they're just assuming like the standard refraction, which I completely disagree with. Is standard refraction is not real. Like and whatever it is, it's not incorporating the true temperature gradient here in the bottom of the troposphere. So anyway, if anybody has any more questions, just let me know. But yeah, I just dropped trial 1, 2, and 3 for the first time just because I was thinking about it and we are talking about content and stuff. So anyway. I don't make money off this either. I don't even have a YouTube channel. I just try to do it just for, because I love doing research. I do research like, for a living. I'm in grad
Yeah,
school, so
I had
I
a
do like
question.
doing research. Go ahead.
You were bringing up like the different atmosphere layers, but as far as I'm aware, like when we're talking about globers saying that refraction helps us see farther, I don't think they're saying it crosses multiple atmosphere layers, are they?
No, it doesn't cross multiple atmosphere layers, but the temperature gradient, even in the same, we're in the troposphere right now. So we're in the bottom level of the troposphere. Within that, you have a lot of temperature gradient because they have convection and, the surface of the earth like is warm. It's very warm and it warms the air above it. So there's a profound temperature gradient right here near the ground where observers would be standing to do these measurements. And over a short distance, it's not as like not as profound. It's whenever you start looking over these long distances, because refraction is cumulative. So the longer you look, if you're ever doing like a 75-mile survey for whatever reason, you're gonna have those profound effects show up. Like that's just to be expected. That's why you just have to measure the atmosphere.
But I would
And I've done a
imagine,
lot of research on this, so I don't like say it, like I spent hours even reading about this, in papers like, refraction papers. It's just endless. So I've read a lot of them. So I don't know. It's something that should be looked into more.